Classic Van Halen on the Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I am Ron Bennington. Now, it's good to get going with a little Van Halen in the morning. We did that because somebody attacked them yesterday with us.
Yeah, they said overrated. And we strongly disagreed.
Well, I would say this. I think we definitely think that that's a rated band.
Oh, it's rated.
They are rated.
I'll rate the shit out of that band.
Why not? Why not? You have every right to. You know, it's a big election this year. I wish they would put down on the down ballot Van Halen or Van Hagar and get that together.
Halen, please.
And plenty of it. Not that I wouldn't mind saying Sammy open for him, you know? Make it, we're all here together.
Like a little something special.
Yeah. And then even closing extreme. More than words. That band barely made it through that song without crying. That's how touching that shit was. All right. Boy, yesterday was a crazy day. Our good buddy Kurt Metzger stopped in. And I think right now, Kurt is number 2. And I didn't want to say that to him, behind Leslie Jones on Boy Twitter Sucks. But Kurt has been just fighting everybody for the last couple weeks, and then came in to clear it out yesterday.
Yeah, that was a very intense time that we spent with him. It was like a whirlwind of just like emotion, and it was very cathartic.
Yes. I'm going to quote Kurt here. He came in and kind of just went off and just expressed himself for 45 minutes, 50 minutes straight yesterday, and then when he was done, he said he felt like he had just taken a shit. And I'm like, oh, well, you're welcome.
I like the volume in which he said that, yelling it down the hallway towards us afterwards.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He is not a guy who's keeping anything on the down low, on the QT. Doesn't happen that way with Kurt.
And out of context, that's going to sound strange.
Speaking of strange, there's the guy from WikiLeaks with Fox and Friends.
What?
Everything is turned upside down.
Assange, what are you doing?
In this election. Assange is the number one anti-Hillary person. And Fox and Friends is embracing him this morning. They were the ones that didn't used to like him.
They despised him.
I'm going to come up with a brand new saying and say, politics makes strange bedfellows.
That's good.
Thank you, Chris.
What do you use the term bedfellows in any other context?
Yes, I do. For the Three Stooges, the way they sleep at night, I go, those bedfellows. No, I don't think. Sometimes I go, I don't know what's going on with those two. I think they're bedfellows.
I'm pretty sure they're the best of bedfellows.
I've been accused of being a bedfellow before, you know?
Look at how sleepy Julian Assange looks.
Well,
his sleepy eyes.
Yeah. Julian Assange, who we just found out is the third Winter brother. I would bring him onto that every time. But here's what he's doing. You ever been to Wikipedia?
Yeah.
He's like them, except for he leaks. That's the thing about him.
So he's like the Wikipedia of leaks.
Right. He's bragging right now that he knows everything that everybody's doing everywhere. Because he WikiLeaks.
Just don't leak it.
All right, they've got to let him go because Debbie Gibson's ready to go on.
It's going to be a weird segue.
They would be the friends. We're fucking crazy these days. Everybody wants some.
Now him and Debbie Gibson are bedfellows.
They are. By the way, Vito and I are the only ones who have seen the movie Everybody Wants Some, right? You two still refuse. Fuck.
Not refuse. We just haven't seen it yet.
Hell or High Water. Have you been to that?
I've not seen that yet.
I'm going to see it this weekend.
Nice Guys?
I've not seen that.
Okay. You have seen it all? Okay, me and Vito are now bedfellows. And not strange bedfellows.
It's like the usual suspects bedfellows.
Great movie. I guess you two haven't seen it yet.
I have.
Okay, finally. You finally saw something. I like the fact that you finally see something, so you snap at me. Instead of just...
I have, sir. Well, you're acting like I've never seen a thing.
Please, my dad, sir. Call me sire.
Want to.
Oh, I don't think it's up to you. I think once you're a sire, people have to say that. Or my liege. And I've never heard that used in another way. My joke would always be my lesion.
Ew.
What do you mean?
Like a lesion, right? Like a lesion on your skin.
First of all, yeah, Legion of Skanks. Do you have a fucking problem with that?
Oh, no.
I wonder why Kurt was never invited into that. It's always weird. I don't know how those fellas divide themselves. I'll tell you, I'm going to figure it out, though. And you know how Ope always does his... I'm going to just call it Retract It and hope that's the right name.
Accelerated.
Accelerated. At 10 o'clock. I forget names all the time. Let's play an Unmasked there and make it Big J. Okerson today.
Yeah.
This turned out to be a scandalous thing in the community of comedians for one reason. Big J claimed that he was the center web of all the friendships. He was the guy who kept the friends together, and then the friends were furious.
He sees himself as center square.
He is. He's Paul Lynde. The great Paul Lynde, who got all the jokes written for him. I was actually watching Match Game and laughing last night. I don't know. I think they've turned it around. It's really starting to go. These people couldn't match fucking their own reflection. They were so off with everything. But Dag was on there, David Alan Grier.
Oh, nice.
His fucking head was all over the place.
Match Game was the best show. The original.
The 70s Match Game. Yeah, of course it was. And they just try to redo it. Have any of you guys seen well, I'm sure Vito's mom has, the Henry Winkler Goes to China show?
I have not.
She's a big Henry Winkler fan. She's probably seen it.
Okay. It probably isn't the word I'm looking for. I need somebody who's on the bottom of it. The name of it is E. And apparently he and his best friends, Terry Bradshaw, I believe William Shatner, and I think George the Animal Steel is the last one.
Strange bedfellows.
They all sleep in the same giant bed. And, I mean, anything that can happen probably will. I don't understand television anymore. I'm fucking bewildered by it.
Yeah, I have, I've seen the commercial, the trailers for this show.
Yeah.
I'm still unsure what it is and why it is.
Fonzie is kind of the cool one, E. And then he hangs out with other elderly people, and they all just go to China for a vacation. It's like that tour of old people that you never went on before in your life. Now you can see what it's like.
Henry Winkler, that is the strangest casting. Like, him as Fonzie is so weird because his personality could not be less cool. Like, he is the sweetest guy, but is there a bigger nerd than Henry Winkler?
No, I think, and he's a theater nerd.
Yeah.
He's a theater nerd.
He's like a gentle nerd.
I think instead of calling him the Fonz, we should call him the Wink from this point on. The Wink did an Unmasked with us, though, and Vito's mom came to it. And then the Wink did something I don't remember another person doing. The Unmasked is over, and he went and had special time with each person in the audience.
Really?
It was unbelievable. Yeah. He is so fucking sweet. And I know your guy was a big Wink fan.
Yes, he was a fan of the Wink because he was a little kid who was like obsessed with the Fonz. He wanted to be the Fonz.
That was almost every person in America.
And I believe his Little League uniform said the Fonz on the back.
What? I would have fucking called the umpire and I said, look, he is not the Fonz and I need to identify those players. What kind of loose, no fucking rules league was he in?
I'm almost positive.
Some crazy West Philly fucking playing in the middle of a junkyard? Look, Vito's so tired, he's just staring at the ground. Come on, Vito, I need you to stay in the game, buddy.
Come on, buddy.
If this was NASA right now, we'd be off track. we'd be hurling into the sun. Stop acting like it's hot in there. It's very, very nice.
It's ice cold in there, Ron.
Oh, it's really hot here.
How?
I don't know what it is, but this room, I don't know how this thermostat works. It doesn't have temperatures. It just says December and June on it.
Yes, that's the metric system, you idiot.
And I don't know if it's telling me if it's set for December or June, or I want to feel like December or June.
Just play Long December and see if that doesn't help you feel better. I've never heard. Did you know that that's the gimmick in there? You've been a behind the glass guy.
I just put it to the left. I know that makes it cold. I never really read it. I just go into the left, like
the girls treat you on Tinder.
Exactly.
They swipe left.
They always swipe left.
No, spank you. I just put it to the left. I know that makes it cold. That doesn't even make sense.
It's worked in
left
the past
is
for me.
Cold. It's getting left out here today. You notice? Oh.
And that time of year again, so left.
It was right all summer. Now it's getting so left. I don't know what it is with me, but I just can't take the left.
Well, I run left, so.
Your dumbness. I'm seriously.
It's just, that's why I figured it out. I just thought, like, once the left, it's cold.
I didn't ask you to double down on the dumbness. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get you to stop. I wish I was on Twitter. I'd harass you every fucking day. I'm going to troll some people on Twitter later. Hey, saw your tweet. You suck ass. Something like that, you know?
That's good troll.
I am so bad technically. Can you teach me how to troll, please?
I always troll to the left this time of year because I'm going through a change and I need left weather as much as I can get it. Got a heater on the inside, I like to say.
What would make somebody obsessed at the level of a troll? Not just like somebody who writes a comment like, okay, whatever, their shitty opinion, but somebody who obsessively attacks someone.
You know what we can learn from the flies? Why do they just fly around someone's face until they drive them nuts? They say the trolls want detention, is what they say. Detention? Yeah, they want to get detention. They want to stay after school. And by school, I mean life. Okay? They don't want to die. And I'm like, please, give me all the detention I can handle. I'd rather be here than there. I don't know. It's a fucking crazy world that we live in. But if I ever read any news article about anything, I always go down to the comments, and maybe this is an OCD. I don't leave until I see the word libtard. And then I'm like, got it. You know what I mean? It's like a little game. Find the libtard is what it could be. But it always makes me laugh that someone is saying the same thing on every fucking thread on the internet.
Everything. I love to read that shit. Mostly it's like just to be, why would you feel the need to put that?
Well, this is the thing that came up yesterday. That, Kurt Metzger he had made the trolls or whoever, I'm going to guess libtards. I think the libtards got mad at him for defending somebody who was anonymously accused of rape, right? So Kurt kind of came to the person's defense for whatever reason. Never even occurred to me to go, I'm going to get involved in this because I'd have to sign up for Twitter first. So the way that some of these people tried to explain to him that it was wrong, they were offering to rape and kill his girlfriend. Now, that's the insanity level that we live in, that you're not even following the logic of your argument. But Leslie Jones, they called the FBI, the press did, and say, are you investigating the people who broke into Leslie Jones's phone? And they must have been tiny to get in that phone. And they said, no, this is a matter of Homeland Security. Now, these are the dudes that are supposed to be looking out for ISIS. And they're finding out which fucking moron broke into Leslie Jones's phone.
Oh, my God.
And that kind of frustrates me. You know what I mean? On another level, I'm like, please stick to the ISIS. No matter what else is out there, give that to someone else. We have stopped an attack today on Leslie Jones's phone. Details are coming up. Please look for ISIS. Make sure all the soft targets are taken care of.
Please protect my soft target.
I want a hard target, wherever I go. I want a soft egg and a hard target. Loose shoes and a warm place to shit. Loose shoes is the funniest part of that. Whoever wants loose shoes
Means are old.
I mean, not too loose, right?
I want to walk out of my shoes. I want them to be so loose that I'm constantly going, did I leave a shoe back there? Maybe we'll play some of Kurt a little later on this morning. That's it, Chris. Look at the computer. Chris just turns and looks at the computer like, thank God it's there. Whew, that was close. Everything has gotten crazy. The people seem to also, the trolls are getting a big kick out of Ann Coulter's timing because her book, In Trump We Trust, said, we will stick with Trump as long as he doesn't go back on the abortion. He can do whatever he wants. Just don't go back on abortion and, the immigration stuff. And he went back on the immigration stuff the day her book came out in Trump We Trust. So there was a meme of her, and she's sitting at her book signing looking incredibly sad.
Aww.
And I don't know whether they just caught it for a moment or whether she spent 3 hours that way.
Said Keanu.
Yeah. But you know what I like about Ann Coulter? Unlike the other pundits, she's like, that blows. And that's the biggest mistake since Pence. You know what I mean? Like she can back you up and still say that you're an asshole.
Yeah.
But the other people just act like this is not a change at all. He always wanted the Mexicans to stay here.
Yeah, I think this move, I'm not sure how he's going to recover from it because he spent a year with that as his focus.
Can I just tell you something, though? I was on the fence. I'm with him now.
Really?
All I wanted him to do was loosen his stance on immigration. And
That was the one thing.
That was the one thing. I go, it's a little too tight for me. Like
there's still going to be a wall. It's just not going to be very high.
It's going to be a wall with a lot of holes in it. And that's all I ever wanted. Your idea of a low wall is interesting. Because it could keep out short people. And it could keep out dogs. And my biggest problem in the country is packs of dogs.
So tired of these wild dogs from Mexico.
But you know what's funny? I bet someone has, like some commissioner has one, I'll get rid of the packs of dogs.
Yeah, get rid of them.
Let me tell you something. If you live anywhere that there's wild packs of dogs running around, it's no fucking joke to you. You're like, seriously, you'll get my vote if you get rid of those packs of dogs. I say poison them. I don't care if I see dogs throwing up for 2-3 days. Help us! Doesn't bother me at all.
It's very funny to think of dogs as like an infestation.
It is.
This place is crawling with dogs.
Let me tell you, you're anywhere that there's fucking wild dogs, you want out quickly.
I have only seen it once, and it was actually when I went to Pompeii. For some reason,
That's weird.
Like there and then the surrounding town.
Do you know the difference?
Wild dogs.
Do you know the
everywhere.
difference between wild dogs and volcanoes? Because you could have been looking at volcanoes.
Why?
How come they never say a feral dog? They'll only say a feral cat.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a feral dog, though, right?
They never use it. They'll never even say that a skunk is feral. You know what I mean? Like it is. It's out there.
It's just like everything except for domesticated cats are feral.
Everything's feral is the name of the book they've just put out right now. But would you say that a rhino in a zoo is feral? Discuss. We'll be right back.
Wait, where are we going?
Why are we breaking so early? Why just because he thinks that he made a point, can he just suddenly say, we'll be right back? And we're back, folks.
844 Rocka. Let us know what you think about feral rhinos.
Have you ever had any feral children run around your neighborhood? I have. Their name? The Coombs. 866 Rock God. You better take care of that feral kid of yours, or I will. I'll put him down. I'll put him down in the street. I don't know. Do they still have the person whose only job is to look for kids skipping school? Or did that job...
Truant officer?
Oh, the Truant.
But did that even exist anywhere? Because I did not have a truant officer in my town. And I've never ran into somebody who said, The truant officer grabbed me.
I had it happen to me several times in New York City. Several times.
Truant officers.
Truant officers. Especially because we were allowed to leave our school to go to lunch. And we had, I would say maybe at least 5 or 6 times escorted back to our school. So the security guard could go, "Can you stop bringing the kids here? They're allowed to leave for lunch." We let them go.
Give it a fucking rest, True. He is like this. You don't understand. This is my job. I'm an officer. Truant officer. First of all, it's Saturday, so I can go wherever I want.
And then there was one time that I almost got busted by one, and you were with me, and you went crazy on this bitch. I mean, you were not well.
Well, first of all, here's what happened. They stopped you from getting into the subway, and we missed our fucking train.
What? Yeah, so I was using my student, you get a student Metzger card in New York. And so I was using mine, which technically you're allowed to use it. I mean, it'll time out by the end of the day, but I think you have to use it by a certain time. But I used it, and for whatever reason, she wanted to bust me on using it when I wasn't coming to or from school. And she actually grabbed me by my arm and like showed me her fucking truant officer badge. Like, you just messed up, but didn't see that I was with my family and they were just ahead of me.
And we missed our fucking train and had to wait probably 7 more minutes. So I went fucking ballistic.
The truant officer is actually part of the police department, or are they part of the education department?
It's a question no one cares about.
Because I remember the cops busted my balls.
Rock God. Are you a truant officer?
Truant officer, more like Julian officer. Give us a call, Feral Cats. Who was busting your balls? Regular cops?
Regular cops would bust.
Well, you're so crack.
No.
Crack is whack, folks. Crack is whack.
But I don't ever remember a truant officer stopping me. But actual cops were like...
You don't remember much of what happened before you were 19.
Not a lot. It's really hazy.
Well, it's that time of year. You got to turn everything to the left. Turn it to the left to stop the haze. I don't know. I would imagine that you got to be a cop because you can't go running around grabbing people in the street if you're not.
Children, especially.
I'm pretty sure she was not allowed to lay hands on me. I can't imagine that being allowed.
She was trying to heal you. That's why she laid hands. Look, Vito's leaning in like he's got something to say.
Well, it's just, I feel like any of the cops who have that, like, lower authority, just any chance they have to fucking bust somebody on it, they're just like, oh, I'm taking this.
Okay, you're getting like George Carlin on the cops now, right? Is that it? We played the George Carlin clip?
He's edgy.
Yeah, he is edgy. He's right on the edge. Actually, he says this when he sees a truant officer. I smell school bacon. You know what I'm saying? They must be making bacon in the cafeteria today. It's always funny, like when you're a little kid, and you just find out any kind of slang for cops. Because I got in trouble with my parents because I repeated something that I had heard at school when I'm like in second grade, and I say this at the dining room table, the dining room table, and I just want to say this. An explosion happened after, like I dropped the fucking nuke. Like my dad was screaming, my mom's plate was flying. They were so angry at me. So I'm eating my stupid dinner and I go like this. The fuzz came by school today. They fucking lost it. So they're screaming, right? And my brother's going like this. The fuzz. What a douche. You know what I mean? Like he's just like, who are you supposed to be? A beatnik hipster? Fuzz. I'm just like, literally, I had no idea what it meant. I just heard something. I was like, hey, I'll fucking new word. I'll drop that shit later.
I don't know why they would put a stop to that. That sounds like a great story.
Yeah.
Like that's the beginning of a great story as a little kid going, fuzz came by school today.
I don't know what I was fucking thinking. I don't know where it came from, but it had them furious. To this day, I haven't used the word fuzz around them. There's a little peach something else on my. But that's always funny. Like whenever your parents think you're going bad, that's like the first thought that they had that maybe I was going to be trouble.
Right.
Because I said fuzz, all because I heard it from Paul Franz.
As far as I can tell, most people have that when their children start congregating with other children.
They can't stand it.
This is just, you spend this time, 4 years where you're just like, let me just mold this little human into what I want. And then they start hanging out with other children. They just go to shit.
You don't want your children to have their own thoughts. That's the first terrifying thing. That's the first time that you think they could end up joining the Red Party and turning on everything you believe in. I mean, it's why you don't want to see a kid giggling in church. You just slap them and you're like, stay fucking tense. All this is going to come up during Robert Kelly's Creeps with Kids, which seems to be the hot show of the summer.
That's going to be the hot show. That's this coming Tuesday, August 30th, at the Village Underground. You can go to comedycellar.com for tickets. It's going to be Robert Kelly, Bonnie McFarlane, Jim Florentine, Louis J. Gomez, hosted by Ron Bennington.
And you are going to be there as well?
I will be there.
Yeah. You're going to be there, or B Square.
I'm going to be both.
Yeah. It should be a lot of fun, though. And it is hard to believe that all those creeps have kids.
Yeah. Couple of creeps.
Couple of kids. I don't know whether they're all bringing their children. I am. So I hope everyone else does. You might have to fight Louis J. Gomez's kid.
Each of the kids does 5 minutes.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be great? Let me tell you something about my dad. That's how that, kids. You know who seems like a kid is the big-titted girl on Big Brother. Whenever she's doing stuff.
Michelle, Big Meech.
Not Michelle.
No,
the other one.
Natalie.
Yeah, what makes you think Michelle has big tits?
She doesn't.
She doesn't?
No. You do, though.
Thank you.
By the way, have you ever once helped me with a correct answer?
I doubt it.
Over the years.
Sometimes he commits to an answer that he's not sure is right. And then you have to find out 5 minutes later from a caller, usually.
You know what your job should be? Standing next to a doctor and give him all the wrong tools. Scalpel. You just stick a giant fucking pen in their hand. Scalpel. There it is. That's a scalpel. No one else would give you the scalpel, but I gave you the scalpel.
So, Natalie's big dick.
She sounds like a child every time she talks. So for my game, what I have to do,
yeah,
you're just like, you went third grade?
Like, at her age, she has like child actor voice.
Yes.
Like not regular child, someone playing a childlike character.
Yeah. And she's with the only Asian Texan in the history of the world. I know who won last night, Theo.
Oh, yeah, I was watching.
Because you set out, go back and check the text and see that you gave out the wrong stuff as always.
How would I give out that was wrong?
You said James was going to win.
I thought James was going to win, yeah.
No, go back and read it. It said James is going to win. This sucks. Same as last week, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. I got to have another double eviction right now, Vito, on Big Brother.
No, this had to happen because now the finale date is lined up with the house guests.
The show is going on too long. We're coming into Labor Day, and there's 40 of them in the house right now. Yeah. There's more than when the season started.
There's so many people in there.
Yeah. Even voting people in.
I don't. And your worst thing came true.
I don't think it's fair that somebody has 3 chances in one season to win this money. And if anybody votes for him to win that, if he makes final 2,
I would vote for him.
Dumb.
You have to vote for him. He won himself back into the house.
He had 3 chances.
Yes, that's how it happens.
He's the best at competitions I've ever seen on this show. But that's not the point of the show.
More than that girl that everybody talks about after all these years, the obnoxious girl.
Rachel Riley?
Yeah, Rachel Riley.
Oh,
I'm fucking wrong all the time.
That's right. You're constantly wrong.
But why aren't you just quiet when you don't know the answer?
But here's what I love about it. It's not like you're wrong in my opinion. These are just not facts that you hand in all the time. You couldn't miss as much as you. This is why you can't gamble.
And you're the only person with internet access. And yet he throws out incorrect information.
Janelle with a bunch of fucking comps, all right?
The only thing that he uses that for, and by the way, don't start screaming at us, dude. That's the fucking worst mistake. You tried to steal that gimmick yesterday. But the only thing that he uses that internet access for is to make airline reservations. That's how he types like that. Craziest, longest typing ever.
Sometimes you ask him for something. It's a very short thing, and I have no idea what he's typing. Like, it's comical, the amount of time.
Every time he goes out, he searches for Google, and that always sets him 4 fucking spots back.
Where do I find that?
You got somebody on the phones with you today?
Yeah, Disco Dan is in here.
Disco Dan? Early morning Dan?
Yeah, Disco Dan wanted to come check out morning radio and offered a phone screen because, Spencer Berger's got that long commute.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
He's the only one who couldn't make it in for commute time. Disco Dan has tried to figure out how to not have anything match that he's wearing.
I don't think this is not a match.
Light blue shirt, dark blue hat already gets you in trouble. Then you got to put a dad shirt over your blue shirt.
Do you realize how little time I had between getting up and leaving my home?
Yes, we're all in the same thing, and none of us came in a clown outfit.
Wow, you and Chris are pretty much wearing the same shirt.
Every day.
He's ripping me off, Ron.
Oh, wow.
Why would anyone? It just means that you both don't give a shit how you look.
Shop at JCPenney's
And
too.
what is that, what's that hat supposed to represent?
It's from The Nightly Show with Larry Wilmore.
What is that? Is that something that used to be on when you were...
When I was a child, it was one of my favorite programs.
Well, why did I've never... Why is the thing all the way over on the left is what confuses me.
Ron, if I could track down the designer, I would, but I don't know him or her.
Sounds like you're being a little aggressive with me, Dan. I mean, today's the day. Let's fucking do this. You know what I mean? Let's push back the furniture. Jason in Wyoming. Jason, what's up?
Oh, not much. Just getting ready to go to work here.
Okay.
You guys were talking about feral dogs and all this. So when I was probably about 15 years old, my family got a warning in the mail from the U.S. Forest Service about a pack of feral dogs they discovered that was up by a cabin we own in the mountains. There's a lake up there, and what they guessed was this a bunch of people, here and there, their dogs had run off when they were up there camping, and they packed up and they were going around. They'd killed a couple cows and some deer, and they were worried that they were they're very dangerous because they're not afraid of people, but they're as wild as wolves.
But here's the thing. Kill a deer, a cow, not afraid of people. That sounds like a human to me. They may be turning human. That's what I'm concerned about.
They're evolving.
Now, they're evolving into humans within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Is that feral dog wearing pants?
And then slowly you'll just see them smoking cigarettes, checking their phones all the time. Almost left my phone home today.
Oh.
I'm stepping into a cab. Literally into the cab right there. Ronnie! What? What happened? An attack? Tell me the truth. Is this another attack? Because I know Homeland Security has been busy trying to figure out who hacked into Leslie Jones's phone to protect us.
I hope they get him.
Put all those ISIS things down. Someone has hacked into Leslie Jones's phone. You hate those people?
I hate them. Despise.
I think it's Mr. Robot.
I mean, he has the knowledge to do it.
Sure. They're coming out with a news show next year called Mr. Rowboat, where it's just a guy who travels everywhere in a rowboat.
Okay, that I'd watch.
So fucking good. It's so good. It's going to be so much better than the Lethal Weapon reboot. When's that start? Lethal Weapon reboot. Anybody know?
In the fall, I believe.
In the fall. Okay. Gives me 3 much time to catch.
I'm going to guess winter then.
Oh, shit. Sometimes in the fall, that's when they start the new shows.
I'm going to throw that out
Autumn. I think it's going to be better than the movies.
You think so?
Oh, it's going to be way better.
Who's the cast?
Whalen brother. One of the Whalens.
Okay.
I don't know which one. I think the funny one is going to be doing it. I don't know who Mel Gibson. I think is going to be Debbie Gibson.
there. She's getting a lot of work.
Well, why wouldn't she? You know, she's got the talent.
That was very strange yesterday when we were thinking, oh, what song did Debbie Gibson do? And I saw 3 singles and I didn't know any of them.
No, I don't know anything.
But why do
she's
I know?
done.
But why do I know Debbie Gibson?
She was American Sweetheart, is why. Her and Tiffany. They used to fight it out all the time and see who would be better.
I think I get the two of them confused sometimes.
No reason not to. No reason not to.
But if I have to pick, hashtag Team Tiffany.
Really, over Debbie Gibson? Tiffany's never even done Fox and Friends in the morning.
I wish she would.
That's what I base everything on. If you do Fox and Friends, you're a friend of mine. Doing it next week, though, and this should be great, is the Rolling Stones. So we got to get here early for that. Yeah. And only doing their early stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
How did they land that booking?
Their booking agent over there is cousins with one of the Stones. I believe a Rick Jagger. No, that's Mick. Rick Jagger. That's Mick Jagger. Because if it was Rick, then he'd be Richard next to Keith Richards, and
Yeah,
that's not going to work. Do you ever think they sit around the Rolling Stones after 50 years and go, why did we come up with the worst name for a band in history? I mean, just flat out worst.
It doesn't even really suit them. It doesn't.
It doesn't suit anyone. We're the Rolling Stones. How long is that going to roll for? A second? That's the dumbest name. U2 is also awful name.
Yeah.
Terrible.
U2, and I would also say REM. Like, REM is a band, like, they don't seem like they should have letters. You know, you're not LFO.
Right. And a lot of people, well, they were around before LFO. But
No, but I mean, like,
I
it has that kind of
I know
sound.
what you're saying. But they called them REM, like a lot of people say, REM is here, and they'd have to say, no, we're REM. And they're like to sleep? Not necessarily. I don't know. We don't like our name. It's hard. It's hard to have a name. I don't like any band name that's just named after a place. Like Asia.
Chicago.
Stupid. What I do like is that if you use the place and then add something to it, the New York Dolls, the Delaware Destroyers, I think that's badass. That makes it sound like you're a street gang.
Yeah.
But if you just call yourself Delaware, then you're a fucking moron band. Delaware Destroyers, great.
We're Delaware.
Hey, everybody. Welcome. We're America. Can you imagine a dumber name?
That's actually the worst one of all the locations. Just America. That's lame.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And I also don't like a band that says don't put the before us. You know what I mean?
You know what? You can say that we can't do it, but I do it anyway. And that's right. I'm talking to you, the Pixies. I do it. I understand you're just Pixies, but it feels weird to say it. It's uncomfortable and it's unnatural.
And then they'll correct people like, no, we're Talking Heads, not the Talking Heads. Well, guess what? Everyone on the planet's fucking it up at you because you made up something that we're not going to do.
And it's uncomfortable to say. I'm not going to just drop it.
I also don't like any of you fucking borderline high school bands that come up with a name that's supposed to be funny. You know what I mean? Like, you call yourself Bachman Turner Overweight, and I'm sure that you all get a kick out of it when you smoke pot, but no one's ever going to take your band seriously.
Yeah. And
you now have a dumb band name.
Unless you're a comedy band, then don't have a comedy name.
I don't know if I like even that because, like, Garfunkel and Oates, by the way, why you think it's funny, both those guys fucking sing like birds. So who are you making fun of? Yourself? Garfunkel's a great singer. John Oates is a great singer. What's the point of this joke? It's no funnier than if you called your band Simon and Hall. It's exactly the same amount of funny. And then why not, if we're doing lesser duos, throw McCartney's name in there and see if anybody laughs. Because he's not as good as John. Never got into that. Never liked it. Hey, Matt, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
I love you guys, man. I love listening to you guys. You make me laugh. As soon as I turn you on. So
Thanks.
And I think in 2016, I think Uncle Cracker, terrible name for a band, terrible.
Yeah, I can't fight that. I mean, most bands' names are just awful.
They're
just the
mostly
worst.
bad.
Hey, Josh, what's up, buddy?
Hey, you got me?
Yeah. I ain't gonna drop you.
Sorry. Sorry, man. Hey, I think the worst band name is Korn with that stupid backwards K.
First of all, because you have a band that no one can type. No one can type your band's name.
First of all, it's a backwards R.
Sorry, my mistake.
I believed him when he said backwards K. I've actually pictured it in my head.
How about, but the best is Booker T and the MGs. I think we can all agree on
That's a fucking great name for a band. I like somebody in the somethings too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good look.
I'm wondering who was the first that did it. I'm going to guess like an old cowboy band.
You
know
think
what I mean?
so?
Yeah, I got a feeling.
Because I thought it was like the doo-wop was the beginning of that.
I don't know. I bet that it was always something like, somebody in there singing Cowboys or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Like it was just like, he's got some singing Cowboys with him too. You might as well represent. I don't like just a one word thing because then you can't say, like, you got to be able to say, I'm a Rolling Stone, I'm a Beatle. You can't say I'm a Who. You know what I mean? Like, John is like, I'm sick of being a Beatle. But there's no way that fucking Pete Townsend said, I'm sick of being a Who. I can't stand it anymore.
A little Who from Whoville.
Yeah. You got to be a plural. You have to. Here's Sean in Charlotte.
Hey, morning.
Yeah.
Ronnie, I was just getting ready to go to print with my new band name, all our apparel and stuff, and now you say this, I'm wondering, is Electric Fleshlight Orchestra, what's your take on that?
I'm just going to not take you guys seriously. I'm just going to think this band doesn't give a shit about themselves. Jesse, what's up?
What's going on, guys?
Yeah.
Worst band name is Presidents of the United States of America.
No, I'm going to disagree with that. Number one, because I feel like they took their name from Point Break, which I think is rockin'.
Also able to be called the Presidents.
Yeah. But then when you bring it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, do you like a band when their nickname has nothing to do with the name? Like the Replacements, which is a great name for a band, their fans call them the Mats.
Yeah, that's too confusing.
And yet, for me, I like both names. I like Replacements, and I like the Mats. The Mats are here. For some reason, there's a picture up on the iBank today of Bert Kreischer in a speedo. Bert is wearing
I would like to see this.
less and less clothing every time I turn around.
Here's Bert in the Speedo. Looks like a drone camera's on him, too.
I think it is.
Where is he? At the bottom of the fucking Grand Canyon?
I don't know. Beautiful. It looks very majestic there.
Yeah, he does.
It is a drone camera. I just saw the shadow of it.
Shadow, yeah. He's
What
just
a nice
rocking
little
out.
dance.
I'll tell you this, Bert enjoys life. Thanks to alcohol, but he still enjoys life. He's trying to be Speedo's mascot, I guess, since they've fired Lochte. He feels like there's an opening. God, he's fucking funny.
I love his classic coach leg up move.
Yeah, smart.
Just post that leg up. Now you know it's real talk time.
Is that the kids in the pool too? Like,
Yeah.
not even paying attention to how crazy their dad is. They're just like, I don't care. I'm just going to be a child. Enjoy a pool. No one likes a pool like a kid. I couldn't, if I was in the best pool in the year, in the world, I couldn't have as much fun as a kid in a garbage pan full of water. You know? They just enjoy pools.
And the thought of an adult trying to force you to get out of the pool. Time to go inside? It's like the worst thing that you could hear.
Yeah, I'd rather drown than go inside. It's all the same to you.
Kill me now. Well, you got FOMO, is what it is.
Here's our buddy, old pal Chuck.
How you doing, Ronnie?
Hey, man.
I was going to tell you, back in the early 80s, I went to a concert at a little college around where I live. The major band was Atlanta Rhythm Section.
Sure.
But the band that opened up for them was named Stomach Cramp. I think that was the worst fucking name. That wasn't too bad, but that was the worst fucking name I believe I heard for a band.
No, yeah, it's pretty awful. That's pretty goddamn awful.
Okay, man. Y'all have a good weekend.
You too, buddy.
See you.
Here's Andy, Tampa.
Yeah, I like the fella's name with the backup group, but one that's truly bad.
Yeah.
Bruce Hornsby and The Range.
Now, I don't know whether it's worse to be Bruce Hornsby or somebody who said I'm in the range. So, what are you doing right now? Well, I'm in the range. We're doing okay. I'm climbing Jacob's ladder, if you know what I'm saying. That's just the way it is. Yeah, the range is pretty awful.
Yeah, not good.
What does he even mean by home of the range, or the range that they vocally have?
Or is it just his word for a stove?
This is what people should heckle next time you go see Bruce Hornsby in the range. Are you a stove? Are you saying it's like Bruce Hornsby in the stove?
Is that what you mean by that?
Or is this like home on the range?
Please reply.
Now, that's even another song, Home on the Range. No one ever says, I live out on the range. And yet we're all supposed to sing that song as if there was a place, like the range is being treated like the valley or something. Oh, terrible.
The range sucks. It's the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but no one says they're on the range.
I'm on the range.
I live out on the range. No one ever said, just that song is the only time that it's used. Steve, what's up, buddy?
What's up? Yeah, if you had an 80s new wave band, I think it was like almost a requirement for you to have a bad name. Like Aha or Flock of Seagulls. How could you not be a one-hit wonder with the name Aha?
And yet, both those bands are still working to this day.
Still loved.
Yeah. And Flock of Seagulls, whenever they do like one of those 80s shows, they're like, we're closing. Because no one gets on after our fucking song. And it's true. They'll close the shows.
But Flock of Seagulls is a weird... It's a
the seagulls could have been fine enough, or the gulls.
The gulls, the seagulls.
Or just the flocks. Or flock you.
That's good.
Yeah, thanks. Or flock in the range. I'll just fucking I'll be like Ron Bennington in the range. And I'll try to fucking open for those guys. For Bruce Hornsby in the range.
I don't like when the band name just gives you imagery that you just don't. Like the string cheese incident. Don't care for that. I don't care for it. I don't know what that means. It feels like silliness.
It means, as you're saying, we don't care about our band. Our band sucks balls.
I actually know nothing about the string cheese incident.
They're a jam band. Most jam bands have bad names.
I'll tell that to the Allman Brothers, because I would fucking disagree there. That I like, because they are the Allman Brothers.
Informative, right to the point.
But before that, you know what their name was?
What's that?
Almond Joy. And I'm not even fucking making that up.
Are you serious?
They had the name Almond Joy for a little while.
Thank God they changed that.
Yeah, I think
they would have been string cheese incident.
Yeah, I think some promoter or whatever. And you'd just be listening to Whipping Post going like this. This is a dumb name for a band, isn't it?
Almond Joy.
Just crazy.
That's the worst idea.
Hey, Josh, what's up?
Hey, you guys were talking earlier about, bands that name themselves after a place and having to add something to it. What about Georgia Satellites? What the hell's that?
I love it.
Georgia Satellites is cool.
Yeah, it's a very, very cool name. Again, I don't think I ever like a name when somebody calls themselves after a city or a state and then adds a band name. I think it works in a big, big way. That's why I think Bruce Hornsby in the Range is the best fucking band I've ever heard of in my life. I just drive the show. I hope they play Jacob's Ladder twice, because I don't know anything else they do. Could you play that one more time? We want to hear something we know. Flock of seagulls is like this. We go on last. You understand that, right? We're the flock of seagulls. You know that song I ran, right? That's us. That's our fucking ditty. You know, people ask me how I got here tonight. I ran.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're gonna do it.
I didn't Iraq. I ran. And I ran. Make it last, boys. Just fucking pull back a little bit.
Jam it out.
They don't really jam, but they're kind of a band. They just play slower. And so I ran. Do you ever like it when somebody just thinks, I'll do a song slower and it'll become a better song? You know?
It only works a couple times for me. But I think that there's been a trend of it.
Yeah, there's a trend of taking a rockin' song and making a weird girl sing it.
Yeah.
And then everybody's supposed to like it. Or what they'll do is have children singing it, you know?
What was the one for the social network?
Creep.
Yeah.
Creep gets used constantly by children singing it now to scare everybody. I'm a creep. Like, do these fucking weirdos even know what they're singing? Hate these kids.
Get them out of here.
But they try to scare you with the song by just slowing it down with children singing it. Like they're ghost children or something. Wait a minute, ghost children, write that down.
Pretty
Make
good.
it a fucking band. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ghost children.
Ron Bennington and the Ghost Children?
And you must be the USA. I thought Spinal Tap was a great name for a band because it's just, you know, it's like, fucking yeah. Spinal Tap, motherfucker. And then you call them the Tap. Eagles were another band that never had a the. No one ever realizes that to the day. But they were just the Eagles.
I don't care for it. And I won't participate. Like I said, I'm going to continue to say the Eagles.
Well, I would have said this. You guys realize there's a football team named the same thing, right? So we look dumb. We can't use the Eagles. Let's go with the Bengals. That'll be the name of our team. And naming, you know, it's the same thing as naming a football team. No one ever surprised you with it, but remember when they did like the other leagues, they tried to just do a single name to it, like the Fire.
Oh, yeah.
It was just like, stop it. You're going to be the somethings, you assholes. Or else this whole thing is ruined.
It doesn't make sense. And again, that's so you can say he's an eagle, he's a Viking.
Right.
You need to be able to make a singular version of it.
Well, football is different than any other sport because you have to sound a little scary. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be a scary animal, a scary human being, whatever. Chris, if you were naming a football team right now, let's say Camden just got a fucking team. Name them.
Camden Bobcats.
You're going to name them after a fucking basketball team? I hate when people do that. You're like, there's already a basketball team with that. What do you got, Vito?
I'm going to go with the Camden Carjackers. Keep it related to the town and what they do.
That's racist. Like a racist thing. What would you call them?
What about the Ninjas?
All right, I like that. And I'd go with the Trumps as a way of saying, I don't care whether there's a wall or not. Trump said that last night. He goes, I just saw the polls. I don't give a fuck if we have a wall or no wall. What's the difference? This is all goddamn made up.
Well, you're the one who said you wanted the wall.
And he actually just said this last night. Anyone notice I haven't seen my kids since the convention? Convention, everybody wants to come around. Since then, nothing. The kids were his best thing.
Yeah.
And Pence, what is he doing to help?
He's only hurting.
I think Breitbart's come in between Trump and his kids. Because once
First
Breitbart
of all,
came
Andrew
in,
Breitbart passed away.
the guy from Breitbart.
You don't remember his name?
Steve?
Steve. He just says Steve like that. Just tell me. Just say that you don't want to be involved in the radio. And I won't fuck away.
I forgot his name. I forgot his name.
Bannon.
Bannon.
He's in the front page of the New York Post today because he was busted on beating up a wife, battery charges, whatever. But like fucking 30 years ago. Like he hasn't done it lately.
Yeah.
Can we trust this guy? 30 years ago, he choked his wife. 30. He'd be out by now if convicted. I think at some point you got to just say, look, he's just sitting on TV. The Reverend Al.
What's he doing?
I guess he's wearing glasses now. Let's break here, Chris. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I want to break. Coming up, we got a bunch of stuff and we're not promoting it. There's no reason to, but we're doing an Unmasked today at 2 o'clock over on Raw Dog. You want to check that out. And at 10 today, also an Unmasked, a best of Unmasked. One of the funniest I think we've ever done.
It was so much fun.
With Big J. Okerson. Creeps for Kids coming up. Robert Kelly's Creeps for Kids. Gail and I are going to be joining him. And Robert sent over a song as well for us to play. But what's the dates on that?
That's Tuesday, August 30th at the Village Underground. You can go to the comedycellar.com or comedycellar.com for tickets. I added that, as always.
And I don't know who Robert Kelly has already gotten a cease and desist from somebody for doing this song.
Really?
Because they said it sounds too much like a commercial that's already out there.
There's a comedy show, Creeps with Kids. It's August 30th, Creeps with Kids.
Van Halen. And Gail's favorite, Ponytail Dave.
I love
singing.
Ponytail Dave.
That was her first big crush, was David Lee Roth.
Yes.
And if a video went up, she was very happy. And then when the video went off, she started crying. And we're like, we can't keep David Lee Roth on.
I wanted 24/7 David Lee Roth music videos.
It was called Dave TV, and he gave it a try. Seemed like... I think his voice is so good on that. People always bitch about his voice.
No, I
thought
it's
his voice
great.
slayed on that. It's the Bennington Show, filling in for Opie. And Chris, you had some programming updates because you gave us some bad information earlier.
Bad information. At 10 a.m., it will be a new episode of Accelerated. Next week will be Big J. Okerson Unmasked.
Well, we're not even doing the show here next week.
No, we're not.
But they're just going to run Big J. Okerson Unmasked for no reason?
They wanted to play it then, yes.
Okay. All right, so take it from the beginning. You told us that Big J would be playing today. No, Accelerated plays.
Accelerated plays today at 10 a.m.
Thanks. All right. It's the Bennington Show hanging out. And by the way, I'll just say to the Big J fans, forgive us. Please forgive us.
So sorry.
We made a stupid mistake. Lives were lost. People were killed. Look at Vito. He's so worried he's going to get in trouble. Vito, you fucked up. So what? It's not a big deal. No one cares. Stop going around looking like Brutus or Bluto from the Popeye series. It's fine. But he always looks like, oh shit, there's been a problem. I didn't correct it.
I know.
Shoe's going to drop.
You do not have a poker face. I always know when things are tense.
Yeah.
When you're worried about something.
When you think the plane's going to crash.
I got to work on that before I get to the Big Brother house.
The look on his face when we were flying out to Montreal and hit turbulence was like a terrified child. He was across the aisle from me. I was sitting next to Chris. He was across the aisle. And then he just mouths to me, what's happening?
Because before we got into the plane, my only thought was, wow, this plane's small, like the plane from Almost Famous. That was the one thought that went in my head. And then we start fitting fucking turbulence going to Canada. I'm like, this is how it all ends here.
How did Don book us on that fucking plane?
It was so small
Don's
and
fucking
scary.
used to be our guy. He despises us now. Despises us.
I hit my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was too big for the
I
plane.
had to stand with my arms in the overhead compartment.
But here's what I don't
was too
understand.
wide.
We're the only ones that are nice to Don. And
we love him.
And he despises us.
Why does he hate us so?
I don't know.
And why does he try to punk us with tiny planes?
Tiny planes is his funny joke. And he waited in Montreal laughing. While he was just hoping to be in a threesome with Voss and Bonnie. I'm not even laughing about that. Chris, you wanted to jump into us about some of your young lady pictures that are up on the iBank today.
Yeah, Emily Ratajkowski. You may know her from the Blurred Lines video.
Well, I don't know her, but
I don't know
I've
her,
seen
though.
her. Yeah, I've seen her there.
She, her Instagram is getting hot.
Her Instagram, okay.
Instagram, where she's just posting just pictures of her ass, just straight up just pictures of that. She's known for her breasts, but she's got a great ass too.
Yeah, but look how tiny she is. So that ass that looks like a nice big protruding ass may not be.
It
really.
may not be.
I mean, just
And it
slow it
looks
down. Slow
heavily-
it down, big. What's that?
It looks heavily make-upped.
Like someone put makeup on her ass?
Yeah. See the lighting. It's it kind of gives the effect of more of a curvature. It's very popular now with the like cleavage makeup, but they're starting to do it on the butts.
Well, I would say this: has a color like her internal organs are shutting down. But the space, you know how they talk about the gap?
That gap.
Why does she have so much gap even between her knees?
She's very, very skinny.
She's very gapped.
Yeah.
No, see, this is the exact thing that I was confused about before, because I think that men and women are confused on what the gap is.
I am.
To me, that's like thin legs. That's not having a curve like a keyhole. This is all the way down. She has gap.
This isn't a gap. This is a gape.
This is, yeah.
She's gaped. All right, but that is, and then you can see how tiny her waist is.
Teeny.
Go to the next picture.
Here she is just hanging out naked in a pool.
That's not a pool. That's a bathtub, right?
That's a really nice bathtub.
Or a nice pool, either one. I mean,
Either way, I mean, it's nice looking. It's indoor. So.
Remember when you fooled me by just saying Big J was a 10?
I remember that.
You don't give a shit,
It's
right?
like
Yes, I do.
It's like the pool all over again.
Yeah, it's like the pool thing. Where he's just like, let me fucking stick it to Ron. I got him once today with that thing. For no reason. I wasn't worried about what was coming up at 10. I was happy with life the way it was. All right, let's go to the next picture. She's very pretty, but she's going to get Nancy Reagan looking as she gets older. I'm just going to, if anybody wants to marry her, you're basically going to be marrying Nancy Reagan.
Well,
and I mean late in life, Nancy Reagan.
You know, when you're thin, the age really shows very well.
God's got to fuck with everybody, right?
You gotta fuck with everybody.
You just can't let anybody just roll through life feeling good about themselves.
Your whole life, you're like worried about your weight, and then you become an old woman. Everyone's like, "You look sickly. Put on some weight."
Would you think it would be bad if there was an afterlife and you said to God, "Thanks for nothing"?
This stunk. I mean, from start to finish, the whole ride stunk.
Gravity alone ruined everything on Earth.
And then you're just like, "I had a bad knee."
Yeah.
You're just like,
my knee has been killing me
for a lifetime.
Yeah.
A lifetime of pain.
Buck teeth. That's what you fucking give me? Buck teeth. The fuck? Bigger mouth, smaller teeth. Doesn't matter. People were fucking throwing carrots at me when I was in elementary school.
Buck teeth really make me happy. I don't know what it is about them.
Sure, because they look like they're happy people. But I don't know. It's not their fault. They look like they're smiling.
I just like it.
So that's up on the iBang. By the way, that's Greece, right?
Yeah, she's in Greece. She's
Everybody think... Excuse me?
She's on vacation, according to Instagram.
Greece is beautiful to look at, but it looks like uncomfortable everywhere. I mean, it's just rocky, and like the beach is straight down rocks. And if you got there, what are you going to do? Lay on the rocks?
You have to wear boots all the way down to the beach until you get in the water.
If I suddenly went to Greece and I was like, they were asking me to help them out, I'm like, we're going to bring in a lot of sand. And I mean tons and tons and tons of sand. And some of you guys get together, we're throwing rocks away. I mean, we're throwing thousands of years of rocks away. All right, what's your other girly pictures?
And now Kim Kardashian, she lost that baby weight, and she wants everyone to know
I thought you were going to say lost that baby. I was so fucking scared.
That's really upsetting.
But then she also did it in basically a sheer...
Now, where did she lose the weight from, Chris?
I guess
because No one. You're the one saying she lost the weight. I mean, that's really, that's a lot. I mean, the sheer showing the tits is a great idea because it's taking away from the rest of that the rest of the mass.
There's a mass. But Chris, what are you? Like, looks like someone lost the baby weight. Like, what is that update?
She just had her second child, just saying.
Stars are just like us.
See his new gimmick? I wonder where he got that from.
This guy.
Yeah, I'm not getting the lost the weight, Chris. Although I look now, here's the thing. She's not just sitting around. This isn't her Instagram. Like, oh, I'm putting some pictures on from vacation. This is a modeling shoot. This is what her job is.
Yeah,
her Instagram
pictures.
She's
at work right there.
It's crazy.
She's at work with her tits out.
It's crazy that someone's job is Instagram.
And by the way, dropping the weight, that's not really the point of Kim. It's good.
No.
Her weight is good. That's her appeal. That's her thing.
Yeah, if you go back years ago, her ass was 1/4 of the size of that. And we said she had a big ass then.
Really?
Yeah. And it's 1/4 of where she is today.
Yeah, the hip region.
I hope you put not safe for work there because those tits are out everywhere.
They're really
the tits are out and the ass is out.
I did not put not safe for work.
That's a mistake, dude. You get people in trouble.
People are going to open that thinking it's safe for work.
Yeah. And then be like, Jackson, get in here. You got tits out on my computer. This is why Coach can't come in anymore.
I know.
She doesn't know what pictures are going to be flashed up in front of her. And she is not ready for that.
She's not.
She's Portuguese.
She's a young woman.
From Portugal.
I think so.
She speaks Portuguese. So many people are angry that she's from Argentina and she's sang in Portuguese. I don't know. What do the Argentinians speak? Spanish or Italian?
They do, yeah. I think Brazil speaks Portuguese.
She told us she speaks Portuguese, so I just went with the flow.
No. I understand you did. I didn't say you were in trouble for this. I'm saying if you're from Argentina, you're not supposed to be speaking Portuguese. You're supposed to be speaking Spanish. She's here under false pretenses. As soon as, like you saw, the Trump was getting bigger, she got out of here.
That's exactly why
she knew what the hell was coming down.
Vito's response to you is just like, Mr. Bennington, I swear, when she told me she spoke Portuguese, I believed her.
I was lied to just as you.
All right.
Just you.
I don't think that you're wrong there. I'm just telling you, I'm taking the full heat of social media.
And I feel responsible because of the information she gave me.
He's being trolled for this.
Well, first of all, you feel responsible because you are responsible for her. You brought her in. What was the other one, Chris?
Now there's a controversy. Some new pictures of Taylor Swift were taken. And this has been a rumor for a while that she got breast implants. So now the internet's like, Tay got breast implants.
First of all, who's the weirdo behind her?
I don't know. It's pretty cool, though.
God.
It's a pretty cool beard.
He is lurking. All right, let's see them. What's going on there?
All right, so it's just these pictures of her with this like halter top on.
I just think she looks exactly the same as before.
Yeah, I don't.
When somebody gets breast implants, if she did, that means that they're not. It definitely looks like she did, though.
Yeah,
but they're not the type to, grab you.
Yeah.
When people say someone's breast implants, it means they got them too big.
Right. They're noticeably.
Those
ridiculous.
massive ones. She could have just got a new bra of Victoria's Secret. They're doing crazy things with bras these days.
Is there a before and after that you could show me, perhaps?
Yes, there is.
Oh.
But here's the other thing. She, believe it or not, there on the left, she's probably still a growing teen. You know what I mean?
Yes.
She broke in early.
And also the women's breast size can fluctuate.
Sure.
Just like weight.
Yeah.
So it could be that she's put on a couple lbs.
Well, she's coming into her womanly years. I think she was a clean teen. A picture number left.
The picture on the left was taken in 2013. This was 2015. It's a 2-year gap in between these two.
Why are they giving us pictures from last year saying, did she just get new tits. Because here's a picture from last year. Doesn't fucking make sense.
These rumors have been going around for a while, and they feel like these newer pictures are proving it, that she got the fake breasts.
I don't know. I'm starting to lean towards just she looks a little bit curvier in general.
Yeah.
She looked very slim in that first.
But in that first picture, she was probably 19 years old.
Still developing.
Yeah. Still her new tits trying to find their way in the world, you know?
Her buds, if you will.
She was budding, you know?
My breasts have gotten bigger in 2 years.
I've noticed. I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to say anything, Vito.
I thought it was Victoria's Secret.
Vito, burn, 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 you'll be a woman soon. You're eating so much, can't count all the way. Hey, how was your cheat day the other day, Vito? Did you do good?
No, I'm saving it for Saturday this week.
You can't move around your cheat day, can you?
My cheat day moves wherever I see fit. And this Saturday, my buddy's getting deported, so we're going out to dinner.
Where's he being deported to?
Hong Kong.
Nice.
Oh, fun.
What are you guys going to have for Chinese food? One last thing of Chinese food before he goes?
No.
Why is he being deported? He get caught?
His visa ran out, so.
That's not the same as being deported,
It's
though,
not?
is it?
I thought he's not in this port anymore. He's getting deported.
Okay. I mean, I always feel like you have to be caught to be deported. Not like, hey, your vacation's over, you're going home. Like, we weren't deported from Canada, were we?
Well, Chris was.
No. He was deported. I went back over the other thing. Not one remark about baby weight in that article about she's lost the baby weight. He just made it up now because he had nothing to say.
That's really weird.
Why did you do that?
Because she just had the kids. So that's why.
2 years ago.
No, she had another one. She just had another one.
What? She did?
Yeah,
I can't keep up with the Kardashians.
Yeah, there's a second kid. The second West baby.
Northwest, and then I think
Blue Ivy.
Prince West. Sailor West.
Charles.
Saint West. I knew it was going to be religious.
Boom, boom, boom. Now that's in my head. All right, let's play a little bit of Kurt yesterday. He was pretty wild, and I guess all the comedians were talking about this on Twitter. And the female comedians in particular, so proud of Kurt.
Really?
They loved him. They said he took responsibility. He thought it over. Because we'll give some people the background. Some people had banned this kid from playing some of the clubs in town. UCB, he's a comedian. And from what I understand, a fine one. And I believe Creek in the Cave joined in. And then Kurt was angry because he felt like a witch hunt had gone on. So when he came in and told us yesterday, and this is after they tied it in with Amy Miller, that he got talked to by the alleged victim.
Right. Amy Schumer.
Amy Schumer's the alleged victim?
No, Amy Schumer is who they tied it to.
Oh, who did I say?
Amy Miller.
That'd be great if they tied it to Amy Miller.
Amy's like, I'm coming out great at this.
Yeah, she is. Her career is taken off.
Will you say that you'll never work with Kurt again? Sure, I guess.
I'd love to not work with Kurt again. I love the thing that you think that he opens for me. So Amy Schumer got dragged into it so much, and I was laughing about it, that Charlie Rose was discussing. What I didn't know is that this stuff was really getting to Kurt, down to the point where he came in yesterday and said that he felt like committing suicide.
Yeah.
Until a hero came along and talked him down and explained life to him, and I believe that was me.
Oh, I didn't realize that's what he was saying.
It wasn't. It's Barry Crimmins, but I wanted it to be me. I want to be the hero. But this is Kurt. And what is he talking about here?
Talking about how he talked with the alleged rapist and the alleged victim.
Okay. And as far as I know, even the police haven't done that much.
Yeah.
So let's take a listen.
So that was more what I was upset about. And that's why I meant like go to the police or whatever. Now, what she told me, by the way, you know, I'm not going to say, she'll say, but I'm going to say hypothetically, and I didn't consider this. So I'm asking people that like kind of backed me up to consider this. Consider maybe perhaps some people did go to the police And the police were not too helpful. And the police are not too cool. Maybe they put you in a fucking interrogation room like you're a criminal when you want to talk about it. Okay? So yeah, you gotta go to the police and whatever, but it ain't so cut and dry. And I was a little glib how I said that because it shocked me the level of, wow, this is not like cool how they deal with this. Okay.
You were worried about a witch hunt in the comedy community without there
a
being...
witch hunt, first of all, for everyone. But Barry Crimmins, by the way, is the guy. The reason I didn't kill myself is because Barry Crimmins talked me down. Besides, the thing with the woman who called me, that wasn't suicide time. Okay. I'm going to get to that. But Barry Crimmins is like, look, he told me to make this up. Somebody else like, it's not a witch hunt. Like, we know rapists exist. Like, it's not a witch hunt. What happened to me is a witch hunt, not what happened to fucking, this dude. Right. That's not a witch hunt. Okay. But due to the nature, this is what I realized from this whole thing, that this crime's so goddamn emotional that people project themselves. So me not having all the information that this woman was so fucking kind to give me, man, I'm projecting, what if that was me? Because I've had things that are not, thank God, anything, but I had things that were kind of like, whoa, I didn't, So now I don't know her. I don't even have a story. I have just, UCB did an investigation. He's a rapist. That's all I had. So I'm not projecting. I would have identified with this woman who called me had I all the information. You understand? But I'm projecting, and this is what everybody does, which is unfair. And she has zero control right now because everybody in the world projects themselves onto her fucking shit. What I believe is this woman had a clever, brilliant plan to get other women to come forward. Oh, and I almost like blew her cover. And then she was cool enough to call me and explain it. And I'm like, all I'll say is something to help her at this point. Like, you could beat me up all you want. I don't give a fuck about an internet mob. I mean, I don't give a fuck. Beat me up another fucking 3 weeks so I could tell you that I believe her and I think this dude did it. Okay? Just my opinion, not legal. But I would be delighted if you all did that so I could tell you that. Okay? Wait, where was I? Fuck.
Hear just, how wired he was, but the internet, really came down heavy on him. And it seems like he stood up to it all.
Yeah, he really has stood his ground, but also has changed the way his perspective on something, which I think is it's a very difficult thing to do. But he dug deep at first, and he was like, I stand by what I say, and I think still part of him does stand by what he says, the intention of what he meant, which was to say that he thinks it's a scary thing when a sort of a mob gathers and just decides something is. So that mob mentality is scary. But
he also believes that the guy that he was trying to defend called him and lied to him. Right. So it's all up on the Interrobang today, okay? That's all you got to do is go there, okay? You understand? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, it's all up on the iBang, and it's, you really just hear how on the edge that he's been. He said he felt great, but I still felt like he was, pretty edgy.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting for anyone to listen to him, no matter what your take is on it, because if you're the type of personality who is going to judge someone on what they say, it's just realize like there's a human being on the other end of this, which is what he had to feel as well. So he said, when I just hopped in and gave my 2 cents, there was a victim on the other end of this who I hurt. Right. Who felt like I wasn't standing by her. So I think if no matter what you took of his initial comments, you can listen to him and really say, this is a human being.
I'm looking up at Fox News right now, and they're with Eric and Laura Trump. It looks like they got a nice apartment this kids were able to find a nice apartment in town.
They've done okay for them.
Yeah. Look at that right there. You get a nice place to walk
nice
out.
Nice little view.
Yeah, nice view, a little
Quaint.
Outdoor space. Like you want to go out there and fucking light a blunt? It's up to you. Go enjoy yourself. They all seem nice. Even the people that all the kids married all seem nice.
Nice family. Not as weird as you would think.
But he got into this thing yesterday about this crazy woman, Alicia, and I'd love to book her on the show. Have you tried yet?
I've reached out to her, yeah.
And nothing?
Not as of right now, no.
As of right now is the only time I have. So the answer is no.
The answer is no.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll do better. Hey, Spencer Berger, it's his last day with us today. Spencer Berger has been I would say the interns of the summer. Send him in, would you, if you get a chance?
Can't believe this summer's come to an end.
Look at Charlie Hustle. He runs all the way.
Goes.
Yeah, this summer, it seems like just the other day, Spencer Berger came into our life, and now he's going to skedaddle. Spencer, tomorrow, you're on your way to college.
Yes, sir.
Who's all going?
Just me, my parents. They're moving me in, and then they're out.
Your sister's not coming?
No, she's in Tel Aviv right now.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I was always hoping she would stop by this summer.
Yeah, but she's been busy, though.
Yeah, you were saying she's a social media person?
Yes.
I would like to have that job. I'd like to be a social media person.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what do you do? What do you want? I'm on Pinterest.
Oh.
So that's,
Is that
if
good?
anybody wants to follow me, Pinterest.
Oh my gosh, you should see some recipes he has up there.
I do my recipes. I do my guilty delights. I'll just have pictures of different desserts, some that I've eaten, some that I hope to eat someday. Yeah.
So that's pretty good, right?
Yep.
Now, on a scale of 0 to 10, how excited are you about college?
Oh, I would say I'm about, definitely a 11 out of 10.
Really?
Whoa.
Okay.
That's
By the way, this will help you in college. Can't have 11 out of 10. That I learned.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You don't even seem like you're that nostalgic with us today. It's
I am. Yeah, I'm just tired. That's all.
Okay. Why don't we talk to you on the afternoon show?
No. I'm totally cool. I'm waking up.
Yeah, I know, but we'll do it on the afternoon show when it's all going to be happy. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. It's
No,
totally cool.
I already said.
All right.
Okay. So back at noon, and we'll give our goodbye to you.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
And get some rest till then.
Okay.
We're gonna miss.
I'm gonna miss him.
Yeah.
Well, you're not gonna have another Spencer Berger. He's a one of a kind dude.
He is a one of a kind. He's a unique guy.
I feel bad. Our guest services are really gonna suffer.
Well, we don't know. It always seems like we're gonna hate the new interns, but we may end up liking them.
I'm gonna hate him.
Okay. Gail's gonna hate. Vito, are you the ones picking the interns this time?
Yeah, it's me and the stand man.
He's got to have his fingers in everything, doesn't he? He will not give you the responsibility you're looking for.
In every pie.
It's good to talk about who's going to be coming in and what they can do for
Right.
each of us.
So you wouldn't be able to figure that out on your own.
No, I could.
No, if you're too dumb, good.
I'm not.
Get
too
your
dumb.
boss to do it for you.
I don't want him to do it.
I have
for
to
me.
hold his hand, Ron. You know.
I understand.
I
You got
just-
to do what you got to do. I thought by this point he would have grown into a person that could be accepting responsibility.
I just hope the new interns can sing when they come into the office, like Spencer would do every morning for us.
What's the latest song Spencer sang?
He usually does parodies of musicals and stuff. I think he did a Hairspray one time. He did a parody of American Dad's theme song. So
I don't even know that song.
It's like Good Morning USA, but he said Good Morning Bennington.
All right, I like that.
I love it.
like that too.
And then Good Morning Baltimore
No.
from Hairspray. It was
No.
Good Morning Bennington.
See, I only know the first Hairspray, the John Waters Hairspray.
That's the only
I've
one I know.
never watched the musical Hairspray that's coming to TV this year.
I have never been able to bring myself to watch it because I was obsessed with that movie as a kid. And just from what I've seen of clips, it's not the same thing. I don't even know why it has to be called Hairspray.
I don't get it either.
Because it's not a musical. It's a dance movie. That's
And
the
now
whole
people
point.
only call the other thing Hairspray. They don't call the old Hairspray anything. They don't even know about it. Robert, what's up?
Yeah, hey, Ron. I know Barry Crimmins may have talked Kurt down from suicide, but that's not a real hero. I mean, did he return a wallet? That's a hero.
Well, first of all, none of us have returned a wallet. Anybody who returns a wallet is a schmuck. I'm a hero for returning a cellular phone.
Yes.
And I'll tell you how long ago it's been since my heroic move. It was a flip phone. So, I mean, it would have been replaced by now anyway. I don't even feel like a hero anymore. That's how long since I've done something heroic.
No, that was. Look, you only need one heroic act in a lifetime. That's all you need.
You think?
Yeah. That's all it takes to get through those pearly gates.
I hope. Why are the gates so pearly?
Pearly white. Made of pearls.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
Seems strong enough.
I don't know.
Oh, look
where
at this. SXM running a big commercial. Listen free now through September 6th. Who'd you say?
That was Hoda, and she was standing like just right in the lobby there. It was very surreal.
Oh. They showed the E guys doing an interview, but no one masked. Thanks, Don.
Don.
Put that in another tiny plane and then move Chris out. Have Chris standing in the hall with a box. Oh, boy.
Did you get any more updates about that?
No, don't even worry about it. It's not, don't even bring it to the air. I'll end up getting pissed. Why don't we break here? Coming up at 2 o'clock today, it's Unmasked with Andy Kindler. And then also we're going to have the guy who's done the book Powerhouse, CAA. It's one of the best business books I've read in a long time. That's going to be in the afternoon show over on Raw Dog. We'll take a break. Right back, Bennington. Yeah, buddies, it's the Bennington Show. Filling in for the Opster on a Friday. This is the last Friday of August.
What?
Yeah, this is it.
I need more Fridays in August.
Nope, summer's gone. Back to school. Not only back to school, but back into the military for a lot of people. You get the summer off and back into the military when September rolls
Suit
around.
up.
You know, there's a piece up on the iBank today. Little Jessica Alba. I don't know whether you remember her. She was a big deal.
Yeah.
Back in the early 2000s. Now she's a businesswoman and still an actress. She says she regrets her tattoos. She says the tattoos are now, feels like there's ink under her skin and she can't get it off.
That's a very sad place to be, in the regrettable tattoo zone.
Well, you got that one there. She looks like, this isn't even a tramp stamp. It looks like she's got it around her ass crack.
It's actually too low to be
too low to be a yeah.
It's a bow that seems to be tying together her butt cheeks, just the top of her butt. And it's very faded.
Yes.
So that's not a good look.
Get that retouched.
But
is there any tattoo that looks good once it starts to fade? No.
I think that some do if they're done in the like old timey sailor tattoo. Once they start to fade, it looks like they look aged, like the coloring can look pretty.
I don't know if that looks better though as the coloring starts. I mean, I've got that barbed wire thing around my arm and I'm very happy with it, you know?
You're very pleased. But you also get it touched up every couple of years.
Why not? You know, I deserve it.
Just keep it fresh.
Yeah, I deserve it.
But she also has, I think, a back of the neck tattoo and a hand tattoo.
Yeah, she's got sin and bad on her across her knuckles. You know, my uncle would have been your uncle, but you didn't know him. He was like tatted up in the early days, and so much that was when he was on honeymoon at a nice hotel in Puerto Rico. They asked him to put his shirt on.
Oh,
they said you have to put on your shirt. But just to let you know how cool he was, over his nipples he had sweet and sour. And I only wish I was making that up. And then he has a little cross right here. Like all his shit was real jailhouse looking.
Yeah, a good jailhouse tat is, it's always good to have at least one. One little like stick poke where you're like,
right.
Yeah, I'm pretty gully.
Went for it all.
But I had to just recently tell someone they're wanting to get their first tattoo, and they were talking about a lower arm, and I was like, you're gonna want to go upper arm for your first.
They always say something that the judge can't say.
I think, yeah, if you got to ease your way in. Like, your first tattoo should probably be somewhere that nobody sees.
My first tattoo was a sleeve, and I'm very happy I've done it. Now, it did ache. I'm not going to lie to you. When I was like 11 hours into it, like, my arm is getting numb.
Now, you guys are not tattooed, Chris and Vito. It's not very typical of our generation
Not
that you guys are
tattooed.
not tattooed.
I have a buddy who gets tattoos constantly, and now he's starting to regret them. He got this a neck tattoo, right? And the tattoo looks like his skin's being ripped open. And
Cool.
Yeah. And
Cool for a comic book.
And the American flag is underneath it.
What?
He's not even that patriotic. But the thing
Apparently, he isn't at all. Because that seems like sacrilege.
The fucking problem is not enough skin's ripped open, so it looks like the Puerto Rican flag. So people ask him if he's Puerto Rican all the time, which he is not. So he's finally getting this thing removed off
That's
his
a
neck.
pretty.
How's he getting it removed?
His lasers.
Yeah, but what's
I
that
get it.
leave? Just scar tissue?
I think it's also like it's like a very faded version of the tattoo. I don't think the technology's there yet to really remove tattoos successfully.
Don't bother removing your tattoo. You did it. Keep your choice.
Oh, I like what you're saying there. No one ever just brings that up.
Just keep it.
Wear
It's
it like
part
a
of-
scar.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to handle it. It's like, wow, 19-year-old me made a dumb choice. But you know what else? You don't get to pick anything else about your body. Like, just embrace the fact that some version of you wanted to do this.
Wait a minute, you get to choose your haircut.
Okay, haircut I'll give you.
And I do. I mean, if you think of how many haircuts you regret, what would make you think that you were smart about your tattoos? Now, I have a sniff in the tears tattoo, and I don't like them as much as I used to. But, you know, you brought up, like you said, for our generation, the younger people, it's over 50% that are tattooed now. Well over 50.
All of my friends are tattooed. Every time, like, a wedding is always funny because it's like all the girls are tattooed. The guys are like, look so nice in their suits. There's always like tattoos coming out of the neckline and like knuckle tattoos. It's very commonplace, I think.
Well, every tattoo that I have represents something that happened in my life. Yeah. Like this one right here. You see that like dripping? It's a knife and it's dripping blood down on a broken heart. That's fourth grade.
Oh.
And that's my fourth grade teacher. That's her name right there.
Wow.
Miss Tracy. And, but that thing
You
where
guys were close, huh?
when it's always supposed to be the fact that, it means, you know, like you're a fucking pyramid wall. But what about the body modifications? Are those fixable?
Most of them are. However, my friends who gauged out their ears, that is a really difficult one to come back from because you're going to need surgery to sew them up because they get gauged out. So I do have friends who either they still wear their gauges or they're just like, I have to wear them or else I'm going to have floppy ears.
But here's
It's
the
too
deal.
weird.
If somebody has gauges in their ear, you're just going like, oh, did you enjoy Lollapalooza? I mean, it doesn't mean anything
know.
more than that era.
Other than that, most of the other body, like piercings and things, is not a big commitment. I had facial piercings. They're gone now.
Yeah.
Nobody even knows that I had them. I mean, one of them I miss, but most of them were bad ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I had my septum pierced, and I did that when I was in college. And I had a little drink to unwind myself. Made a terrible decision.
Oh, no.
Terrible decision. My friend pierced my septum with like straight needle.
Oh.
It was, and then woke up in the morning and was like, wow, that does not look good. I do not like the way that looks. But then I felt like I had to commit to it. So I was like, what is the shortest amount of time that I can keep this in my face and to be like, yeah, I like it. I think it's pretty cool. I decided 6 months. I was like 6 months and then it's out.
Because you didn't want to look like you got drunk and regret it?
Exactly. So I'm just like, I like that I have a septum piercing. Now I think it's great. And I did not like it.
You lied to yourself and you lied to the world.
I did.
Go
ahead, Vito.
I feel like once you get a Prince Albert, you're just fucked, and you just got to stick with that decision for the rest of your life.
I don't know. I think,
all of those heal.
I think that one might heal.
Like the body is meant to heal.
Yeah.
It's a hole through your penis.
Yes. Yeah. A penis can hold, like people get shot and they get holes through their fucking heart and they survive and they heal. The body heals. The body wants to do just the opposite of what you want to do to it. You know what I mean? The body wants to be perfect. And then we put all kinds of fucking bad food, alcohol, drugs, piercings and ink into our body.
Do
and our
all-
body fights to get back, to be pure and clean.
But the gauges, that's just gone too far. Now you've stretched out the hole because it does get smaller, but it could never get back to its perfect place. So something like a Prince Albert, I think, would just snap back. I don't think.
I don't know,
would
but
be that-
you could scar from anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I have like scars from facial piercings, but they're very small. But I think, they usually just close right up.
Chris, you never did any piercings?
No piercings, no tattoos.
And all your friends, I'm sure, have tattoos.
Yeah, almost all have tattoos.
Out of all your dumb decisions, how did
Why
you
did
not
you not-
fucking tat
I
up?
could never make a decision on just what
Yeah,
what I
that
wanna
is
get,
hard.
It's
Yeah,
like,
I know.
I like this right now, but am I gonna like it forever?
My recommendation, just get a bad one first. And then you'll just want to improve. You'll be like, okay, this one stunk, but the next one's going to be great.
All your ideas, Gail, seem irresponsible. Everything that you say seems not thought out.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're making decisions at 18 years old.
After the Phantom Menace came out, people started getting like,
Let me just say one more thing. I would have been happy to make our decisions at 18. I was there to make them. So good, Phantom Menace.
Darth Maul was there. People started getting like implants underneath their skin.
I remember this.
Darth Maul was where?
In the
He just
movie.
said Darth Maul was there.
Just let him go. He's on. He's
Good.
really
I'm
riding
sorry.
this fucking snake. Go ahead. Darth Maul was there.
Darth Maul was there.
Yeah.
And people were like, hey, I want to look like Darth Maul. So
Yeah.
they got implants underneath their fucking head.
Yes, and that happened before Darth Maul. I don't know how to tell you that, but people
did not
were doing the
invent
devil horns before. But I saw a Chinese guy that had a dent in his forehead.
The donut. It's
Yeah.
kind of like
bagel. It looked exactly like a bagel.
Yeah.
So what do they put,
weird-
a bagel under your skin?
Yeah, I think it's something like saline or something.
Yeah, it's a saline injection, and it's like a big thing, and then they just poke in the middle of it to make it a bagel.
Now, why do they think that looks better?
I'm not really sure.
It looks like a good place to put my drink if you're laying down. Or flick an ash. Can I get an ashtray on my forehead? Thanks. I would appreciate that.
The first time I saw somebody with the nape of their neck pierced, it kind of freaked me out. That was like in high school, and there was a girl I went to high school with who got it, and she sat in front of me in class, and it just like gave me chills. That one in particular, I don't know why.
Where do you think this whole thing will go? Finally, like somebody have all the bones taken out of their left arm, so it's just fucking hanging there. I love it because it just hangs there.
Nice flop arm.
Yeah, it's great.
But yeah, some people, their thing is not even like the visual, it's the pain that you get from it. There's people who just like split their penis or whatever.
Have you seen the girls who get the hooks, like the hooks put in their back, like down their spine,
Yeah.
and then they cross strings like they're wearing a corset?
Yeah.
And some people do like hanging shit.
You act like you're telling us something. We live on the planet
we've
Earth. Come
lived
bro.
on Earth.
This is
Chris Angel.
news to me.
I've seen people
Yeah, I
do
went
this live.
I stood in line to see Chris Angel. And what was not yet the Hard Rock? It was the old, I guess, WWF.
Yeah. Forgot about that.
What a shitty place that was.
Oh, it stunk.
You can see how big your hand was compared to the big shows.
Yeah, but I mean, they had less fucking flash than anything. It would be long, black, dark halls.
Yeah.
They had nothing. It looked like they hadn't moved in yet the whole time that they were there. God, they were dumb.
Chris, if you had to get any facial piercing.
Okay.
No, I'll just say any piercing right now. You're forced to do it. Which one would you do?
I guess like a lip piercing. I don't know. I never.
Why don't we go out and get you a lip piercing?
No, I don't want one.
I think it would look cool.
No. I never was interested in getting anything
Snake
pierced.
bites?
Be a place for you to keep your toothpick that you're rocking today.
I will say with lip piercing, here's something. I had a Monroe for a few years, and I had to take it out because the back of it started to rub off the gum
That's
on one of
disgusting.
my teeth. So, like, one of my teeth, like, the gum was, like, going up too far.
Jesus.
So think about that with your lip piercing.
I like the fact that Chris takes the oldster angle about it all.
Yeah.
I see what's popular today is dimple piercings. That's,
Oh, yeah.
that's I don't know if it was popular beforehand, but now it's very popular.
No, yeah, that's been around for a while. It's a cute look, though.
If I had any modification done, I'd just have angel wings put in.
Oh,
Just
cool.
walk down the street with big fucking angel wings.
I would love that.
I'd be like, what's up?
Or like a tail.
The tail thing to me, if you can't move it, would I be able to like wrap it around
Could we
stuff?
get it attached to the spinal cord? is what
Yes,
you're
I'd be
wondering.
willing to do that.
I think with robotics, the way the technology is going, yeah.
I also wouldn't mind having my shoulder blades taken out so I could just, yeah. I think it would really help you when you were wearing like a suit. You know, it'd be easier to tailor.
If we're talking removing a body part, get rid of the pinky toes. I don't want them.
They are gross if you even look at them.
I don't like them, and I could wear cute shoes without having to worry about it.
Well, would you get rid of the pinky toes and pinkies? Because you gotta...
No, I'm keeping the pinky. I
Wouldn't
like
get
the
rid
pinky.
of the pinkies? Pink. Look more like a Simpsons hand. Like, what's up? And then I'd always look. He had to look down at his hands.
These hands.
These hands.
One so strong now have no pinkies. He's trying to pick up stuff with his pinky. That's what he's doing in there.
I can't do it.
I wouldn't give up the pinky toe. That's how you balance. Say goodbye to balancing.
Oh, God, you sound like your own mom right now. You wouldn't like it if you couldn't balance, would you?
If you were born that way, you'd cry.
One of my worst things is balancing. I just don't want to do it anymore. I'm tired of it all.
I had both ears pierced in high school.
You did?
I was the typical Italian with the 2 diamond studs.
What?
Yeah, and then
Bring them back.
I took them out because when I went to football camp, I forgot to take them out, and I got really scared. Took them out that night, and then my ears closed back up, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not fucking pushing this thing through my ear."
What you end up doing with your diamond studs?
I don't know. They're just somewhere in my apartment.
I'll find them.
That's worth killing you for.
He has diamonds, everyone.
I keep diamonds on the soles of my shoes.
When I say diamond, I meant I bought them at Mandy.
I like that he can say typical Italian and we can't.
No.
If I say someone's a typical Italian.
Well, I'm half able to say it.
You know the weird thing about Vito is he's more Jersey than he is New York in his attitude.
Yeah, he's kind of a Jersey boy.
I lived there for 2 years.
Where at?
Home of Bon Jovi, Sayreville.
Sweet. Chris was bringing this up today. But you were asking about proudest states again. Jersey is a very proud state. More proud than New York has ever been.
I would agree with that. As far as state pride,
Yeah.
Jersey, state pride, trumps New York state pride.
But see, here's the thing. I think that people who have state pride, it's because they feel bad about themselves. It's it just feels like they think that other people don't like them, so they have to have pride. Like, I'm from PA. Nobody sits around having PA pride.
Yeah.
They're fine with it.
City pride is different. Like, that's real,
Yeah,
specific.
city pride, sure.
But state pride is kind of strange.
Yeah, state pride is like, I think that you don't think that we're any good here, and we are. Like, fucking people from Jersey are always trying to tell you famous people from Jersey. You're like, what's that got to do with anything?
Every state has famous people.
Yeah, and like Jack Nicholson didn't get famous because he lived in New Jersey and somehow strengthened him and made him a better actor. What about Meryl Streep? And you're just like, fucking relax. It's nothing to do with Meryl Streep. Well, she lives in Connecticut now. Texas is a proud, oh God, the pride they have in Texas. Now here's what I hate. They always act like things are bigger, only because their state is bigger.
Yeah, you have a massive state. With
Yeah, but that's no reason to act like your state needs to be bigger, because your state is like, hey, the state is so wide right now, we're going to have to get some real width on this meat, or else it's going to look like it's not even here. I don't trust local pride like that, you know?
You think it's weird?
I like people when they have an easy pride, not a braggadocious pride.
Chris, would you say what is stronger for you? Your state pride, your city pride, or your borough pride?
Oh, borough pride, the best.
I disagree. You never bring up Queens. You always bring up Astoria. You have neighborhood pride, but you never brag about being from Queens.
Well,
but he drops a story.
You're right.
And then he's like, Christopher Walken grew up there.
Walken Bakery on Broadway.
But I never hear you fucking brag about Queens.
Well, the
you
rest
know why?
of Queens,
You're barely in Queens.
the rest of Queens is shitty. I'm going to say it right now. The rest of Queens is not that great.
So it's not borough
So
pride at
everything
all.
that people say is true.
Astoria and Long Island City are the best parts of Queens. That's where everyone wants to fucking move to.
That's like saying somebody's got the best part of cancer. Doesn't fucking mean anything. You didn't even make your case properly. And by the way, only people wanted to move there within like the past 7 years.
Well, Williamsburg got too expensive. That's what happened.
Yeah, what you're known for is low rents.
Not anymore. That's over.
So now you don't even have that.
What's the one bedroom there? Go.
2,500.
Really? Get me 3 then, because I could use the break. 2,500. Like he's a fucking realtor. That's how quickly he knows what the going rate in his thing is.
It's very important.
What are you paying in your apartment?
$700.
Why don't you bring in a goddamn? You bring in a roommate, charge them $1,000, and you're living for free.
The people in my building will rat me out to my landlord that someone else is living in the building.
Why don't you just say that you're having a gay love?
Oh, that's a good idea.
This was the problem because we were saying, you know what we should do? We should just like move somewhere as a show, move to another city, do the show from there just for 1 year. Just like live there, live in LA for a year,
Right.
whatever. He can't do it, he says, because he's not allowed to sublet for a year.
This is a way of getting away from him. Perfect. Would you do it, Vito?
Yeah, I'd move, but it would be hard to break the news to Leslie.
Why don't you bring her with? You know, like Granny.
that would
you
be
put her in
great.
the fucking back of the truck, and she's just on a rocking
I
chair.
love that. That would make adjusting for me so much easier.
You don't have West End pride.
No, I have pretty good New York City pride. I'm proud of my city as a whole. You know what? Actually, I'm going to go back. I'm only really proud of Manhattan.
What?
No, you know what? Fuck those other boroughs. I'm only with Manhattan.
You guys have a lot of Brooklyn hate, I feel.
I really don't like Brooklyn.
It's because it's an insecurity, is what they have.
I don't know what's not to like about Brooklyn. I liked it before it was gentrified, and it's fun now.
My issue is just difficulty to travel there.
He's actually afraid of Brooklyn. I went to high school in Brooklyn.
Well, can I say this? Difficult to travel there. Then why don't you say you hate Hawaii? Because that's not an easy place to get to.
I don't.
Once you're there, do you like it?
By the way, I find Queens to be much more difficult to navigate than Brooklyn.
I turn right around when I start to go. Literally, when I go past the story, I'm like, this isn't even worth it.
Those numbers of the streets. What are you guys doing over there?
Well, sometimes in the story, it's 27th Road is next to 28th Street, 27th Street next to 27th Way. It's a bunch of numbers in a row with different.
Ridiculous. It's the worst planned borough, that's for damn sure.
Staten Island's the most proud borough.
More than the Bronx?
Staten Island fucking loves Staten Island.
They do, but they also have a chip on their shoulder. So it's that fake Jersey pride thing where they're acting like Staten Island's the best, but they don't ever feel it.
Yeah.
And Staten Island is the only, I don't know if they're the only borough, but they act like nuts when they get to Manhattan. They're like, everything's different here.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, you're in a different fucking place.
And then you got Long Island, and they just want to be their own state.
Well, not at all. They want to fucking act like they're New Yorkers. That's the thing about Long Island that annoys me. You know, they're all like, we're here in New York. Are you, though?
Not really.
You fucking weirdos out on the sandbar that just keeps going further and further and then finally stops around a lighthouse.
That's one of those things, I'm sure everybody has this, where it's like you grew up in a city, then somebody says they're from that city, whatever. Whenever I hear somebody say like, oh, I'm from the city, and then you find out they're from Long Island, you're like, not really.
I know.
No.
No, but you do get the same news, so I get where you're coming from with that. You see the same guy at 6 o'clock. I just, that weirdness, so like, you don't see a bunch of people from Connecticut getting weird about themselves. They just live, you know?
Yeah, they don't get caught up.
Long Island gets caught up. Jersey gets caught up. Staten Island gets caught up. People from the Bronx never come into fucking to Manhattan.
They don't want to.
So they'll be like, oh, you live down in New York. I go, you live in fucking New York too. Boogie down section.
I feel they're very proud people.
Bronx?
Yeah.
Well, they act like because they had a bunch of gangs there that it's the toughest place. and the whole, like, they're proud about the wrong things. Like, the crack is unbelievable. You know? Like, a crack epidemic is crazy. I was hearing from some small town people yesterday where the heroin is getting incredibly bad. Small town heroin heads. All because the oxy thing got carried away and now everyone's moved over to heroin.
It's a gateway.
It's a gateway drug. It's cheaper. It's cheaper to do heroin than it is oxy. That's crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah, oxys, I think at the peak were like $80 a pill for one oxy. Heroin's $5 fucking dollars.
I'm never paying fucking $80 for a fucking oxy high. I'd rather go out to the fucking Comfort Inn and go in there and spend the night. They have an indoor pool. Same
just
price.
as relaxing.
It's just as relaxing to get in the Comfort Inn fucking hot tub and get up in the morning and have a continental breakfast, which means breakfast, but none of the good foods.
Just some weird yogurt.
A tiny box of cereal.
An old muffin. And orange juice, not freshly squeezed.
Alicia, that had the big fight, said she'd be on our show, but not today. So maybe Monday if we still care.
Okay.
But I guess she was mean to Kurt Metzger. His story is up on the Interbank today, and it's fucking hilarious when he gets into his problem with her.
Yes, it's definitely one of the highlights.
Andrew in Jersey.
Hey guys, Jersey has this crazy Jersey pride because the local paper, the Star Ledger, is like the biggest paper in Jersey. They'll always run some bullshit list about people that came from Jersey. Like right. Tom Cruise lived here for like 6 months. I believe you have to go to grade school and high school, then you're considered from the state. But if you're like a military kid, you were here for 3 weeks, that doesn't count.
So you're saying if you want to say you're from Jersey, you had to go 1 through 12 or K through 12.
Yeah.
K through 12?
Yeah.
See, as someone who moved to New York City when I was 14, I feel like most people are like, well, you're kind of from the city. Like I'm like halfway there. An adopted.
Do you feel like
child.
you want to be like considered a New Yorker, or you have Florida?
No, I like that I've had both life experiences.
I never went, and I lived a bunch of different places, but I always say I'm from the place that I was actually born.
Yeah.
You know, I'm the miracle baby of Chester. That's plenty. That's plenty. Why do I gotta go act like, hey, I've been here long enough to start cheering for the Yankees? I'll say this again. Fuck the Yankees. Fuck the Yankees. Fuck the Nets. Most of all, fuck the Giants.
Most of all?
Yeah. And oddly, I have less problem with the Nets or Jets. I think because they're less obnoxious about it.
Yeah. They're more underdog-y.
Yeah. But Yankee fan, unbearable to me. Giants fan, unbearable.
Yeah. I never embraced, even moving here when I was young, I never embraced any New York sports teams.
I'd rather kick them to death than give them the time of day. I'd rather take a fucking stale boot and kick them till they die before I said even a nice word about them.
The closest I've ever come is my brother goes to the Cosmos game.
Oh, I got no problem with the Cosmos.
And they're great.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah, I got no problem with the Cosmos at all. They're fine. Because you don't go around running into an obnoxious Cosmos fan.
No, it doesn't
I'm sure
happen.
there are some, though.
But
no,
like
they're great.
Even Hard Rock Johnny, who's nothing but a fucking sweetheart, he starts to talk about the Giants. It turns me off immediately. He's just running this thing of what year they won the Super Bowls. Shut up with that. They're a Jersey team.
They really are.
And anybody who cheers for them is fucking Jersey, in my opinion. What? You heard me, Chris. You're Jersey.
I'm a Jersey guy now?
You're a Jersey boy.
It's too expensive to keep a stadium here. It's too expensive. Yet there's 2 baseball stadiums here. No one brings that up. Well, I'm ready to.
They should just play in Central Park.
Somebody sent me a thing for a Kickstarter. I tried to forward it to you, called Dallas Sucks, and it's like Philadelphia fans talking about Dallas. And then did you see that thing where the little kid in Philly was locked in a car?
What's that?
Put it up, Chris. See if you can find it on the YouTube.
Found it.
All right. And you got to have a lot of volume for this. This is a kid in Philly, and he's trapped in a hot car.
Yo, what's going on?
Some asshole left their kid in the car, man. It's okay, man.
No way, dude.
You believe this fucking shit? Some motherfucker left the
Break the window.
I'm going to break the fucking window. Should I break it? Come on.
Are you calling the cops? Are you calling the cops? Hold on. You can't break the window with the kid right there. You gotta.
I'll break the other fucking window then.
Hold on, little buddy. Hold on, we're gonna get you out. Hold on, yo.
Wait, hold up.
That kid's got a Dallas shirt on. Yo, that kid's got a.
Yeah, never mind.
Yo, come here.
Yo, what's going on? You okay?
That kid's got a Dallas shirt on, dude.
Oh, fuck that baby. Fuck that baby.
Fuck that baby, man. Come on. Let it die. Fuck it.
By the way, this will show you Philly. They didn't even fucking do a second take to make that
like,
funnier.
That's
that
perfect.
Was so rough.
We nailed it. We don't have to do another take. That was perfect.
Even though we were talking all over each other and the bit made no sense at all.
This is going viral.
And the color guy was here and then he left and he came back. And it actually did go viral. Everyone fucking loves it down there. And then they just write comments like, yeah, fuck that baby. That baby is a little piece of shit.
Got a Dallas shirt on.
It's so funny. Everybody hates Dallas, though. Everybody.
It's a shit show down there. I'm so happy they're a bunch of losers. And Tony Romo's done this season. That fucking backup that everyone's talking about is going to take his job. Dak Preston.
Chris, you're such a fucking jinx. I don't want you talking bad about Dallas. I would feel better if you say Cowboys are going all the way.
They're making it to the playoffs, Ron.
No, I feel like that's a double jinx.
Oh, shit.
Because we know that you wanted to jinx them.
I don't want to jinx them. I don't like the Cowboys. I want the Giants to win.
Kevin, Houston. What's up? Kevin, we got you, buddy?
Hey, man. What's up, man? Sorry, buddy. Man, Texas has the most pride out of any state. If we can fucking make it out into the shape of our state, we will. A pool, a hamburger.
I agree 100%. I think I think Texas pride is like gigantic. And
when we go to other countries, we don't introduce ourselves as Americans. We say that we're Texas.
That is true. But here's the thing. Dallas is considered the number one city, right?
No, Dallas is a piece of shit.
So Dallas is number one, and then San Antonio, Lubbock, El Paso, and then Houston. Is that how it goes?
Yeah, I think that's actually the ranking. No, I mean, it's, Dallas isn't bad, but, obviously being from Houston, you're bred and born and told to hate Dallas. And if you're from Dallas, you're told to hate Houston. I mean, that's just the way it is.
I'll give Houston this.
Teams are in the same. What's that, buddy?
Yeah, Houston is like Philly. They've never won a Super Bowl. And they're in the second fucking team now, and it's still frustrating there.
Man.
And that's a football state.
Yeah.
And they can't seem to get over that.
We're definitely a football state.
Yeah. But you can't seem to win that Super Bowl, huh?
You're either a Cowboys fan or you're a Texans fan, and that's it. I mean, obviously you're going to have your people that have relocated from other cities around, but I mean that's.
But it's like 90% of that state is a Dallas fan, right?
Yeah, I mean because when we had the Oilers before they moved to Tennessee, there was always that rivalry. But Dallas, when you get out to like San Antonio and Lubbock and all that area out there, all they have is Dallas shit.
Yeah, I know. It's true.
I mean that's why the Rangers are big, and that's why the Cowboys are so big out there.
All right, thanks, bro.
But like when you're in El Paso,
yeah,
like this is what people don't realize. We talked about driving like in hours, and like El Paso, from Houston to El Paso is 8 hours in a car. So El Paso is actually on the it's West Coast time. So they actually get LA stations in fucking El Paso. That's how big our state is.
Yeah, there's nothing to there's nothing in between to knock down any of that. Like, it's a big empty state too. Like, there's not forest and shit.
What is the length to drive Florida?
Florida's about 9-10 hours. Miami to, well, if you went Key West up into the Panhandle, that might even be like 11 or 12 hours.
Yeah, that state goes on forever.
Yeah, it's a long, but it's a thin state. You
It's
can
a
throw
thin-
a rock across
yes.
it. Where
Phallic state.
Yeah. Where, on the other hand, yeah, I mean, it is. It's like a penis hanging off, and the keys are dripping down onto Cuba.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like we're taking a little fucking old man piss on Cuba.
Really bothered me as a kid to find out, like, people made a lot of jokes.
Yeah.
Like, we were the dick of the U.S.
Well, a lot of people said, too, that if you go in and rub it, that it'll point off to the Bahamas. And I don't even know if that's true. But, I mean, no one's actually tried it. But I was thinking this about Texas. I had this friend who was driving from he was going to move and live in L.A. So he's like, he was a Brooklyn guy who was living down in Florida. So he had all these fucking suits, all these like crazy like shark skin suits, but he had them hanging up. He's like, you know how those Italian guys worry about their fucking pants folding?
Yeah.
He had them hanging up in his back seat. He had this rod put across his back seat so he could always keep his clothes back there, right? So he fucking is driving across Texas on his way to Florida. Fucking pulls in a hotel, just goes in and crashes. He gets up there, broken into his car, stole his 28, 30 fucking suits. And all I could think of is this Mexican family wearing these fucking Goomba suits all over. Because every one of his fucking suits made you feel like you owed him money. It looked like he was here to collect. Vito, you keep a couple nice suits for yourself, or?
I have a shark skin suit. It's fucking beautiful. I bought it after I saw Pope of Greenwich Village, and I was like, "That's a nice fucking suit." Took a screenshot of the movie. Took it with me. Took it to my mom first. Was like, "Mom, where do I find this?" She directed me to some places. Went around Astoria to find said suits.
He gets when he wants to buy something, he has to have it.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
I'm looking everywhere for that fucking Zingbot for President hat that they've been wearing on Big Brother. I want that bad. I even tweeted at Zingbot.
It seems like you could just make it yourself because that's the only place. I just made my one yearly purchase.
What's that?
Madden.
Nice.
I'm waiting for it to be delivered right now. I'm kind of excited. I hope it's here today, so I'll have the weekend with it. But here's the funny thing about that. They're like, why don't you just download it? I go, because I always had the fucking disc.
You like it?
Yeah. I feel like something could go wrong if I fucking download it.
What if it just disappears?
Thank you. Here, I know I own it. I got it right there.
You can pad it, rub it.
Take a look at it. No, look what the players do. Little different things here. Look at the dance this guy can do when he scores. I think I've played Madden since it was just little blips.
I think you
just
have.
tiny little blips that bang together. Now, for some reason, I'm like, this is fucking incredible. Look at that. It's like playing an actual game. I don't know if anything's ever gotten better the way fucking video games have in the history of the world.
It's insane.
I mean, you think of how many things, everything else still looks the same, and then those things have gotten amazingly better.
And each generation, every time they start to do something new, you're like, can't get any better than this. Like, you grew up on, let's say, Super Mario Brothers. The next level up, you're like, this is beautiful. And now if you look at whatever that next version was, you're like, that looks like shit. Why did I think that was so great?
Because what happens is they just don't make it slightly better. They make it 100 times better than it was the year before. And they make it 100 times better 18 years in a row. The funny, you're like, how fucking far? Like, now I understand how to travel light years just playing video games. Chris, you never were able to get any video games. He never got a lot of stuff that he wanted when he was a kid.
No.
You didn't get a lot of stuff you wanted?
Mm-mm. I always wanted I wanted a Super Nintendo, didn't get that.
Mm.
And then, when I was a real little kid, I remember wanting a G.I. Joe fucking this play set that was a fucking aircraft carrier. And then as an adult, I looked it up. It's 4 feet long. Like, it's a giant fucking, and it must have been, it was probably in the late 80s. It must have been like $200 or something. No wonder I didn't fucking get it.
You didn't get it also because where are you going to put that in an apartment? Plus, I mean, what you wanted, Chris, was a dollhouse.
Pretty much.
That's a dollhouse. That's one thing that I didn't get that I asked for because my dad and my brother said, we're not going to let you sit there and have a doll. I go, it's a G.I. Joe. They go, you change it. No way. Because, like, you could take its pants off and they're going like this. That's a doll.
That's a doll.
And God forbid, I guess they thought I'd end up sucking a penis somewhere. Just let me, you know what? For 5 minutes, let me be a kid before you worry about my sexuality. That's fucking hilarious, Chris.
This thing's gigantic.
That
Oh, my God.
is the dumbest thing any kid's ever wanted.
Really wanted it as a child.
No, that's sad.
That's really sad. I want to buy it for you.
Vito, anything that you wanted?
For years, I've fucking talked to my mom about this, and she doesn't give a fuck that she didn't buy it for me. And every time I see a kid using it, you know those fucking cars that little kids drive everywhere? The little electric cars?
Yeah, where are you going to drive it?
I don't give a shit.
You can't keep a car in the city.
I wanted that fucking thing so badly.
Guess what?
Where are you going to get
see kids driving it, and to this day, in my fucking neighborhood, when I see
Vito,
kids wearing it.
I want you to look at yourself as a child and see how large you were. There was no fucking car you were going to fit in.
The Jeep.
And my friend had one. My next door neighbor had one. That's just as good as you having one.
Oh, yeah. And that thing had a big car battery in the back.
Yeah. It was amazing.
You guys just
it was
cruise
like
around town.
Yeah, it was a big like safari Jeep. And I loved it.
Not that bullshit fucking red car with the yellow roof that you use
Watch
your
your
feet.
language. Why don't you calm down for 5 minutes?
Relax.
No wonder Spencer doesn't feel comfortable in there. You know what? Your mother fucking raised you as a single mom. You ought to go home and kiss her feet, not scream that you didn't get some shitty ass fucking car that you would have played with for 5 minutes, driving it up and down the hall of your tenement building.
Are we going to get a parking space for this, like in New York?
That's
like
fucking $900 a month.
Also inside parking, you're not going to move that thing in the morning.
We got a bike room in my building. I would have kept it in the bike room. I had a whole plan.
You put it in,
God,
just
ridiculous.
Stop acting like you deserve and go home and thank your mom for not aborting your giant head.
I love my mom. It's just this is that one thing that I've always thought about.
Don't be angry. Eh? Go buy yourself one now and ride around with it. See how bored you'll be.
I can't fit in that.
First of all, you don't even have a driver's license yet.
Maybe this is all a deep-seated issue why I don't have one.
Your mom gets anything, it should be an ice pick for your neck.
the one time I ever remember having this where I really wanted something and couldn't get it was there was
Boyfriend?
a commercial. Huh?
Yeah.
Very funny. I do very well with the gentleman. Very well.
So go ahead. There was a commercial.
There was a commercial. SNL was doing a parody commercial, and it was Big Red. And I didn't understand. I was so little. I didn't understand that it was a parody, but he was a Viking who sprayed blood all over the place. And I thought it was the coolest thing I ever saw. And then I said to my mom, I want that. And everyone laughed.
Yeah, point it.
And then said, this is a parody. This isn't a real thing. And I thought about it for weeks. Like, I just remember just like, why is it fake? Like someone, and then I was like, well, they must have made it if it was that, even if it's a joke. I was like, there's got to be a way to get a Big Red.
Do you remember what I said to you then? I go, you're 4. Why are you still up 1 o'clock in the morning?
Because you didn't tell me to go to bed.
I don't know. What am I going to do? I don't know what time everybody goes to bed.
Big Red was the best. I still think about it.
I literally can't remember ever wanting or caring about anything when it came to a toy. Nothing. They all look dumb to me.
Not even a
There's Big Red right
Look
there.
at Big Red.
Scared
Big
me.
Red.
In the helmet thing.
The helmet thing.
But you better watch out when you pull the string. Big Red. Big Red. Big Red. He's big, big, big. And he's red, red, red. And that's how he got to earn the name. Big Red. Big Red.
Hey, Calvin, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, what's going on, man? Hey, I was going to say something about the Jersey pride. I think there's so much Jersey pride because growing up in the wake of also MTV kind of fucked our reputation over.
No, you
so now we
already
gotta
had a bad, you had a bad reputation back in the 40s or 50s. It can't. The whole Jersey sucks thing came from old Catskills comics. It was just the only thing wrong with Jersey is on the other side of the river. That's it. Stop thinking that there's some fucking mystery about it.
That's what it. You're the other guy.
You don't have a major city. So Philadelphia made fun of South Jersey, and New York made fun of North Jersey. You don't have to buy into it or think that Jersey Shore fucked you over.
You did just fine.
You're fine. It's a nice state. Brian, what's up?
Hey, that earlier caller about El Paso is mistaken on a few things. We're not in the Pacific time zone. We're right below or south of New Mexico. Yeah. We're in the mountain time zone. And but yeah, El Paso is a pretty cool place to live. And but they a lot of people here they love their Dallas Cowboys. Everything
They're not theirs. They're Dallas Cowboys. El Paso doesn't have a team.
Well, that's true. So we got to find something.
Yeah.
So
you got to make your own. Not try to glom off another city's team. That's where you fucked up. But just think of what he said. They love their Dallas Cowboys. They're not yours.
I love your Dallas Cowboys.
Yes. Thanks for letting us watch. And just because I say it on TV doesn't make it mine. Big Red. Who's the big preseason games? Oh, the Bucks are playing tomorrow night, right? I forget who. I think they're playing Cleveland. Don't start typing, please. You'll drive me out of my fucking mind.
Got it.
There's some talk about Johnny Football going to play Canadian football now.
Oh God.
He can't stay out of the fucking news. Oh, today is the big workout, right?
Yeah, with Tim Tebow, he's gonna have teams coming and watch him. See if he has anything.
Where's he doing it? In Florida?
In Florida, yeah.
He's a Jacksonville guy. I can't believe the Jags won't pick him up.
It's insane that they should just to have him in the fucking stadium. Just put him there. Have him greet people. Whatever.
That's not what he's looking.
That's not a position.
Fucking throwing hot dogs to people 10 rows away is not.
You can get a T-shirt gun.
He wants to play a sport.
Put him on the practice squad.
I like to ask you if you wanted a T-shirt and then point a real gun at you and pull the trigger.
Yeah, I love one.
Catch the T-shirt.
His last thing is that he's reaching out to try to grab a bullet. Big Red.
Big Red. In the helmet thing. Oh, Big Red.
Big Red, you son of a bitch. You crazy son of a bitch.
The idea of being so young, you don't even see the parody of it. You're just like, yeah, I would like to cover my house with blood. That sounds great.
Well, the thing about being a kid is like you're so fucking stupid, and people are just telling you just the opposite.
You're smart.
You how good you're doing.
You're talented at everything you do.
You're literally the dumbest you'll ever be. Every day, it's a better, but you're still that's as dumb as you'll be for the rest of your life. Hopefully, I mean you could be. No offense, Vito, Italian. What's the last big idea that you had, Vito? That was a good one. I'm really mad the way he was talking about his mom.
Yeah,
it's not a personal attack on her. It's just
it came across that way because she didn't get you one thing that you wanted. In the meantime, you had a fucking warm place to shit, loose shoes,
and I don't know if she provided pussy, but.
It definitely wasn't tight. Not after pushing that fucking refrigerator down there.
Very large head.
Yeah. Large head, small dick. The fucking Vito story. Now I'm sure you got a giant cock. Look at him blushing. He's blushing like a baby. How can you not love Vito?
I adore Vito.
The only person that doesn't love him is Chris.
they fight like cats and dogs, these two.
In the office yesterday, I was yelling. I can't remember who I was yelling at, but someone popped their head into the office and said, "Hey, free food down the hall," and that annoyed me because I was working.
Yeah.
And so and then I started yelling at Vito, "You believe these fucking people? They have nothing else better to do?" And then Dan pops his head in there, "Hey, free food!" And I just yelled at Dan, "Get the fuck out of the office."
Wait, what kind of food?
It was literally immediately Chris had finished saying, "Does anybody else have fucking time to do this shit? I don't." And then the second he finished that sentence, Dan pops in and goes, "Hey guys, there's free food over there."
What kind of free food, Dan? Come on, Big
What
Red.
free food do they have?
Yes.
There was pancakes, not only pancakes, there was muffins, there was fruit, yogurt. You guys missed out.
It's a continental breakfast.
Yeah, where were you? The Hampton Inn?
It was some sort of a lot of guys in shorts were in the conference room chowing down, and the weirdest thing about it was like dozens of cans of soda on the table amongst all this breakfast items.
It's scavenging, Ron.
First of all, I don't have a problem with a fucking soda with breakfast. It's not a bad thing.
It's not my thing, but I don't have a problem with it.
Well, what do you want to do? Just use your own spit to swallow with?
Give me a Sprite, lemon and lime.
Have coffee like an adult.
But it's the afternoon, right? And they're having breakfast. Why is he saying you can't have a soda with a brunch? You can have a fucking cocktail with a brunch.
He's a scumbag.
But why are you getting angry with people?
He gets angry.
And you know what? You were saying that these two fight like cats and dogs? No. They fight like Chris and anyone else that works here. Because I can take you over the fucking length of time of everyone that he's worked with, and he's had the same exact relationship. A fighting relationship.
Well, he's yelly is the problem. He's very yelly.
I have to get my anger under control, probably.
What were you doing that was so important? What kind of surgery were you doing that you couldn't be interrupted by somebody saying free food?
I was cutting audio, I believe.
No. You cut it into fucking 40-minute chunks. I don't know. I don't want to say anything. But I'm going to take a gun. I'm going to point it in my brain. I'm going to pull the trigger.
Point it in my brain, Ron. Point it in my brain.
I couldn't shoot anything that small, Chris. I'm not that good of a shot. I'm not Andy Oakley. That I can shoot a nickel from 10 yards away. Hey, we got to go for 2 hours. We'll be back at our afternoon show. Tell everybody what's coming up.
Accelerated is coming up at 10 a.m. And on Raw Dog, Andy Kindler Unmasked at 2 p.m. That's Andy Kindler from the Montreal Just for Laughs Festival.
He's a funny guy. That's it. We'll see you guys in just a couple hours. Bennington Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!
Ashley King, Elvis, Elvis Aaron Presley. This is the Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I'm Ron Bennington. It's the end of an era for us. Young Spencer is leaving us.
Can't believe it.
So we're going to be saying goodbye to him today. Also, we've got some people stopping by. Later on, there's a writer about a book on CAA called
James Andrew Miller.
Mm-hmm. It's called Powerhouse, the Untold Story of Hollywood's Creative Artist Agency. At Jim Miller, if you want to, chat with him. But Chris is doing something right in front of me, which is hilarious. Fridays get weird and tired.
They get really weird.
But this book is fantastic. And after that, we go back to Montreal. It seems like forever since we've been in Montreal. And it's the Unmasked with Andy Kindler, who you guys said you really enjoyed very much.
Yeah, it's such a funny Unmasked. And I was saying earlier on the early show, that's what I call it now, the early show.
The early show.
That I feel like you guys were like immediate chemistry. And we had just met him moments before the Unmasked.
And then hung out doing different things because he was doing a thing for Big J and he was doing several other shows. He's kind of the king of Montreal.
He is.
Oh. Very funny man. Let's bring in Spencer Berger to say goodbye to him. Have him sit in with us a little bit because we're going to be busy as the show goes on.
So sad.
Aw.
Are you crying sad?
I'm gonna miss this guy.
I'm like
Me
sick.
too.
Sad.
I'm gonna miss him.
I have a goodbye present for everybody here.
Oh, you shouldn't do that.
Spencer.
Don't you dare. Oh, Magnolia.
I had to, though, as a token of my gratitude for being here. You guys deserve a treat.
Oh, well,
just like what you did to me on my birthday. I figured I'd give you guys a little something.
You shouldn't have
You
done
are
that.
so sweet.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Would
it.
you have one with us? Can we all have one
Of
together?
course, you can all
good.
dig in as much as you like.
You know,
Possibly eat these myself.
Spencer has made this a fun summer for us. And you said, Spencer, this summer, you're still thinking about what you want to do, but
yes,
the communications industry is still on the table for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking a class there, and if I like it, you know what, if there's a lot of stuff that I'm into, I think I'll have that declared as a major.
That's what I like about Spencer. Keeps an open mind.
He does. He does keep an
'cause
open
It
mind.
took me time to figure out what I want to do with my life. You know, I'm still adjusting to everything. You know, I'm just...
Yeah, he doesn't make a rash
trying to-
decision, but
No,
he
trying
keeps
to
an
figure
open
it out,
mind.
you know, because it will help me, you know, because I'm going to a bigger university, it will help me figure out my majors. They have a lot of opportunities they have to offer, and it will definitely help me sort of figure out what that path will lead me to. So I'm definitely going to look around, and it will certainly help me.
Can I give you one more idea?
Yes, sure.
The CIA has a trained assassin.
Really?
Yes. You will have a license to kill.
A license to kill.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Would you do it?
I want to kill people.
But what if they were the bad people?
Oh, bad people? Yeah.
Okay.
If it was ISIS or anybody involved, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, let's say if I was going on Birthright, for example, and we were in that shop when that shooting happened, and let's say if I were to see someone holding a weapon, or someone would be loading the weapon, because, you know, before they shoot, every time they take a shot, they have to load the weapon.
Right.
And so what I would do is I would sort of kick him in the nuts and try and get the gun right out of him and put the pistol right in his face. And if there's another guy, then I would have to shoot him because he has the weapon.
Then he has the weapon and he's already loaded.
Yeah,
by
and
then.
there would be eyewitnesses telling the police that
Sure, they're going to back you up.
Because maybe they'll think that, because if I'm holding the weapon, they'll think I'm the terrorist, though. But no,
they're going to be able to figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
witness.
And so what I did was I figured, you know what, I better stop that. And so I figured I would try and do the right thing.
It sounds like you're already
I feel like
halfway
I want to
there.
be like the hero, though.
You know, I saved someone's life before. I was going into a candy store when I was younger and saw a person pull out a weapon and start to rob the place.
Oh my gosh.
And I turned and ran.
Well,
and saved my life.
You saved your own life?
Yeah.
Oh.
well, is that really the same thing as
I
what
feel like it was
Spencer
heroic because I had to turn and get out of there.
Yeah.
And off I went.
Yeah, maybe, you know, a lot of the girls maybe in the group that I'm with, they'll love me because I'd be the hero.
That's true.
I would kick the guy, and you know what I would say? Get down, you son of a bitch, get down.
Yeah. Now,
That's
who
what I
you
would
calling
say.
the son of a bitch?
Yeah.
The girls?
No, the terrorist, the guy who was going to do the shooting. I would say, get down, son of a bitch.
Okay. And then, what if he didn't speak English?
What if he didn't?
Yeah.
No. But still, though, I would just say that.
I do the same thing.
I'm part of that.
If I had Chinese throwing stars, I'd immediately start chucking them.
That seems like it would be a lot more difficult than shooting a gun, though, don't you think?
No, for me, it's easy. I'm trained.
Oh, okay.
I'm trained in throwing Chinese fighting stars.
How would you? Do you think that you'd be pretty good with the Chinese throwing stars, or?
I don't think I've heard what they are.
Well, they're like, put up a picture of them.
Ninja.
They're just like things that ninjas use them, and they have little. Look, you throw that, it sticks into the person.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know what they are. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're very sharp.
First of all, I would go like this to them.
But even you could still cut your hand though when you throw those things.
Yeah,
you gotta be
They're
careful.
so sharp.
One time, I was in a building that was being taken over, and I was luckily able to kill one of the guys upstairs. And then what I did is I put him in a Santa suit with a little sign that says "Ho, ho, ho." Now I have a weapon, and everybody down there was like. Wait, you took off his clothes and put on a Santa suit? I was like this. I thought everybody was going to like it. And then I said to this guy, Hans, I fucking still can't stand him. I say, Hans, one thing about me, when I die hard. You know? And he goes, what do you even mean by that? I go, I'm not sure what I mean, but doesn't it sound cool? Die hard?
I have a friend who refers to whatever action star just by the title. So they would say, "Oh, do you see that part where Die Hard killed that guy?"
Yeah, and he'll call him Die Hard even if he's in another movie.
Right.
Who do you think would win in a fight, Die Hard or Speed? Because I got to give Speed this. He was riding around on a bus for a long time.
Sure.
But if you go back and watch that, the hero is the girl.
Yeah, she's
the one who does all the
action
work.
hero.
And he's walking around like he was made to safety.
And barking orders.
Yeah.
She's doing the work.
Yeah.
She's not a slacker.
He's like this, go 55 and stay that way. She's like, do you know how hard this is? We're
My
in
leg is
LA.
tired.
Yeah, her leg alone.
There's stuff in the way.
What's your favorite of all the action movies, Spencer?
I like Spider-Man, Batman.
Here's the thing about Spider-Man, though.
Mm-hmm.
Can he do everything a spider can?
Probably.
And
yeah.
can Batman do everything a bat can?
Yes, I think so.
They used to call me in my neighborhood Batman because I would go everywhere with a baseball bat. And if somebody, wouldn't give me their money, I'd hit them with the baseball bat like a hero.
You're pretty heroic.
Yeah. But I needed that money for pills.
Pills that you needed, though.
Wanted. Is more like, I wanted them. I didn't need them.
Medicine.
I want to bring this up. That yesterday when Kurt was in here, I noticed this. So you brought him some Tums. He wasn't feeling well.
Yeah.
And then Kurt swallowed the Tums. He doesn't chew them.
What?
He put the Tums in his mouth, killed a couple small waters. By the way, Facebook is blowing up about that show yesterday.
Oh, really?
And particularly female comedians. Very, very interested.
Interested in his take and him.
Yes.
His reaction to. Yeah.
A couple of the girls are like, oh, I don't believe him. But a lot of the girls are like, I'm glad that he looked into it. He stopped shooting from the lip, as they put it. Chris, is there an action star that you just don't believe that you think stinks?
I always thought Chuck Norris stunk.
Wow, yeah. Chuck Norris never did a good movie.
No.
Sidekick? I'm sorry. I just want to throw this in here.
You're
Sidekick.
right. Sidekick was amazing. That's when he did
loved
the
that
children's action movie.
And who was the kid action star in that? What was that kid's name? He passed away.
John Belushi?
No.
John Candy.
I think if you make Sidekick, you're okay.
How old was he when he died?
He was a young man.
Yeah, he was he was a youngster.
Jonathan Brandis.
Brandis.
Oh, yeah.
Jonathan Brandis.
Brandis.
He wants a pick.
He wants to see a pick.
Right.
Show
Just a
Brandis.
pick so he can
I'm
see
showing,
it.
I'm showing the pic.
Why don't you have the big thing going too, Chris?
All right, I'm getting up. All right, here's Brandis.
Oh my goodness.
He was Sidekick, Ladybug's fame.
Ladybugs, yeah, was his big
I mean,
movie.
Sidekick was his first action movie.
And last.
Yeah.
If we're going to be honest about it. This is going to probably blow Vito away, but I never believe in The Rock because he was a wrestler first. You know what I mean? Like when I'm watching him in the movie, it just looked like I'm watching wrestling. I'm like, this is fake.
Rock
This
sucks.
is dumb.
You think he sucks?
Yeah, especially as an action film. I saw Walking Tall. Oh, he's not a fucking small town. I guess he was a sheriff.
I think you're being racist right now, dude.
I'm
not
being
going in that
racist.
direction. I'm just saying of his action background. And all the wrestlers have tried it. Like Stone Cold did a movie. And so did Triple H.
John Cena did one too.
Cena did one, and only The Rock succeeds.
Here's one that I thought was very strange when I heard it. And I didn't see the movie, but I wouldn't have. When they said that Taylor Lautner was going to be an action star.
Not only did I see that movie, but I had to talk to the director. And it's the same director from Boys of the Hood.
How did Taylor do?
Exactly as you would imagine. And he said that the what's his name? John Singleton. Was a great director.
Yeah.
And he was so into Taylor. And I remember just trying to be, like a person like, oh, really? You think you'll do 3 of these?
I'm saying this as somebody who's hashtag Team Jacob. I'm like, no, I cannot buy that kid in an action movie.
That was like seeing Coldplay in an action movie.
It didn't make any sense.
There's never been a band that's done an action movie. That would be good. Like the whole band is doing it, What about you, Vito? Action star you don't believe in?
Fucking Steven Seagal, like he's still doing it to this day, and he just moves so slow.
Look, can I tell you something? The CAA book tells you how he became an action star. He had done no movies, and he was teaching Mike Ovitz Aikido.
No.
He came in every morning and teach him Aikido, and Ovitz was like, you know how some people give their eye doctor a show or the rabbi a show?
Sure.
Yeah.
He said, look, this Aikido stuff is great. You should be the star. And go back and watch any Seagal movie, and they're just painful.
Shit show.
They're just ridiculous.
He's still doing it.
Yeah, well, you get direct to video. I don't. So I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Jean-Claude Van Damme was also the same era as him, and he was never believable.
Muscles from Brussels?
Yeah,
I got 2 words for you.
Yeah.
Time cop. Enough said.
No.
You love Time Cop.
I love Time Cop.
You
but
have said you love Time
I
Cop.
do love Time Cop. But like Universal Soldier, where he's a cyborg. You know that little man was a cyborg fucking soldier, killing all the cyborgs.
A toaster is a machine.
How little is he?
I'm gonna give you a guy I think is awful. I always thought Schwarzenegger was terrible.
Yeah.
He's terrible.
Very stiff. I mean,
he's stiff. He's ridiculous.
He's got the one weird voice. I mean, that's all he does.
And then literally saying "I'll be back" in every single movie.
Like he's in True Lies. He's like in the CIA. He would never be a CIA agent. The giant fucking Austrian.
That's only in the Terminator. He says, "I'll be back."
No, all his movies.
Oh, really?
He works in "I'll be back."
That became his catchphrase.
Yeah.
It was best known.
Sometimes
for
he'll
the
be just
Terminator.
like this. "I'll be back." You know what I mean? Like he'll say it small. Yeah.
And here's my
Yeah.
question: isn't Arnold Schwarzenegger supposed to run the Celebrity Apprentice since Donald Trump is running for president?
Yes.
When is he supposed to?
I believe that starts in September or October.
Is this his first? Is this going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger's first season?
Yes, it'll be his first season.
Yeah. Who ran The Apprentice this year? Was it Trump?
No, so far nobody has done The Apprentice since Trump.
Oh,
But
wow.
NBC said he'll never do The Apprentice again.
Trump?
Yeah, Trump.
Oh, good. He doesn't deserve it.
Well, he can. He'll be president.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think he'll be president.
This is what he should say to Mexico. "I'll be back."
When
Like,
if he
"You're not even this,
loses,
it's the other guy.
if Trump, yeah, that's the thing. If Trump
Yeah.
loses, if Trump loses the presidential election, he could say to Mexico, "I'll be back."
No, are you
And-
voting for Trump?
Oh hell no, I'm not voting for him. If Trump loses as president, if Trump loses the election, you know what I'll say? "Sorry, Trump, you're fired."
Oh, that's good. Using his own phrase against him.
Yeah.
Because then he'll understand it.
That's like when Vito tries to beat wrestlers using their signature moves. It's actually really disrespectful.
And just out of curiosity, are you all against Trump or you're all in favor?
Well, I haven't decided yet. I have another, month?
Yeah, I thought you said you were against Trump before.
I'm against Trump before I was before him.
Okay.
You know? So, I mean, I'm back and forth. Like, one of the things I like, I disagree with some of the things that Trump says, but then Hillary's a woman. So I'm not sure.
That he does have that.
I mean, I
going
understand,
for him.
yeah.
Yeah. You know how
And
they
I've
get.
heard people say that Trump, has tried to be a little nicer though, but he still, to me, seems like he's still not a nice person.
Well,
he just says stuff like out of the blue, and he just doesn't do it. He doesn't pay his bills. He doesn't pay, and he's still in debt as well.
They turned his lights off.
Yeah.
On the plane.
I mean, why
He didn't
should
play his electric bill?
I mean,
on the
why
plane.
should he still be considered the presidential nominee if he doesn't pay any debts?
Well, this way he'll be our president, and then we won't have to pay any debts.
Oh, what are you kidding me? I think we have to. And plus, he's going to probably raise our taxes. And he's like, and plus, he's
But
not.
do you like
nice to
Hillary at all?
I mean, I do like Hillary though. But I mean, I know she's not. She's also not a great candidate, and she is the first woman that's running for president though. But you know what? She still has that experience. She still knows how to handle the White House and handle our country, and she's very nice to a lot of Americans and even a lot of immigrants all over the world, though. And
Do you think the country is ready for their first female president?
Personally, you know what? I would say yes, because because right now we have a 45th president coming, correct?
Yes.
Obama's Obama was like the first black president running our country, and people
last.
voted for him.
And last.
Maybe, but
It
yeah.
looks that way
But
for
anyway, and then the next year we'll have a woman that could be running for president. You know what? This could be a chance. We'll probably maybe see some improvements.
Do you think so? Women do a better job running stuff?
I mean,
you're turning me around a little bit on Hillary, but I have to tell you, I met Hillary once. You know,
I am trying to be fair, though.
Yeah, I know you are, and you're and I need this information. Mine is personal. I met Hillary once, and I'll never forget. She said to me, "Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look at these."
Oh my
She pulled her
goodness.
shirt up.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
But,
That's
you know,
wildly
years ago.
inappropriate, though.
Hillary, I feel like, and also because, you know, women back then, I mean, look, now,
back
women
when-
have the right to vote.
Yeah.
So you know what this would give women the opportunity.
Yeah, that's why I want you to go, Gail.
I mean, I'm
This-
sorry that
I'm gonna
this
show
is
up.
like, I'm sorry that if you're against.
No. I'm just, I haven't made up my mind 100%.
Yeah, I mean, take your time though.
Yeah.
But just, it's your opinion though. It's
Yeah.
not my opinion.
Take your time and make
We
sure
all
you're
have different
comfortable with it.
opinions.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the debates.
The debates?
Is that the name of it?
The debates?
The debates?
Oh, yeah, the debates.
They're having the debate at Hofstra University again.
Oh, I might go to that.
Oh, Hofstra, it's about 10-15 minutes from where I live.
Oh, that's cool.
Right in Garden City. You know, I live in Roslyn, which is like close to a popular university. You know, I wouldn't want to go to Hofstra because, you know, I'd be local.
You don't want to. You want to get away from it all.
Yeah, I want to get away. Yeah,
Tired
But
of the same sites.
Yeah, but it's just surprising that, you know, the presidential debate is at Hofstra, which is close to where I live. It's just shocking to believe that.
I know it is shocking
It's
to know
crazy.
you're that close to it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the center. Have you decided yet, Chris?
Right now, I'm leaning towards Trump.
Leaning, but you're not 100%.
No.
Vito, you?
I mean, I'm rooting for Trump real hard. Not necessarily voting, but
you don't
vote. Got my support.
Oh my God! I thought you guys didn't like Trump.
No, I like Trump.
Are you serious, Chris?
I like him, but I'm leaning
How
towards
about you,
voting
Gail?
for him.
I'm
my
going
goodness.
to be voting with my vagina, so I will be voting for Hillary.
Oh my God! I thought all of you guys were against Trump.
you know
Now all of a
what?
sudden, I guess maybe there might have been like a last minute change or something.
Well, we did that. Now I'm for Hillary.
Okay.
That's okay.
So
You know what?
that's
No, I am for Hillary again.
Now the three of us are for Hillary.
What about you, Chris? Come over with us.
Should I
Come
jump
on.
over to Hillary?
Come on.
Okay, I'll vote Hillary now.
Now, Vito, I know that you don't vote, but could you at least wish for Hillary and not wish for Trump?
Can you try to wish for Hillary?
I forget. Does Hillary like The Wall?
The album by Pink Floyd?
She loves
yes.
it.
Hey, you know what? I think this might be a good joke. Maybe.
Okay.
No, it's gonna be
No.
offensive, though.
No.
Oh, let's do
Okay,
it.
I guess maybe you might be happy that it's my last day because I'm making you guys vote for Hillary.
No. No. I was open and I'm for Hillary right now.
Okay.
Wow,
And
you changed everyone in this room.
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh, okay. Maybe I
let's
should
see
change
how
the-
Disco Dan is. Vito, have Disco Dan grab a microphone. He's coming in. See who he's voting for.
This is exciting.
Who are you voting for, Dan?
I've decided to vote for Governor Johnson.
What? We're talking about president.
Gary Johnson.
Yeah, but
Why are you
what?
throwing your vote away?
Why are
He's
you doing
voting
this?
independent.
Worth nothing.
Cause I'm, Bernie or bust, you know?
Bernie or bust?
Oh, God.
I still have people posting that on Facebook, dude. It's insane.
So is that who you're voting for?
No, I'm voting for Clinton, man. I can't deal with this Trump
All right,
stuff.
you turn around.
Well,
Turn around.
thank you, Dan. I
Look.
appreciate that. I knew Dan
Spencer,
was...
it was Spencer who really convinced me.
When
I mean,
Chris-
I don't think I convinced you, Dan. I remember you saying that you hated Trump.
That's true. I told you that in confidence.
Why do you hate him?
I think we've been over this.
Plus, you know, he's disrespectful to people who have disabilities. And plus, he mocks them too. He's mocked
You saw the
them too.
video.
I saw on the
I saw
news,
the video. We saw the,
You know,
that was
Hillary
crazy.
Hillary would be amazing. Hillary respects all Americans or people with disabilities, and you know, it would also be helpful because you know there are not a lot of students out there who have disabilities that go to college. They end up flunking out.
I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, it all depends though. I mean, a lot of schools now have proper support though for students who have LD. And
What's
basically,
LD mean?
Learning disabilities or learning differences. It all depends though. But now today, you know, there's a lot of colleges out there and you know, Hillary would be a good example by helping students or people with LD become more successful so that they could have
You make a lot of
life.
good points, Spencer.
Yeah, you know, because I remember watching the news and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Seeing people with LDs, and I remember, you know, looking at schools. Because I mean, I had some trouble in high school.
I had some trouble all the way through school and then adulthood.
Yeah. I had trouble through college, even.
Well, your LD was always math.
Yeah.
Your refusal to do
Yeah,
it.
I had trouble with reading and writing though, but I mean, I definitely got
How about
better.
arithmetic?
My math skills were okay though. It just depends which topic it was.
Chris, you're the one that turned me around. You said you're voting with your vagina.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying now is, now I'm finding out about the LDs. I'm finding out about Trump makes fun of disabled people.
I didn't hear about any of this stuff.
How did you not hear about it?
I was just a fan of the TV show and the brand.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Trump, did you guys see on the news yesterday that this video went viral of this woman? You know, her eyes sort of like she had like the big eyes. She was like surprised. It went viral.
Oh yeah, when Trump.
She's like standing behind.
Yeah, I was watching it with my mom in the kitchen. We were eating dinner, and all of a sudden, I looked at it. And my mom was like sending emails. And then later, you know, it happened again. Though she was doing another face though, and my mom looked at that and she laughed. So I guess it turns out though that people who are at the Trump rallies sometimes, you know, they don't cheer. They're not happy.
Oh, they're unhappy.
Usually, it all depends. I guess I don't know, but I did see some people that were unhappy. Even at the Republican convention, people weren't happy in the background. There were people cheering, but there were.
Here's Bill from Michigan. Go ahead, Bill. You're on with Spencer and friends.
Hey, I don't know who that guy is, but
He's our young intern.
That's why our country's in the shape it is. And why would you vote for somebody because of their sex? That's just asinine. I don't understand. Does he understand $20 trillion in debt? Does he understand corporate money going to Hillary? Does he understand the Clinton Foundation? Does he understand her lying? Does he understand any of that?
This guy's turning me around.
Oh, really?
And, yeah, Bill in Michigan kind of makes the point. Which way is Michigan going to vote, Bill?
Well, hey, we can only hope it's for Trump.
Okay.
We need to stop this madness and give him a try.
Stop the madness and give him a try.
Hey, we know what we're going to get with Hillary. Let's find out about Trump.
Roll the dice. I like the idea of rolling the dice.
I'll go easy on everybody. All right.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be a hard ass.
You don't have to be. No, it's not that you're being a hard ass, but this is why we're in a democracy.
I mean, it's
Everybody
my opinion, though. I mean, I mean, I'm not voting for Hillary just because of her gender.
Yeah.
That's not true, though. No, but I mean, she has political experience, and plus, you know, her husband Bill was in the White House.
Bill who?
Bill Clinton.
Okay, that's the no.
Are you
I don't
familiar
know
with his work?
Yes, I don't know why I didn't figure out the two of them were together.
See,
that's my fault.
It's good that you're educating everyone on this
I know.
stuff.
Yeah, maybe I should take a break from the educating.
No, you're doing
killing
fine.
it.
Okay.
People can. This is why we're in a a democratic republic. We talk over. Like Chris, what's the biggest issue for you?
Income disparity.
Disparity?
That's not a word.
What is the biggest thing for you?
Income.
Not your own personal problem.
Oh.
What's the number one issue for you, Spencer?
For Trump? Or
for anybody? Just like, what's the most important thing you think this country could do to make,
I would say maybe lower rents.
Lower rents.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all.
When it's too damn high party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, it's the space program.
Yeah.
I want to return to the space program and I want to send somebody to Mars. And the thing about that is, a lot more jobs are going to happen with the space program and a lot more inventions are going to come down.
Another thing, college tuition, though, as well.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I mean, you know, we technically pay for like public schools or county schools, like elementary school, middle school, high school. That's like included in our taxes. Personally, maybe, I would say that, you know, we should include colleges in taxes, though. Or actually, no, let's just I feel like we should lower the college tuition because, you know, students who end up flunking out, you know, they wasted all their money to go to school.
They're idiots.
And it shouldn't be fair, though.
What about this? We pay for college, but we stop paying for elementary because those kids are little. Who can't teach them anything?
Yeah. Well, teachers, that's their job. They have a job. They deserve to be paid.
Yeah, but not all of them.
Well, it depends on which teacher you have.
Most are bad, though.
Yeah, I remember I had a teacher in high school who had this Russian accent. I was in physics. You know, I ended up not doing well, though. I mean, she kicked some students out, I remember, but she was nice to me, but I just couldn't follow the material with her class, though.
Yeah, she had a crazy Russian accent.
Yeah, but I mean, she was funny, though, at times. She was nice to me, though, but like, it was just tough, though.
She was probably a spy.
I don't know.
None of us know. Hey, Carol, what's up?
Hey, yeah, I'm just listening to the conversation and just kind of getting caught up in it, and just a few things that were said about Hillary and you know how much she supports people and people with disabilities and all of that. And I never, nowhere in there do I hear anything about the military, because she doesn't. She doesn't support the military at all. It's a proven fact.
So what are you saying? She says, like, let's not do what with the military?
Well, she proved that, first off, she's a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Benghazi itself should be a reason why people would not trust this woman. I don't know any. There may be a handful of military people that would vote for Hillary, but the majority of people are going to vote for Trump that I know that have any association with the military.
Are you in the military, Carol?
I'm retired Army, 26 years.
Wow.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, so I know what I speak. I served in Afghanistan. I've served in Desert Shield, Desert Storm. I was at the invasion of Panama. I've been there, so yeah, I know what I'm talking about. And Hillary is she's sneaky and she can't be trusted. And I got a kick out of what Gail said about she was going to vote with your vagina, Gail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that's the only mistake you ever make with it, honey.
You know, she actually meant she's going to physically vote.
I literally am going to pull the lever with my pussy. That's what I'm telling you.
All right, then now because you told me, I don't know who I don't think I'm going to vote for anybody now.
You're that disappointed?
I mean,
don't.
Come on.
This woman doesn't even understand humor.
It's okay. I mean, I did hear it. Now I pretty much know about it. And I did hear a story about this, but I definitely forgot about that part. So
that's okay.
I definitely see that Hillary won't support people in the army. But yeah, so I mean, so now I could say that both candidates this year aren't really good. So I could.
Is this your first voting year?
Yes, it is. But I mean, I don't know if I'm going to get an absentee ballot now. I mean, we'll see.
You let her turn you around that quick, Spencer?
I'll have to see though. I mean, it's still very hard though. It's because both candidates aren't great though. But I mean, Trump is the worst, though. But I mean, no offense, though.
Yeah, no offense taken.
No offense. It's everybody's opinion. All right, it'll be what it'll be. That's what I'm gonna say.
You can respect the fact.
And I will respect that to everybody.
You can respect the fact that she served in the military, but you don't have to respect the fact that she doesn't understand vaginal humor.
I understand.
There's pros and cons to each person.
All right, I'm learning. I'm definitely learning.
Now, Trump served in the military. Well, he couldn't because his ankle hurt. During the Vietnam War.
Really sore.
But they didn't need guys there anyway.
Is this like a first that because he went to a business school. He didn't
go to school of business.
Yeah, he went to UPenn. Yeah. He wasn't like a political science minor, was he?
No.
Just curious.
No.
Oh. Do they have other presidents who are like business majors?
That's a great question. Well, first of all, we've never had somebody who came out of the corporate world the way he has. I mean, there's no political stuff. His initial thing was, I'm going to run this like I do my own businesses.
Right.
Yeah.
So that part of it was kind of interesting, but he is going to be leading the military, and he's going to bring back waterboarding.
Yeah, and, if you're looking for your candidate for military, go with the guy who hates POWs because they stink.
Only one.
He says he likes people who didn't get caught.
Well, I understand that.
And that's a military guy. He likes winning. He likes winners.
Look, I'm glad he's bringing back the waterboarding because I've been going to water parks since 1982.
Waterboarding, like for bad people, like they put like a towel over you and spray cold water.
Yeah, they just.
I didn't realize it'd be that bad for you.
It seems like it would be refreshing.
Like a mist?
But no, it's like ice.
Oh, it's cold.
Or maybe hot water.
Why is it called
geez, hot water. I'd be like, then give me a shave.
I mean, waterboarding would be okay, but for like bad people or criminals, like people who are involved in terrorist crimes,
right?
Like that's okay though.
Here's the only people that I would waterboard: the Danes.
Good.
From Denmark. What's that even mean?
Yeah.
Denmark. And then people who get caught speeding on the highways, they get a waterboard.
I mean, it's dangerous for everyone.
People speeding on the highways?
No,
that's so not fair.
Oh, okay.
Why?
I mean,
it's not safe, though.
I mean, it is not safe, though, but I mean, well, unless you're drunk or intoxicated or high on other drugs. I mean,
K.
You can get arrested for that, but I mean, waterboarding, that wouldn't be fair because, you're not armed with any weapons.
But here's what happened to me when I got waterboarded. they're waterboarding me, and I go like this. I just take the towel and pull it down. I go, this is water boring. If you know what I
guess
mean.
maybe
I put the towel back up.
I guess the waterboarding for me would be like, waterboarding for me would probably be when I waterboarded myself doing the ice bucket challenge 2 years ago.
You did the ice bucket challenge?
Yeah.
Who? How much money did you raise?
I didn't raise. I just did it.
Who did you challenge?
Just one of my high school friends.
Did they meet your challenge?
A couple of them did. Yeah.
Good. That raised a lot of money that time. Here is Artie. Artie, Strong Island.
Hey, how you doing, Ron? I can barely hear you. Listen, Spencer.
Yes,
you come from a pretty affluent neighborhood or family?
What?
I think he says, "Do you haven't come from a nice neighborhood?"
Yeah, I come from a good neighborhood.
Affluent, family from what I hear, you have, keepers and all that stuff.
He was okay
you
for
realize
himself.
that the housekeepers and stuff. Now, how do your parents feel about Hillary?
I'll let him answer that.
No.
Are your parents pro Hillary?
Yeah, my parents are for Hillary.
What about your sister?
Yeah, she is too.
Okay.
Yeah, no, a lot of people in my family are not for Trump.
Yeah.
They're against Trump.
Otto, Boston.
Yeah, I think Spencer should stick with his guns and not be so swayed politically. Spencer, where are you going to college anyway?
I'm going to UConn.
He's flexible when it comes to that. You're open to things.
Yeah.
And that guy pointed out some things about Hillary, and like you said, you're not crazy about either. You're choosing the lesser of two evils, you know?
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm going to try to vote for both of them because I don't know whether you can do that. Can you put down?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you the question.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can vote for both.
Yeah.
I mean, I would.
Be nice if everybody got elected.
Or can you give a half vote? I give them half my vote.
Co-presidents.
All right, yeah, you know what? I mean, I would have to vote for Hillary, though.
Co-HOH?
You back to Hillary?
Yeah.
All right, so
You
am
know
I
what?
then.
Yeah.
Me
Hillary,
too.
Chris?
I'm a Hillary boy.
Yep, still Hill.
Vito?
I'm sorry.
You back to wishing for Hillary, or are you wishing?
Wish.
It's the wall for me.
Okay.
But yeah.
So Walmart?
And here's the thing.
What if he built a Walmart between here?
That's not so bad.
Yeah.
Cheap.
Yeah, and everybody could get stuff, and then you could leave on either side. It would be up to you.
It's a mega
I would
store.
like to see no borders, you know, and then we start invading Mexico.
Because you can benefit us too.
Yeah, see how they like it.
I mean, they have all kinds of good stuff down there.
Yeah. I love to watch donkey sex.
Play drugs and resorts.
Dude, why do you gotta be so...
Why?
You know what? You're
You come
supposed to be
across as
clean right now.
racist.
And they have pyramids down there.
Oh, true that.
True that.
True that. They do got them pyramids.
Here's Red in Canada. Red.
Hi there, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so, of course, Trump has talked about building a wall between Mexico and possibly a fence between Canada and the United States. As a Canadian, of course, this concerns me. But, I mean, I think we can all agree that everybody hates Mexicans. But how do you feel about Canadians?
Well, you know, since Trudeau, I think we all love Canada now.
Love it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get dual citizenship. I just like to go back and forth.
I'm trying to get tri-citizenship.
Really?
Yeah.
What's a third country?
The other North American country. I'm going to go Mexico, so I can go
It's
anywhere.
like, yeah.
Anywhere in North America. And then people go, where are you from? I'll go North America. But I sent an idea to Trump. I never heard back from him. Instead of a wall, what about a fiery ditch? You know?
I like that.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, and that way we can barbecue over it.
Perfect. No one can dig through a fucking firewall.
Yet.
And who doesn't love the smell of a nice
throw
some
fire?
tires on there.
Yeah.
No, not that.
tires.
Are you an
Cedar.
idiot?
All we're doing is cedar. Just popping and crackling.
It sounds really comforting, actually.
Yeah, except for it's so hot down there. It's really, the heat's going to be amazing. I don't like even a dry heat. People brag about that. No.
Dry
You don't like a dry heat?
No, I don't want to be in an oven.
I love a dry heat.
Like, where in
And a
particular are you
wet
talking
heat.
about? Like, where?
Well, down in old Mexico.
Mexico?
Down Mexico way.
Yeah.
Is it dry?
Only go maybe only go when it's Christmas time or it's spring break.
Oh, you spent Christmas in Mexico before?
No, but we did go there for spring break once, and I did go to Dominican Republic for Christmas, though.
DR?
Yeah.
Did you love it?
It's beautiful there.
Do you ever leave the hotel?
No, you stay on the
stay on the-
premises.
yeah, right.
I mean, I don't know if are you allowed to though?
Well, you're allowed to,
but just you guys did
it's
in a foreign country.
No locals.
No locale. I like to say when I'm on vacation, no locale. One time I was in Jamaica, and we're in this beautiful hotel, and one of the locals came in, and we all just started screaming until they got him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
One of the locals screamed. Were they drunk?
No, it was us that were screaming.
Oh, why were you screaming?
Well, we just saw a Jamaican, and I'm like, I'm trying to enjoy my vacation.
Oh,
some drunk Jamaican.
People who are drunk end up screaming or doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there were people screaming though, because I did go to this pumpkin festival in Keene, New Hampshire, and there was a riot that went on at Keene State College. No, it was these kids were like drunk and they flipped cars and like they toppled up signs and
were the pumpkins okay?
They were fine. Yeah, they're not having it anymore though.
Yeah, because of what happened with
they
those
were
kids.
Drunk. Yeah,
who were you with at the time?
Well, I was there though, but I think I left before it happened though.
Smart.
I was with some friends. Yeah,
good.
Yeah. People that went to this college I went to, they got tear gassed and like.
Wow.
They were trying to get out.
You got to pick. That's why I said when you go to college, pick your friends. Don't let them pick you.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends though, usually, yeah.
Would you date a Republican girl?
Probably yes, maybe.
Good.
Yeah. I mean, it depends who they vote for. I mean, I wouldn't, actually, you know what? Yeah, I would vote for anyone.
You would vote
Republican or Democrat?
Yeah, me too. I'll vote for anybody. I just like voting. I don't care so much.
I don't care.
Wait, you asked me.
Yeah.
Didn't you ask me if I were to vote for a Democrat or Republican girl?
No. If would you date her?
Oh,
would you date if a girl was a Republican, even though you tend to vote Democrat? Would you be okay with that?
I'd be okay with it. Yeah, I'm sure. Hopefully, she'll be okay with me.
What a summer Spencer's given us.
This is the best summer. The best summer with Spencer Berger.
What do you think you learned most this summer?
I've learned about that. I've learned how to, get involved and do hands-on activities here, and that's what I remember saying in my interview. I'm putting on my resume here.
That's great.
I mean, I was nervous coming here at first because this is my first internship on a job.
Yeah.
Because the summer before, I was a camp counselor, and I'm trying to learn what the real world is like. It's that way I could have, a path where I want to go, and so that way it could. I mean, it does take time, but I want to try and declare it as soon as possible, though.
Well, you're in no hhurry, though. You're in no hurry, because who knows? Maybe you'll get a master's degree someday.
Yeah, I am a very sensitive person, though.
Well. Are you really?
I mean, yeah, I was thinking, I was thinking of maybe going for a master's, maybe in special ed, or going into psychology. Well, I'm thinking of going, maybe a minor in psychology, but to do a major in psychology, you have to go to grad school and get a PhD, and plus, you have to take the GMATs. It's like when you want to be a doctor, you got to take the MCATs, which is kind of like taking the SAT again.
But here's the thing. Stop future pacing. Just be about, are you having fun doing it now?
Yeah.
Don't think of what's going to happen 3 years from now, 4 years from now.
Yeah.
If you take care of every day,
you'll
get all this.
Don't rush my life to my parents. Because, that's what they always tell me. They push me. They want me to be successful. And you know what? I do too. And, I don't want to fail out of college.
You always say, don't rush my life?
Yes.
That's good.
That's what I say, because I want the year to go as smooth as possible, though.
Yeah, it's always got to be one day at a time. But remember, when you started here, you're like, oh no, I don't want to be on the air. And then we said, well, let's talk about it in a while.
Yeah.
You took a few weeks, you did a little bit. And now look at you, just sit down and comfortably do it.
Look how far this has got me, and I'm sure this is what's going to be like throughout my life. It'll take me time to adjust to certain things.
Absolutely.
I'll get used to it and feel comfortable.
Yeah. But everybody here was impressed with you all year long.
Yeah, I was nervous, though, at first, though.
Really?
To be honest, yeah.
We didn't even notice. What was your first thing that you thought about, let's just say, Vito?
Oh, he was a very cool guy. He was nice.
Yeah.
And and it seemed like there was going to be a lot of fun, hands-on activities here, like doing other stuff, researching people coming in. And, it definitely really helped me here, at first. I mean, it is normal, though, and I know that. First-year interns, they struggle at first, but then when you move on, you learn a lot, you make a lot of progress, and that's what I learned. Even anywhere in life, you make progress.
But almost immediately, you got the job of bringing the guest in, and that, to me, is one of the most important jobs.
And a lot of people would be nervous doing that.
And 100% of the people mentioned you, and they said that you would take them around, show them the building and stuff.
Well, when I got in Rich Voss, that guy was a nut. He was nasty to me.
Yeah.
And you know what? Maybe if he comes... Nah.
You'll teach him a lesson or two.
No, I probably maybe.
Is he the guy that tried to take your phone?
No, that was
Gomez.
Gomez, yeah. I mean, that was funny though. Maybe the next time someone does that to me, maybe I'll let it happen.
Now, Rich Voss, what did he do that was so nasty?
I mean, he was like, "No, you're really starting to bother me, though."
Yeah.
I thought he was going to go into the studio. He's like, "I'm just going to the bathroom."
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
But that's him.
okay.
He's a
yeah,
curmudgeon,
I understand he's a comedic legend.
Yeah.
I definitely respect that.
Right.
And, the next time I bring him in, I won't say anything. I'll just let him do his thing, though, and just...
Yeah.
If he doesn't come back in like 5 minutes, I'll have to check the studio to be sure.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's the thing that you also learned this year.
Yeah.
We are dealing with these
people that
prima
could be-
donnas.
Yeah,
you know?
they could sometimes have an attitude, but pretty much all of them were very nice, but just for Rich Voss. I mean, no offense to him, but I mean, just the only hard guy though was Rich Voss. That was it.
Yeah.
Everybody here was super nice to me.
But I could say the same thing about my career. The only person who's ever hard, Rich Voss. I mean, he's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
He
But
knows
imagine,
it, though.
Imagine if I bring in Donald Trump in here, because I once had that
my
dream. I think I
God.
told you about that.
Yeah.
Or actually, I probably wouldn't have to bring him. The talent department would have
No,
to.
you would do it for
we would
us.
ask
Yeah.
you.
I don't trust the talent department.
Oh, I mean, I don't trust myself with Trump either.
Do you think that you would speak your mind?
I don't, maybe, but I mean, it all depends. Though.
Do you think you would use your fired joke?
I don't know. He'd probably
That would be good, though, if
He'd
he
probably
did.
say a nasty word to me though. But I mean, I'll just say that he's not a nice man though. That's all I'll say.
Here's somebody wants to say goodbye to you, Spencer. Go ahead.
Goodbye, Spencer.
Oh,
Janice.
Oh, Janice. Of course, Janice. I know you're from Chicago. Yeah.
What a nice young man. And don't let all these haters change your mind.
No, I try not to. I try to lower my sensitivity though.
Yeah.
I mean, you're learning. I'm getting used to things though. But yeah, I feel
I'm
more
starting to say a
comfortable
new thing. Haters gotta love. You know what
Haters
I mean?
gotta love.
Yeah,
That's the
haters gotta
lesson.
love. That's what they gotta learn.
That's the lesson.
But
though, too.
I heard this, that when Jay Moore called as Al Pacino, and he was like, "Hey, this is Al Pacino. Let me talk to." Spencer just hung up on him.
I don't remember if it was him. I don't know if it was him or not. I don't
Yeah.
remember. It was.
Well, he calls doing impressions.
Yeah.
His
Yeah.
impressions.
I didn't know who it was though. Yeah.
But you said, what did you tell Vito? He was. What did he say, Vito?
He said some scary guy called out.
Some scary guy.
He's not wrong.
Well, thanks, Janice.
I love you guys.
Bye,
I love
Janice.
Good
Janice, your
Fridays,
internship as a listener is over too, so we will see you later.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Here's somebody who wants to say goodbye to you. It's Bunny Kickbutt.
Aw.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey. I have so enjoyed Spencer. I think he's a lot smarter than people give him credit for. And I also think he has a really big heart, which is the most important thing.
Well, he's both. He's
thank you. I
actually
appreciate that.
He's brought a lot of organization to us this year, but you also brought spirit to this.
Well, thank
show.
you. I appreciate that. I mean, I'll only be a hardest unless something really bad happens.
Right.
That's it. That's the only thing, though.
Like Voss.
Like a
And kudos to Spencer's parents. I know they're probably well off, but they did a great job raising him, and they should be very proud of the young man. That he
That's
is.
that's what they always say to me. They're very proud of me, but there's sometimes can be arguments where sometimes, I tend to be on the couch, watching TV instead of reading though, but they always beg me to read though to be successful.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's, I'm sure all parents say to their kids when they raise them.
Did I ever tell you to read anything, Gail?
You recommended books, sure.
I actually used to say this. Put that book down.
This is a better.
There's a show on.
Yeah, that was probably
Yeah.
more often.
I go, it's match game.
boop.
Yeah. But sometimes you get in trouble for watching TV instead of reading, huh?
It depends. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing anything. I mean, I'm not smoking pot. I'm not robbing a bank.
Right.
Yeah, good point. You could be a lot
Yeah,
worse.
I didn't even beat anybody up. I mean, I'm just sitting there.
So you just like your programs.
I ain't doing nothing. I'm just sitting.
Yeah,
I mean,
just watching my programs, eh?
Yeah, but it's okay. I'm used to it. Even though they gotta, they're trying to help me, and I understand that.
Right.
And that's the thing. That's what all parents do to their kids. They want them to succeed. Even kids should want to succeed too, and even most kids do too.
Yeah, most kids do. I mean, Vito
I'm not saying
doesn't.
No, Vito does.
It's all up in the air for me.
Nah, Vito, he
lives in the now.
Yeah, my mom would just let me watch TV shows and write book reports on them. So,
Fonzie.
Yeah, my parents then will ask me to. My dad will sometimes do like graphic organizer, to see if I'm paying attention to like a movie or documentary. Because like my mom's a member of the Academy, and like she has to watch all these films who she could put in her nominee ballot.
I didn't know she was a member of the Academy. That's pretty cool.
Yes. She's.
But Dave is too, right? He's part of the Writers
Writers Guild, so he gets all the screeners.
He gets all the screeners.
sweet.
Yeah, he gives it to us all the time.
I'm part of the Bootleggers Guild.
Bootleggers?
You don't bootleg anymore, though, like you used to.
No, I don't have a CD burner at home, so I can't burn the DVDs.
I don't have one anymore either.
They're
just gone. It's
No
just
more.
something that's gone.
Everything's the fucking cloud now.
No. Well, tell that to
trust
Leslie Jones. Wouldn't she have rather had her pictures on CD?
Yeah.
CD-ROM? So you got all your classes? You know what classes
All my
you're taking?
classes, yes. I'm taking anthropology, communication, psychology, and Spanish.
Wow.
That's
I
great.
didn't take Spanish at this other school, and I didn't realize I would need a language. I didn't realize a language would be required to,
you
to
learned
fulfill my gen eds,
Yeah.
my general education requirements. I took Spanish, though, but it's been a while, though. I took it my sophomore year in high school. I
Yeah,
remember
it
I
is a
didn't
while.
take it seriously, though.
I don't take anything
Yeah,
seriously.
but you know what? I gotta take it seriously in college, because if I failed maybe an exam, you're not allowed to do revisions, though, on another test. And that's how I've learned, though. Well, at this other school that I went to, they did, though, but at another school, it's different, though, and I'm gonna take it extra seriously and meet with them meet with the professors on a regular basis and just keep me going and making sure that I'm on the right track.
That's great. You're success motivated.
Yeah.
You're a very motivated guy.
Yeah.
And if you hit a wall, you don't let it bother you, right? You're like,
Sometimes,
this
yeah.
is...
I mean, usually, I can be lazy at times, to be honest, though, but I mean, I thrive through it, though.
But look at Chris. Chris is lazy.
No, look
No, he's not. He's
Look at me, I'm texting right now. I'm not even.
Well, look,
texting? What are you-
nobody here is lazy. You're busy. You got to flip the CDs. You got to print out all the stuff.
Yeah,
That's not
Thank you,
lazy.
Spencer, for recognizing.
Nobody here is lazy.
But you do flip a lot of CDs.
I'm constantly flipping CDs. That's my thing around here.
I know that you work really hard, but how long does it take you to flip the CD?
There's a lot of CDs.
Well, you have to flip a lot of them, not just
you
one.
do?
Oh,
Okay.
okay, I see.
Yeah, and maybe if I come back, I'll learn how to do it next time.
Anybody can flip a CD. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Next time,
Flip it over.
CD flipping 101.
Welcome to CD Flipping 101. My name is Spencer Berger, and I'm the professor for this class. So what I want to do now is I want to go over the syllabus with you and see and tell you guys the requirements. Pretty much, I only give D's, C's, D's, and F's to people who don't do the work. So basically, what I try to be fair with all my students, though. So I'm just doing it on a personal
You know what?
professor, though. I mean, not just one professor, but any professor in general. Like, what I'll say is like,
Right. But here's the thing. Have you thought about taking improv classes? Because you always jump into characters.
Yeah, you just
improv?
jumped in
Oh,
there.
no.
Really?
You wouldn't do it?
I don't know. Maybe. I'm going to see. I'm trying to see what's right for me.
Yeah, you're a
No,
funny
it's my
guy.
path. Yeah.
You going out for any sports?
No. I mean, I'll work out like 3 or 4 times a week. Hit the gym. And then, Friday nights and Saturday nights will be my going out party nights. Or maybe Saturday, like during the day.
Now, what's a
Depends what
party night for you like? If you're out there at UConn?
Maybe socializing. If there's like a frat party or any party in general,
Yeah.
I'll go to that. But to be smart and careful.
Right.
So you don't get popped or busted by anybody.
Are you going to have a little adult beverage? Are you going to have a refreshment or two?
Yeah. What? I'm sorry?
Are you going to drink any
Probably.
cocktails? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I just got to be very smart about it, though. Like, I'm not going to, like, puke to, like, I'm not going to drink enough to puke. I mean, I know what it feels like to be drunk, though. Like, you get dizzy, lightheaded.
Right.
I mean, I'm not going to do enough to puke. Like, I'll just get the buzz sensation, though. Like,
right.
Sure, like just a little.
That's where I used to want to stop, and I never
it
could.
still stays in your system for like 2 hours, even if you're not highly drunk, though.
Oh.
I don't know. Does it? I think it does.
I don't know. I have a problem with drinking, so I don't drink at all anymore.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And I have a problem with everything else, so I don't do anything like that. But it took me a long time to learn that.
Yeah, because I was thinking, when I turn 21 that night, I'll get really drunk and just like, keep drinking like but no, that's it. That person's an alcoholic though. So that's why.
Chris. That's like Chris.
You're Chris.
But Chris, you quit drinking too.
Yeah.
Vito,
No.
you don't have a problem with alcohol?
No, I'm fine.
And
Totally
Gail,
perfect.
you haven't admitted to yourself?
No, not
Okay.
yet. I've not been honest yet.
Yeah.
One day.
Yeah. No, I try to be responsible though.
I never have. I never tried to be responsible.
Oh.
I only used to do irresponsible drinking. But I couldn't stop once I started.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get like counseling or did you stop by yourself?
Both.
You did both? Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, but there was one single guy that got me sober just from talking with him.
Yeah.
And then, you
I
know,
remember, 'cause, I had to take, alcohol EDU at for UConn though. I'm surprised they didn't do it at this other school that I went to.
well, it is surprising.
Yeah, but yeah, it's, it helps you. And, I did fail the exam once and then I took it again and then got an 80 and then passed with like
Sweet.
an 80.
Yeah.
Turnaround.
Yeah.
I mean, I would only go places where people would be like, drink, drink, drink. And I'm like, I'm
Drink,
doing it.
motherfucker, drink, motherfucker. I mean, it depends. Yeah.
And I'd be doing it. Like,
I mean, I'll probably do it maybe to have a good time if I'm at a frat party,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
fun.
drink.
What about smoking
responsibly.
cigarettes? Would you ever do
Oh,
that?
probably not. No.
Pretty cool.
Smoking cigarettes, that's worse.
Thing is, girls like to say it, don't it?
You do look
What's-
cool.
It's a cool one.
Smoking?
Unfortunately.
You look cool. It's just the thing.
What's up, man?
Yeah, all right, wait. Wait, do I actually
What's
look
up,
cool or
Mom?
are you just saying that if I were to smoke?
If you're smoking, you look cooler.
Yeah, but no, I'm not going to smoke though.
I like what he's coming
Wait, I
from
should?
a health point of view.
You're like an e-cig at least.
No. Okay, I feel like now you're peer pressuring me. No, I'm kidding.
He does
That
peer
does
pressure.
sound a lot like peer pressure.
You know what, Chris?
Yes.
Congratulations, Chris. You passed the test. You taught me what it's like to be peer pressured.
Right.
Mostly. I mean, I was taught though,
Congratulations, Chris. You did
but
it.
just sort of refreshing me. But I definitely know what it's like to be peer
Hey,
pressured.
do you have to turn back your badge today?
Yes, I gotta. Right after I leave, I'm gonna go to the 19th floor and to HR and turn in my badges.
Seems sad.
It is
It's
sad.
And
really
you beat
sad.
Coach though. She couldn't make it a whole
Yeah.
summer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she got sick and she
Yeah,
never
I feel
could come
bad.
back.
I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to brag though. I mean,
brag.
still
You
a
should.
Shove it in
her.
her face.
Yeah, but still, I mean, I try to be respectful though. I mean, I don't want to be like.
I have no
screw,
problem
though.
with saying who the number
I
one.
mean, I'll only be rude unless someone's rude to me though.
I've never
That's
seen you
all.
be rude.
Yeah, it depends though. I mean, this is a job. I mean, I don't want to be rude to anybody.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
Because if I be rude to my boss or anybody, you know what they're going to say in my face? You're fired.
Like Donald Trump.
Well, but in a nicer way though.
Yeah.
But I was just
Yeah.
making a joke though. But that's
Yeah,
why
but-
I'm always
But
respectful.
that is what.
Yeah,
they
but
would say.
that's the thing. I mean, I like how you lighten stuff up with jokes.
Yeah.
He makes it fun.
It does make it fun.
Well, I try.
Here's Brad in Tennessee. How you doing, buddy?
Great. I didn't know who would fill the void when Smoking with Chris was canceled after Chris Stanley's untimely death. But Spencer, you did it. Congratulations. You will be missed. And now I can only hope that eating hot dogs with Disco Dan takes off half as big as you did, buddy.
Oh,
That's a Snapchat reference.
Look what is.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah. Here's one of your best friends. Hard Rock Johnny.
Bennington, I just want to say goodbye to Spencer. I think I was up twice while Spencer was there, and both times got wonderful tours of the Sirius XM facility. It was great.
Nice.
See, that's great.
Thank you.
And, Spencer wasn't sure if I had been there before or not, but took it, upon himself to give me a nice tour, show me what's in different studios. It was great.
That's great.
Treated everybody like royalty. We'll definitely miss
You did.
Spencer both off the air and on the air.
Well, thank
did.
you.
Spencer jumped into every job that he had this summer. Every single one.
Yep.
That's pretty much any intern's job too.
Yeah, they don't always do it. I gotta tell
Oh,
you the
really?
truth.
No.
Oh boy.
Most interns, I'm not going to say they stink, but they don't smell good.
Oh my, wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vito was a smelly intern.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
my
the odor,
God.
you mean, right?
Yeah, only the odor.
Yeah, I put cologne on every day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Usually, I didn't put it on the spot. I just put deodorant on.
Vito would come in here smelling like garlic and hard luck.
Oh.
That was the two smells that would slam together.
What do you have, like roasted garlic or something?
Oh, yeah. That's
So,
all.
well, it is good though. But afterwards, I put a breath mint in my mouth.
No, yeah, he's never had that. He puts another piece of garlic in his mouth.
garlic, Axe body spray.
Oh, what? You sprayed some spray can had garlic in it?
Yeah.
What?
Garlic Axe body spray.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, if it was roasted garlic, it would smell good though.
Yeah, but he puts it under
Oh.
what he calls his undercarriage.
Yeah, he just
Oh
grinds
my
it-
God.
grinds it in
That's
there.
where the most, the heart beats from there.
Damn.
Choose the most smell.
I didn't
But
know.
hey, if you have, but we went to this, there's this Italian place by me. They have, garlic bread and roasted garlic instead of butter. You put it on the bread and it tastes so good.
That sounds pretty good.
Pretty good,
Smells like
yeah.
me.
Well,
No, but better.
we've
It's
got
cooked.
some stuff coming up today. We're going to end with Unmasked today.
With Andy Kindler.
By the way, everybody, we are back here on Monday. And then next, it's Powerhouse, the untold story of Hollywood's creative artist agency, at Jim Miller for this. It's a real fun read, oral history of all the crazy stuff that happened here. Spencer, we salute you, my friend.
Thank you so much.
You're the best, Spencer.
Stay in touch with us. Let us know how you're doing.
Well, thank you.
If you like, we drive up there and help you find your new room tomorrow.
No problem.
You'll help me
we'll-
find my new room?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can all go
boy.
together.
Yeah, let's go.
Meet all the kids.
Are you all stalking me? I'm a little creeped out right now.
Don't be.
I'm just kidding.
Have a great year, Spencer. We all
Thank you
believe
so
in
much.
You.
I appreciate
Enjoy yourself.
that. Thank
though.
you.
Make sure you take time to have fun
Thank
while
you.
you're doing it all. We'll be right back. This is Bennington. Hey, it's the Bennington Show. Last Friday of August.
Summer's gone.
The cruel summer is over. Suddenly last summer.
I can't believe I have to say goodbye to my summer fling.
That's the thing is I'm going back to my regular town girl, and it's going to be awkward. Luckily, they're both named Bubbles. So that
You're never going to have to worry
Yeah.
about confusing it.
Yeah. There's this book been talking to you guys about. It's called Powerhouse: The Untold Story of Hollywood's Creative Arts Agency. It's one of the best business books I read in a while, and recently CAA just put out a book that said that this. I'm going to try to use the right wording, but they basically said they didn't endorse this book.
Really?
It wasn't done by them. I'm not sure the exact wording of it, but I read the report and I'm like, yeah, of course. Because from the get, you guys look like some wired up people.
They're saying it wasn't sanctioned by CAA.
Sanction is the perfect word. Well, they use the word. But yeah, of course it's not. No, because it's just like money, and then we got more money, and lots more money. And by the way, you can see the way the suits, they want the stars, but they don't value.
No.
They're not like no matter where you work, no one's talking about you like you're a big deal or a good thing.
No, it's objects. I mean, everything.
Commodity.
Once you introduce money as the first and foremost, it changes everything.
And yet, it is high stakes poker all the time. Like, you're reading this and you're like, there's guys that are like, okay, we're working every hour of the day. Forget the wife, forget the kids. We'll bring them the money home. But we're staying here. And for some reason, you're like, God, I wish I was a fucking big Hollywood agent. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of drive, it's very intoxicating.
Now, if you're thinking, having read this, if you're looking at the business of the arts, do you think that requires more creativity if you're in business of any other type? Do you have to have somewhat of a creative mind?
The answer is no, because if anything, all they do is talk some of these artists down off the ledge. You know what I mean? Like, their job is a lot of times to be like, no, dude, you're great. Everybody likes you. Just this one thing. You watch. Tomorrow I'm going to bring you something that's going to make, you know what I mean? It's just like being a girlfriend to somebody.
Yeah.
So crazy. But the guy that's coming in, Jim Miller, James Andrew Miller, at Twitter, he's at Jim Miller. But he did the ESPN book, which you kind of see that those guys, what you would think all that time is like, that's a great job. But you can see that, the money's good and shit, but it's always looking over your shoulder. And then live from New York, the complete uncensored history of Saturday Night Live. All of these are those kind of oral history books. And I don't know how he does it, but he gets everybody in all these worlds to sit and tell stories. And the stories are always like this. If we were going to do the Bennington show, it'd be like, Chris was a really strong producer, but a lot of times he'd be a dick. And, like it's stuff that you wouldn't expect them to say out loud.
How would you disarm them in such a way when you know this person is there to write a book?
It has to do, I guess, with fear and loathing. But I think a lot of people, when they're confronted with a book, they want to get stuff out there. They want to say, this is what it was like.
There's something so permanent about print, though.
Yes.
It seems that if you were to, say, make a statement on a TV show, on a radio show, there's something that feels like it could feel very big at the moment and then it'll just go away. But something about having somebody write a tell-all book or somebody gave an exclusive interview that's, reveals something negative about someone else.
It's big.
It's really big.
But even in email, like I'm always telling Chris, call the person. Don't get caught up in the email chain because later it'll come back of, here's what Chris said to me here. Oh. But if they don't have that piece of paper, you're just like, Chris said this. And he's like, no, I didn't. I never said anything like that. I can't understand where this would come from. But if it's written down, it looks so important. Well, anyway, we're going to have Jim Miller come in. But highly, especially at this time the year when you're looking for like a beach book or just a relaxing book before football season starts, this is the book for you because the movie Wall Street, this can remind you of, and if you're any fan of Entourage, the real Ari shows up, the guy that they based Ari on, and they're all Ari throughout this whole thing. And dude bro culture is everywhere. It's called Powerhouse, the untold story of Hollywood's creative arts agency. It's now available stores online at Jim Miller if you want to tweet him. He's a very interesting guy. And like I said, this is his third big book like that. Chris, I believe if he's ready to go, we bring him into a little Wang Chung, a song from the film based on the same name, To Live and Die in L.A. Powerhouse, the untold story of Hollywood's creative artist agency. James Andrew Miller is here, and it's good to see you, sir. How are you?
Great. Thanks for having me.
I got to tell you, I was a big fan of the SNL book. I actually keep it around for research quite a bit when we have comedians coming through. Love the ESPN book, but this book had scenes and parts of it that were just so thrilling. It felt like I'm watching a movie sometime.
Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, I think this is, listen, I love all my quote unquote children, but this is the deepest end of the pool I've gone to because it's just a much tougher nut to crack, this world.
Well, you've got these crazy agents who are working 24 hours a day. Then you've got big actors, big directors, sports stars, politicians, giant corporations. They're involved in everything.
Yeah, private equity money, musicians, and the sex, drugs, and rock and roll. It's kind of interesting because when you think about it, everybody knows what SNL is.
Right.
And everybody knows what ESPN is. And like one of the judo moves I thought I could do with this book is to really take these three initials, CA, which are well known in Hollywood, but not throughout the rest of the country so much, and show people that, believe it or not, CA is more of a part of your life than SNL or ESPN, and that you even realize.
Right.
So there's all these tentacles that are, CAA kind of like with you during the day.
Well, because they became involved in everything that existed. But, to me, all right, you've got Mike Ovitz, of course, who I think even most people know, Ron Meyer. But then there's hundreds and hundreds of other interviews that you did here.
Yeah, and it turns out, some people said to me, well, what do agents really do? And so sometimes I just had to say to them something like, well, picture Ferris Bueller without Matthew Broderick. And they're like, what? It's like, well, he didn't want to do it. His agent talked him into it. Picture Sex and the City without Sarah Jessica Parker. And she didn't want to do it. Her agent, Kevin Huvane, talked her into it. So there's that part of it. And then there's like the part that I mean, in this culture that we live in, there's so many different kinds of distribution and so many different things coming at us. CA is with us all day. Even when you get in your car, you turn on Katy Perry, One Direction, then you go into a Chipotle. CA's marketing with them, consulting with them. You watch football, it's J.J. Watt on the field, or Dwayne Wade on the basketball court. Go to sleep with Jimmy Fallon, watching Jimmy Fallon. It's like it's all over the place. So I think, in the past 10 days since the book came out, it's been pretty cool for people reaching out and saying, I had no idea, because they don't really talk about themselves. They're supposed to talk about their clients.
Right, exactly. And clients come and go, stars come and go, but that agency, like the old studio system, when the studio system kind of let itself go in the 70s, suddenly this other system came up. But it is always about a system, isn't it? There is always almost evolution of business.
Yeah, I think that's a really provocative question, because the disruption that CA caused in the system, and in fact, developing new systems. I'll give you a quick example. William Morris in the early 70s, if you were an agent and the studio sent over a script for your client, you might read it, but you pass it on to your client. Client reads the script, don't want to do it, you call back the studio. What Ovitz and Meyer, Bill Haber, those guys did at CA is nobody says no. Keep it inside. So all of a sudden, so if it was a script for Paul Newman, and they're saying, no, Paul Newman won't do it, but Redford will. You keep all the clients, and that transparency and that communication across different parts of the company. That was, I hate to say it because it doesn't sound like a big deal now, but it was revolutionary.
Revolutionary. It was revolutionary when these guys said, they would walk into the studio, we've got the script, we've got the director, we've got the top actors, and we've got the budget. Do you want it? That was mind-blowing.
It's ridiculous. Somebody said to me the other day, they were watching, Ghostbusters. Said, was CA involved in that? Oh, only because they had the producer, director, the 3 stars, the writer. It's like, what do you mean? They're still collecting. You go into CA mailroom, they're still collecting big checks from Ghostbusters 1 and Ghostbusters 2.
Well, this was one of the things that blew me away in the book. Bill Murray is always known as this guy on the outside, blah, blah, blah. But if you read your book and listen to those interviews, he's involved. He knows that business as well as the people running that business.
How cool is it? Bill told me that. So he's just basically starting his career, and he does this movie called Meatballs, which we all know and love.
Yeah.
But his agent at the time didn't even think to, ask for gross points. And Bill goes, no, you better ask for it. So they ask for it, not thinking, and they get it, not thinking the movie's going to really make any money. The movie was instantly into growth. It was so little, to make, and it made so much money. So Bill from day one, very savvy. Right. And of course, he became intoxicated by the Mike Ovitz world, like so many other people, both within CA and in the business.
Now, what brought on that intoxication? What is it about Mike? First of all, by the way, I can't believe how much he talked to you. I can't believe how much everybody talked to you.
Yeah, I was really lucky. I don't take it for granted, man. I really don't, because I love oral histories.
Me too.
And I just, the first rule of our, oral history is you got to have the players. So, Ovitz is not really, particularly in the last 20 years since he left Hollywood, he's not exactly known as being, participatory. Mm-hmm. But, to get back to your question, look, David Letterman, his relationship with Mike Ovitz is unbelievable.
Love.
When Jay Leno got the Tonight Show, Jay got the gig, and Dave was basically out of business. Dave didn't know what was going to happen to his life. All of a sudden, he got paired up with Mike Ovitz, and then next minute, networks are coming to CA to pitch Dave. He's sitting back, and then he goes, with Howard Stringer to CBS and spends 20 years over there. That's no small deal. Martin Scorsese told me, his career wasn't exactly on fire. Mm-hmm. And, Ovitz said to him, you're going to stop doing this. You're going to start doing this. I'm going to get you this. I'm going to get you that. It's kind of, it's pretty interesting, really.
It is. But, the one thing that I didn't hear any of these guys talk about is how much they love movies. Do you feel that they love the art of filmmaking, or do they love the packaging? They love the marketing?
Yeah, so that's really interesting. Here's the thing. I'm not trying to get out of it. I think the most honest answer is, I think there's a good amount of people who do.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Rapke, who's one of the big agents at CA during the 80s and 90s, literally went to film school, wanted to be a cinematographer. You see lots of people, a good amount of people who wind up being agents because they couldn't. Paula Wagner, in fact, Tom Cruise's agent was an actress and wanted to be on Broadway and wanted to be in movies, and it didn't work out for her. And then she became, an agent and had the ability, because she knew the craft, to pick out people like Sean Penn, Tom Cruise, and, tons of others. So I think that there are some, but, I think the subtext to your point, though, is that there are others, and they remind me a lot like my buddies who I went to business school with, who work on Wall Street, and it's about the deal.
Right.
And it's about, wait a second, we got $5 million on the last deal. We're going to grind them. We're going to get 10 this time. We're going to get, it's about winning, and it's about dollars and cents as the metric that you can use so you know how much you're winning by. And the other kind of like almost sick, sad part of that is that there's never enough.
Right.
I mean, just never enough.
Mike Ovitz never seems to be happy, nor does he always knows that there's a wolf at the door, no matter how big he's gotten. It's it kind of would make you go, if you were his friend, dude, what is this all about?
Right. Well, there's like I think the old cliche about stopping and smelling the roses.
Yeah.
There's not one moment from 1975 when they start the agency to 1995 when he leaves, exactly 20 years. I asked him, we were having lunch one day, and I literally looked him in the face, and I said, I want you to tell me about a moment where something incredible happened, and you stopped and you smelled the roses. Like, because this is a guy who gets thanked at the Academy Awards and Rain Man and Tootsie and Jurassic. He said, I don't think there was one. And I said, well, what do you think about that? And he said, I'm just not built that way. And I said, okay, but let's go a step further. Do you think that's healthy? And he said to me, I'll never forget, he said, Jim, it's the only way I know. Like, you really only know yourself, right? So even though you and I might be watching him do that over those 20 years and think, well, it's successful, but on a personal level, it's kind of like a train wreck because you're not absorbing. I mean, you're not deriving any psychic income for yourself or, joy in it. Like, to him, it's just about not stopping and just moving on to the next thing. And maybe in there lies the seeds of his pathology that drove him to become the most powerful man in Hollywood.
Sure. But also the fact that he's gone, and maybe one of the least beloved characters of the thing that he actually built. You know what I mean? Like, I think people, when I read the book, people might admire him or whatever, but I kind of feel like people love Ron Meyer. You know what I mean? I think they love different guys that were more personable. With him, I think it was about fear and also respect. I mean, you had to respect.
Right. I think fear was, and I think you're absolutely right. I think fear was an engine. I also feel like, sometimes when the Lord wants to punish you, he answers your prayers.
Mm-hmm.
And he was getting everything he wanted, but sometimes he was getting it at the expense of people who were jealous or bitter or who had lost out on a deal to him and were really mad about it. But because they didn't have the power or the influence that he had, there was nothing they could do about it. So when he, again, kind of dating back to mythology, flew too close to the sun and got, basically, off the tracks. I think there were people that, celebrated. And, look, Hollywood is a tough town anyway, without being the most powerful man. So, that was really interesting. It was, I used the word, I tried to use it just once, but it was very Shakespearean.
But all he had to do was stay at his company. Right? All he really needed to do, even if he put somebody else in charge, there was no one that could really push him out. Correct? He could still be there.
Yeah, so I got into that with him. That's interesting you say that. Look, he was offered the job at Universal.
Mm-hmm.
He turned it down. Ron Meyer took it, right? So all of a sudden, those two fit together really well because they didn't have duplicating sensibilities. Michael was about power and fear, and as you alluded to before, Ron was really about nurturing and being loved and loving and everything else. So the combination of the two were really great. I say right at the beginning of the book, if there were two Ovitzes, CA wouldn't be what it was. If there were two Meyers, CA wouldn't be. It needed that special combination. And so let's go to your scenario for a second, because Ron leaves and he takes over Universal Studios and Michael's left. And Michael's left with 5, they called themselves Young Turks.
Mm-hmm.
People called them Young Turks, who were very, very ready to be in charge. They feel like they are ready. And even though they admit that they weren't ready, they weren't going to be answering to another whole, new set of leadership.
Yeah.
And Ovitz was, he was burnt out. 20 years. He was burned out. So I don't know. I don't think it would have worked out if he had stayed. I don't think they could have all coexisted.
Yeah.
He needed Ron to take care of those young guys and to be more of a benevolent mentor, as opposed to a kind of a feared, father figure.
It's a fascinating story, and all through it, you're talking to people who have stayed stars for a long time. When you think about Tom Cruise's career, it's probably longer than Bogart's was, up there with John Wayne's now. Tom Hanks, who everybody sees as this very sweet guy, yet he makes sure he gets the right scripts all the time. You've got to be on your toes
it's
to
so
stay
true.
there.
I think the agents oftentimes, particularly in the case of a Tom Hanks or Tom, they do that necessary work so Tom can be the Tom that we all know and love.
Right.
But I tried to peel some of that back.
Yeah. But the ambition has got to be through the roof, no matter who you are, staying out there. And I even picked that up with Dave, who seems like he's aloof, Bill Murray, who seems like he's aloof. Those guys have stayed at the top for a long time.
Look, I think in order to survive and thrive, you got to have that gene.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but you're going to, if you feel like being a Quaker out in Hollywood, you're going to be pretty lonely or pretty poor. It's not that it can't be done, but to have that drive and to have that, it's not even hubris. It's a confidence in yourself and almost a sense of entitlement. You know what? No, that I should get that role. I deserve that role. I deserve to direct that movie. I think it's another way of making yourself heard and making yourself known.
We're talking about Powerhouse. It's James Andrew Miller's book about CAA. And one of the things that interested me at least 19 times was that any one of those could have been a book, that we could have followed Tom Cruise's career. We could have followed Schwarzenegger, Stallone, any of these agents. All these things are, you could do offshoots of books in every single direction. Did that occur to you while you were doing this?
I guess so, but that was one of the reasons why I thought CA was book-worthy, because there's so many different arteries running through it, and so many, delicious names and great stories and movies that we love and TV shows. I mean, when one of the agents said, "Listen, the script for ER was just sitting in our script vault for years. Just went back and found it, and it's supposed to be a movie, and we just turned it into a TV." It's like, what? It's one of the most successful TV shows ever. I was constantly it's like a tsunami. These stories are just washing over you, and you feel like you got something great, and then turns out, well, I wound up cutting that because can't have a 1,000-page book, and
right.
So it was pretty rich. But there were, look, Sylvester Stallone, just so freaking surprising, so unbelievably disarming. And he told me this story about when Ron Meyer called him to say he was no longer going to be his agent. he said we wound up both crying, and then afterwards I wrote him a poem. I mean, come on. I mean, like if I put that in a script to you guys, like you go, no, right. Come on, Jim, come on, you're pushing it a little too hard. It's like, but no, and he does it in like an eloquent way. Like Ron Meyer told me how frustrated he was when he got an offer for a movie for Stallone to do, and Stallone didn't wind up doing it. And Ron Meyer said to him, you got to do this movie. You got to do this movie. If you don't, you're going to regret it. And Stallone goes, no, I just don't think I can do it. Well, it was, Beverly Hills Cop with Eddie Murphy in the role instead. It's like, what? I mean, I don't know. I just love stuff like that.
Oh yeah. I felt the same way of, the kid coming in and he's got, a third of the script written and it seems like it's brilliant and it's Shane Black and he's writing Lethal Weapon. And like I said, that's one of those things that you could have, that would be a bulk of what it was like to put that film together.
Oh my gosh. Just Joel Silver alone would be the gift that keeps giving.
And how does a guy like that seem like he can stay, big for that long?
Well, the interesting thing about Joel Silver, who I must say was utterly fascinating to interview, he has such a keen appreciation of Hollywood history. I mean, it's pretty amazing. It's almost Rain Man-esque because all of a sudden you'll be talking about something. Well, this reminds me of in 1936, the Warner Brothers. It's like, I mean, unbelievable. Not only just a memory, but an appreciation and a fascination for what Hollywood used to be, for what Hollywood is, and, kind of a sense of wonderment and real curiosity about where it's all going. I mean, and you look at the movies that Joel Silver has done. I mean, that's a book.
Yeah. And now, of course, where they are with it, they're integrated into parts of our lives that we don't even know, right? How did that take place where he could move himself into the corporate world? The CIA started to, but it's even more now, I believe, right?
Right. I mean, part of it was his ambition, Ovitz's ambition. Part of it was his drive. I mean, look, the Coca-Cola polar bear commercials came out of an effort that CIA was involved in. It's like, well, on what business? I mean, those guys at McCann Erickson who heard the presentation, they must be saying, what the hell are these guys doing here? CIA from Hollywood? I mean, I think that Ovitz in some ways was ahead of his time in terms of branching out beyond the traditional, just what an agent does. I think that to their credit, though, the current leadership was very smart about that because they saw the business dwindling. They knew they needed to construct new revenue streams. And so as a result, like in 2006, just a quick example, they started CA Sports. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I, was able to report on in the book was that in 2015, CA Sports is the number one generator of revenue. More than CA movies, more than CA television, more than CA music, more than CA marketing. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Well, it's the only thing, sports is the only thing that is live and you have to watch it in real time and you can't fast forward. So, I mean, in our lifetime, sports has went from something that people kind of watch to this unbelievable. You got to listen to it on the radio. You got to read about it online. You got to watch the games live. You got to watch the predictions. I mean, it's a 24-hour a day thing now.
Well, when I was writing the ESPN book, and John Skipper, who's the president of ESPN, one of the things that he did really, really well for ESPN was he just cared about live. And the truth is, name a big show on TV right now. I mean, whatever it is, right? The Voice. I mean, 3 years from now, we don't know if The Voice is going to be around. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you one thing, though. The Rose Bowl will.
Right.
People are going to watch it. Doesn't matter who's in it. People are going to love it. So John Skipper, ESPN, they have laid out. And it's just like what NBC and CBS does with who knows? But they're going to be watching the NCAA tournament. People are going to be watching the Olympics. People are going to be watching, it's Sunday Night Football. It's amazing what live sports has been to our culture. And even though I think the prices have gotten so unbelievably crazy, and there's got to be a bubble coming soon, although I'm going to say they just did the Big Ten deal, and that was enough to make you a Bolshevik because there was so much money on the table.
Sure.
So, but it's still it's a as much as we can get a guarantee in the television world, it's a pretty good one.
Well, and like I said, people are told what's going to happen, whose fault is this, for that 3-hour game now. It seems like you've got to be involved in 20 hours in each direction just to watch a single live event. Everything is built around it.
Yeah, well, what you're doing basically with all that shoulder programming is you're you're buying this brand or you're leasing this brand called the NFL, which is, by the way, the crack cocaine of America. I mean, people can't get enough of it, right? So as long as you have that NFL shield next to your company logo, whether it be ESPN, CBS, NBC, you put on programs before, put on programs after, put on programs during the day. College guys wake up totally wasted. And the first thing I would do is click on the TV and hear two guys arguing about whether or not somebody threw an interception or not, and should have thrown an interception.
And then the fantasy things, and it's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
But Mike Ovitz tried to buy a team.
Yeah.
And what happened there?
He wanted to bring a team to LA, and ironically enough, the NFL executive who he's working at the time was Roger Goodell, who's now the commissioner. And Mike had an incredible vision for what that team should be. He just didn't have enough money.
He just didn't have the money together for it at the time. It's that much to have a team that you could be wildly successful and still not be able to pick up a football team.
I mean, and Goodell, I interviewed Roger Goodell for the book, and he was quite expansive about that.
Anybody turn you down, Jim? Because you got so many names.
Meryl Streep.
Meryl Streep.
Because I was told directly from a friend of hers that she, I don't know if it's true, but they said she loves your book and she thinks that somehow you get people to say things that, they can't believe they said afterwards. And she doesn't want to do that. But in all fairness, also, she's notoriously private.
Yeah.
She's not Garbo, but she's, you don't really see her quoted a lot. So I tried, but
again, like we say, like she's a private person, she's a serious actress, and yet she has stayed a movie star for coming up on 40 years before we know it. Always gets the best scripts, always gets the Oscar nominated type stuff. She's got to be brilliant when it comes to the same kind of stuff that we're talking about in this book.
Still with CA.
Yeah, still with CA after all these years. I'll go the same way I opened it. A powerhouse, CAA, the untold story of Hollywood's creative arts industry. It is so many parts of this book that are absolutely thrilling. I don't know whether that these guys have done the best for the business, because I think back to the movies that got made the generation before they existed, I would probably say, are better movies than the packaged movies. I think the indie movies of the 90s are probably better movies. But this is, if you enjoy the Wall Street, it's more than Wall Street to me.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my friend, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
See you
Thanks
next
for
time.
having me.
It's the Bennington Show on a Friday. Bringing back a little bit of Montreal for you, because this was the Unmasked that we did in Montreal.
This was Unmasked with Andy Kindler. It was a really, really fun Unmasked, and I thought you two were very funny together. I felt like you were like an instant duo.
For two guys that have never met before, even though we do have some mutual friends, and then I wanted to say to Andy, and it comes up in there, hey, by the way, I know that you've had this battle back and forth with Anthony Cumia, but you guys would get along better than you think.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like funny people end up liking each other, no matter what they disagree on.
Because you're going to respect, if somebody is funny, you're going to respect that first and foremost before any other aspect of their personality.
But Andy Kindler is like the star of the Montreal Comedy Festival. He was the hot ticket Everybody was talking about it as soon as you land.
I did so many Andy Kindler related events.
Yeah.
While I was in Montreal, I saw his State of the Industry,
Yeah.
Unmasked with Andy Kindler. Then I saw him, he was moderating the Trump versus Bernie,
Wow.
that Anthony Atamanuik and
Which was also
James Adomian.
Also a really hot show.
And then he was also on the What's Your Fucking Deal show.
Where he was hilarious. He came out and was, doing his kind of deconstruction, and it was a deconstruction of crowd work, and it was absolutely
It was
brilliant.
so
we were
funny.
just sitting there going, well, it's one thing to be funny, but it's another thing to be smart funny. And he really was. So yeah, that's how he is in Montreal, and obviously he's had a really interesting, fascinating career, which he runs down all the time. But if you hear the things that he's done, it's terrific. I think I heard that Maron isn't doing his show anymore. I think he, like Gaffigan, has decided enough is enough. I was told that, but we'll check into it to make sure. But Andy Kindler was a big part of that this year, and I thought it was the best Maron year yet. I thought that he had really had a great and funny storyline. But we got to get Andy on the East Coast more.
I know. I would love to have him in. But he's one of those comics that is like every comedian loves him. And at that State of the Industry, it was star-studded just in the audience.
Chris, you could use words. You don't have to ever write things down.
The fourth season of Maron is the last season.
Last season. I thought I had heard that. And he was on that. He's very, very funny on that show. Then he gets to do voiceover, Bob's Burgers. He always seems like he's involved with really cool stuff. But you are right. This was a really fun, smart interview with him. Let's just jump into it. Going to play all weekend long on Sirius XM Raw Dog. This is from Montreal, Unmasked with Andy Kindler. Andy Kindler, everybody.
Yeah. I gotta turn my phone off.
Leave it on unless you're you might be needing a call. You never know.
I have a lot of things, yeah. I'm waiting on a lot of things. Because this festival leads to so many things for me every year. I got to be ready to go. Right after here, I might have to go to a workplace comedy.
Wow, a workplace comedy.
The joke there was that I'm going to get cast immediately in a workplace comedy.
Now,
see, this is the type of reaction I do get. Normally.
This is, one day a year, everybody's so excited to see you and hear from you, and then the rest of the time you're just out there slugging it out.
Oh no, it's busy all year round. I prefer to say I can't squeeze this in. No, it is a weird thing though that one day a year there's a lot of coverage.
Yes, there's a lot of coverage. Suddenly the papers want to know what pisses you off or who you're upset with, but you would tell them any other day, wouldn't you?
I would. I'm available. As I said yesterday during my speech, I am changed my name to the Andy Christ. Changing water to wine. I don't know why I'm doing my act, Ron. That's not really.
You know what? Do parts of it.
What's the deal with these elevators?
Have you noticed?
Have you noticed people observing things?
Yes.
It's crazy. What's up with that?
Yeah. Everyone fights over who started observational comedy, too, whether it was...
Who are these people arguing over who started observational? Yeah, well, Seinfeld didn't start it, but he took it to the next level. Why am I sounding like I don't like Seinfeld? I like him. I love Seinfeld. Why am I feel like I have to say positive things about certain things? Because I went after Seinfeld last year about the whole... when he was whining about his gay French king.
Oh, yeah. He can't do college gigs.
Well, inconsistencies really bothered me. Seinfeld, there's nobody funnier than him. The show Seinfeld, hilarious. He's always been, when he's interviewed, just insane. He says the most insane things. Like, he used to say, the crowd, it's always the comedian. You should be able to perform for every crowd, anywhere. And then last year, all of a sudden, he goes, what's the deal? Well, how come the crowds stink now?
He's kids. Well, he said that because he did so many black clubs back in the 80s.
Right, exactly.
That was his thing. He was always working Harlem.
Yeah, so he was yelling at his daughter. I don't even want to go back into it, but remember he was like yelling at his daughter because she doesn't know about civil rights, and I said the first black person he met was George Wallace, not the guy who ran for president.
Yeah.
Everyone knows who George Wallace the comedian is, right?
Does
all right.
everyone? Wait, and does everyone know George Wallace, the guy that was shot? Yes, they forget him. That's the one that guy did everything.
His greatest hits, segregation now, segregation tomorrow, next year again with the segregation.
When you run on, trust me, you'll never see a black person at work. That is the oddest thing. And then, like, people are just...
Trust me.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was literally everything that he ran on at the time.
Then he, to his credit, although I don't need to spend a lot of time crediting him, at the end of his life, he did feel bad, and I think he apologized to, like, John Lewis and a whole bunch of...
That was that kind of was his Larry Flint stage. It seems like a lot of times once you paralyze someone, they're like, I get it now.
Right.
I have more time to sit and think, and...
We're not advocating this.
No.
But we don't want any Jack Rubies coming out of here. Rubensteins.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But I think if Trump's legs didn't work for a week or two, he might start thinking.
Again, I have enough of my own problems.
Kindler calls for the paralyzation of Donald J. Trump.
I go after him like so viciously, Trump, every day. Hasn't done anything yet.
No, that's his. He really is the Teflon Don. He's going to have to take them back. Nothing sticks to this guy.
Well, that's because we really. I mean, it's like it used to be. It's a joke now to even say the media is horrible because they're just absent. They're like treating him like a legitimate human being.
Well, the thing about the media is he literally is ratings, and that's their job to get ratings.
It's sickening to think about it, but the guy is a madman. He's a raving lunatic. He's any adjective you want to use to describe someone who's totally, he doesn't know what he's going to say next. And people go, he's a master brander. He doesn't know what he's saying. People think he's a hack. That's the thing that bothers me. He's a master showman.
Yeah.
Anyone ever see The Apprentice? It sucked.
Yeah.
It was a terrible show.
Right. Which if you ever watched that show at all, it looks like he had no idea who he was going to fire until the last second. You know? Which again is what you want in a president. Not completely sure what you think until you start talking. But you know what's strange too is like, he has zero heat in New York City. You know what I mean? Like I work, a block away from where his house, and no one in New York talks about him at all.
I don't hated there.
Yeah.
Well, that's where they came up with the short-fingered Bulgarian was
right.
When,
that was
Spy Magazine.
And but he plays well in the Heartland. That's the deal. I guess.
Me too. That's where we share. We are both crowd pleasers. But I don't know if I got to say that. Maybe I did say this in the speech yesterday, but he really does have that thing where he has the rhythm of a comedian. I used to do a joke about 70s DJs where they sound like comedians, but they're not comedians, but they have the same rhythms. It was like, that was Aerosmith. JD's got a gun. Watch out, everybody. JD's walking around with some kind of a firearm. That was Aerosmith. Dude looks like a lady. Watch out, fellas. There's a dude walking around. Might have some kind of a dress on. And he does the same thing with insult kind of comedy. He goes, crooked Hillary. It's true. It's true. Like he just said a joke. It's true. It's true.
He's tagging a joke that's never happened. Am I right, folks? Hillary.
That's what he does. Yeah. Am I right? Crooked Hillary. Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Am I right?
But that's the strange thing. I think that we look at people as well as they speak. You know what I mean? He's a confident speaker. You know what I mean? Whether he's doing well or not, he's not. You never see him with flop sweat. You never see him worrying about himself.
He looks a little. I think he gets really kind of crazy looking with the. It's like he congeals in this area in his T-zone. He starts to congeal in his T-zone, and sometimes during by the middle of a speech, you see all of his as if it's an inflated balloon. It seems to, but no, it expands and just like a gelatinous flat. Okay, look, folks, descriptions are not my thing. I'm not a description comic.
That's the missing piece.
That's it. If I only had descriptive skills from my reading of the Hardy Boys, Chet chortled. I don't know what I'm saying. Did you read the Hardy Boys when you were a kid?
You know what? I liked. What were the two Hardy Boys' names?
Frank and
who was Frank and Joe? Loves Frank, hated Joe. I felt like he held him back. And I believe the same thing happens with the Smothers Brothers. You know, I don't know.
Oh, but you like Dickie.
Do you remember when you were a kid, you're like, Jesus, Dickie, what are you, nuts? He's on a riff here.
He's going to have Well, I used to, a thing about, they always say like with improv comedy, it's agreeing is funny. Yeah, because conflict's terrible.
Yes,
if the Smothers Brothers only agreed, Mom always liked you best. I feel terrible about that.
Yeah.
Wish I had been there more for you. And nobody knows who the Smothers Brothers are.
No.
It's unbelievable.
They don't know George Wallace. They don't know the Smothers Brothers.
The Ritz Brothers.
Yeah, we're literally going to have to run into the time tunnel to do this interview. We're going to have to go. No, now they don't know the time tunnel. That's where I am with this. Land of the Giants.
Who am I, Dr. What? Why do you have my laminate? Oh, okay.
He's running around, running up charges on your room.
On my phone card from 1995.
Some of them know phone cards.
Phone cards.
That's it.
No, now that everything with them is a SIM card. These kids, they don't remember. They don't remember when we had to have a SCSI connection to a computer.
Who else were you into this year? Who else?
I talked about Ricky Gervais, and the thing that I loved about him. Well, I don't love him. I do love to hate his whole persona because he's so. The thing that's amazing to me is when a comedian is not self-aware. That's what really cracks me up. Because on some level, like I love the original Office. And in fact, I did a thing yesterday about replaying a conversation between me and an actual conversation between my wife and I. Was we're home and my wife, and we have an office in one of our bedrooms is an office, and my wife says, "I thought I heard some sounds in the office," and I said, "The original Office," and then I laughed at it. But the fact that he will do things like, I'm doing a joke, I have a joke, it's so offensive, even I'm offended by it. You know, just this and then he has a new comedy night where what kind of a person here's his problem. If you've done stand up one time, I always say to you, welcome to the club. Well, I won't say it, literally that way. But I don't believe in hierarchies.
Right.
The first day you do comedy, and if you continue doing it, you could be funny the first day, you're a comedian or whatever. I don't believe in wait till you're at my level. But the other way is worse, where you can think because you've done it 20 or 30 times that you are the world's greatest stand-up. And that's the way he approaches everything. And he's very much like Trump that way. It's that narcissistic, like if every other one of your tweets is, I don't care what people think about me. Well, obviously you care what people think about you. It's literally impossible for you to keep tweeting that you don't. And then he keeps telling people when they yell at him, well, I'll just go to my mansion and sleep. It's like he really thinks that the fact that he's rich is a credit.
Oh, wait, so you're like, I didn't know you had a mansion. My fault.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You are amazing.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. I think that why everybody looks forward to this every year is because no one takes a shot at Gervais. He's in that kind of, as you said about Seinfeld, he's just kind of, there's certain people, they're untouchable.
Yeah, there is this thing that is an, quote, unwritten rule, and then comics would get mad at me. I assume everyone's mad at me. But the idea that you don't make fun of other people, you don't make fun of other comics.
Right.
It's ludicrous to me. I mean, you could do Michael Jackson jokes for 7 hours, but I can't point out that Gallagher, maybe should take time off from smashing fruit. I mean, I never understood that.
Right.
But I understand it from the Omerte. Is that the right word? Looking at Rich Voss like he's Italian.
Yeah.
But no, what is it? No, what is it where you agree that we're all on this thing and
I'm gonna say Omerte. That's where I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
with it. Yeah, because I got nothing else.
But I'm compelled to do it. That's the other problem, is I'm compelled to do it. I'm doing it in my own head.
You're
constantly
doing it anyway.
being judgmental.
Yeah. Right.
So why not try and make some money out of it?
And I think other comics do it all the time, but not on stage.
Leno's famous. I mean, I don't want him to sue me. And if he does sue me, I don't want him to touch his Tonight Show money. But he's, from what I've heard, he's famous for being vicious about comics.
Right.
And funny. And in a funny way, too.
Yeah.
But that's an example of someone who decided that's that, outside in kind of thinking. I need to be the Tonight Show host. Even though I don't like anything. I'm not interested in anything but cars. And even when I talk about cars, I don't sound that interested.
Yeah.
He doesn't like music. This is true. He doesn't like music. He doesn't like sports. He doesn't like food except for hamburgers or whatever he eats. He doesn't like shirts except for denim shirts. He literally has nothing to talk. He has nothing to talk about. Johnny Carson had things to talk about.
Yeah.
Letterman was a curious person about the world. And so, but he felt like he had to be, and they also felt like he had to be nice. So that was the whole thing.
Right, because that was kind of the acceptable thing to do. But he was the first one too who kind of treated the Tonight Show like a blue collar job. Like, hey, I just work here. And everyone's like, what are you, crazy? You got the most powerful gig in the country.
Well, that's his phony persona though, the blue collar guy, right?
Yeah.
Like I remember backstage meeting him at the Comedy Magic Club, and here's the thing: not that he made the mistake, but if he's bothered at all by what I say about him, it's all based on the initial interaction I have with him at the Comedy Store. So I do hold a grudge. So. I had said something to him about whatever. I had an idea for a line or something. And he looked at me like I was, looked through me basically. And then he said, yeah, I gotta go to work. Right before his set.
Yeah.
You're not going to work, Jay. People in the coal mines are going to work.
Yes.
You have never, in fact, never worked.
But if you saw him in the 80s, I'm sure, I mean, he was a killer.
Yes.
Until they gave him the Tonight Show, and then he was like,
Is it ironic or whatever? Because I always use that word incorrectly, that he was at his best on Letterman's show.
He was unbelievable on that show. And that was the show that everybody was like, holy shit, tonight, make sure you're up for it. Because we weren't even taping then, I don't think. But because those shows would kill. And he would have a new 8 minutes just to make Dave left. That was actually the closest that it came to the old Carson show. I think when those two guys were kind of interacting together, where comics really trying to be funny to make, each other laugh.
I think that, to me, I feel like Dave, for my generation, now I go back, I'm watching all the old Johnny's Carsons. I mean, I'm old enough to have watched it when I was a kid, but Dave really took what Johnny did and not perfected it, but went along down the road with it but also Dave had come up with these comics too. Like, so anytime Richard Lewis, the greatest appearances in the world, I couldn't stop watching him on Letterman when he would come on.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, so I think, and then the other example would be like Bill Murray. All those people would come on.
Right, Bill Murray. Fran Lebowitz was also another one. Sandra
Chris
Bernhardt
Elliott
on that show was always insane. But that show for our generation, if you could not even believe it was on TV. You know what I mean?
You couldn't.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what is true subversion. It's always like when people use the word subversion, Letterman was truly subversive because he wasn't trying to be subversive. His subversion would be like, and I've been influenced by this, one line into the bit, you bail on it.
Yeah.
And you say, oh, this comedy piece was nice. And that to me was the true subversive quality of it. It was like he was basically saying, look at life and detach yourself a little bit from it. And then the other thing is he would spray New Yorkers with water.
Oh yeah, all that kind of stuff, which I guess you got to go next, like Tom Green is the next person who took that to, all right, I'm going to use Letterman as my dad in terms of broadcasting. But that's the other thing is Letterman came from like a broadcasting background, so he thought about the entire show. You know what I mean? Like he wanted to put his guest over.
And he truly was. And here's the thing, like, I think it would have been, he was such a hero of mine. So the fact that it still seems like a dream that he went out of his way after the set I had to have me come on the show and do these field pieces.
Right.
But I feel like when he ever, have you heard him talk about Johnny? He always felt like intimidated. Not that Johnny was trying to intimidate him. That's how I feel around Dave. I feel like I'm not Bill Murray. I'm not his contemporary. So I always felt like, why can't I get over this deference thing? I don't think I really could have.
Well, it wasn't your place.
Right,
to get over
exactly.
It, just like I'm sure certain ball players, when they came up, they're like, now I'm playing with Mickey Mantle? No.
Yeah.
I'm not his fucking teammate.
I am the Mickey Mantle of comedy. Is that where you're going with this? I got set back by osteomyelitis early on.
I was hinting around because your dad was a coal miner and the way you came up.
Oh, I'm just doing what my dad did, just going to work. Punching in. I wish if Leno could punch in, or at least have a photographer take a picture of him punching in, he'd do it.
Well, it's time to leave.
I gotta go. Just the way I do that, yeah. His other thing, I don't want to get into it. But I think everything he says is a lie. He always comes up with it. Have you ever heard one of his anecdotes?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I used to mock it. I would mock it in that book that he had a book that he wrote, and it was, or maybe no, he wrote it, but it was like I get to LA there, and this guy's hitchhiking, and I pick him up, and he's a guy's very, very friendly, and he's really friendly. It turns out he's gay. Or the story about leaving the money on the improv piano. You've heard that one, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So I used to drive from Boston every night to do a set. That's got to be a lie. Every night he drove 4 hours. Yeah. So of course I was working in a car place, and of course I had all the money in cash from the car place. Why would you leave the car place with cash? And I drove to the improv. I put it on the piano, and I drove all the way back to Boston. And I don't have that money I drove back to the improv. It's still there.
And now chapter 5. After that,
chapter 5. I went to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the flood was the club was flooded. I had to do my act from a canoe.
Oh, that's hysterical.
It was all Helen Kushner's fault.
But money. I will say this about Leno: money never changed him. He doesn't seem a bit.
There is a sad quality to a guy who was so revered.
Oh yeah,
anybody who saw him in the
it's maybe I never saw a guy rock a club the way he did. I saw people falling. It was like 85 or 86, and people were just falling down.
And for all the right reasons.
Yeah, I mean, he just came out and it was. This was pre-ISIS. That's where we're going with that.
Those guys kill.
Oh. Yeah. Now everyone actually does check for exits. Wherever we go.
Talk about a closer.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't even know what I'm saying.
No,
it's just creepy. It's just creepy.
Everyone got it except for Jeffrey Gurian. He's just, I don't know.
He gets it all.
Does he? He's just
you know what?
It.
He signs everything as seen on the Too Much Tuna episode.
He went out and did that with him last night, right, Jeffrey? You were part of it. It's just gonna, in 3 minutes, it changed his life.
And Mulaney's not Jewish. I just don't understand that. He's not. I know he's not Jewish, but he could be more Jewish than anybody I've ever met.
But those were the guys, like we said when we were growing up. Those were the kind of Jewish guys that we would see on TV.
It's like those, yeah, and yet I think it's completely. They've taken real people to a more real level,
right?
Yeah. It's the Oh Hello thing, right?
Oh Hello,
yeah.
Broadway.
Hey, we don't plug other things.
No, we don't. We got everything we need.
If I'm going to Broadway, you bring that up now.
But there are some, like we said, Sacred Cows. You went after Robin Williams for a couple years,
and to my credit, I stopped when he passed away.
Yes, because that's what we all. we're worried about.
I used to do a thing about how it's hard for me to stop doing it, but I'll say, don't worry, I'm not going to Robin Williams the meeting or because every comic has that tendency.
Does this go?
Yeah, like even when I'm talking to you right now, I know, like when I hear people and they're interviewed, I go, well, it doesn't seem like they're. Like, sometimes I feel like, they're one step away from their reality. But I always think about that myself. It's like, I have to resist the urge or keep an eye on the urge to just like, jump all around and not listen. You know?
Yeah.
And so that's the Robin Williams syndrome where you can't stop.
When Robin would just jump up, run into the audience, run back, and everybody would go, that was great.
That was great.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, I'll get, yeah, nothing actually happened. Oh, this guy, I used to like, I'm doing the laugh meter guy, And the black guy was always sounded like, and the black guy's going, oh man, river.
You know, I remember, it's so funny you brought this up because my kids said to me when they were little, they're like, why does he say black people talk like that?
Yeah.
And I had to say, well, they used to. I mean, I had to explain because like right away they were like, I don't get this guy at all.
Right.
And I'm like, what black people say this? I'm going, years ago.
Years ago, except in Bill Maher's act, he still does he would do jokes like, how come Obama can't be the mean black guy?
Right.
Really, Bill? Is this, cutting edge political insight?
He dates black women, so that's,
I don't know anything about this statement, although I have heard many things. He seems like a really nice guy towards women, Bill Maher. You know that he's one of those guys very nice off stage. He seems like completely cold, calculating, misogynist, narcissist. But when you get him off stage, he's very giving.
He's just a sweet guy. How can I help?
Yeah, how can I help? Me hating Muslims is a shtick. I can't help it. It kills.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that like a callback.
Yeah,
because that would just be hacky.
This, actually, the weird thing, this audience kind of acts like all these people are going to come walking in here. And
I'm scared to say I don't want to.
Yeah.
See, that's who I wouldn't go after. Because like last year I said about Seinfeld, like what am I'm going to go after Seinfeld. What am I worried about? That a lot of guys with puffy shirts will show up outside my house. Who's this guy who doesn't like Seinfeld? What is it? What is his deal? But when I went after Opie you went after Anthony. That was scary. Because I got like concentrated. I don't know, what's the deal with sending Jews? What's the deal? Why do you send Jews, pictures of people in the concentration camps, the bodies? What's the thought behind there?
They mailed this to you or was it on Twitter?
Facebook. My sister says, one day, because I don't go to Facebook enough, during the whole, me going after Anthony thing, my sister goes, look, I'm all for free speech, but you might want to look at your Facebook page. And on my Facebook page, it was like a takeoff on that, Tis character.
Yeah, so when
it was not Jim Norton, but they're posing as him, and they were just like, it's just a constant. It's all along the lines of Hitler was right kind of jokes.
So how long when you do something, like if there's somebody that's more kind of beloved by their audience and you do a couple jokes, how long does it take before that eases down? How long?
Well, the thing that's weird now is it usually takes like, if you mute, I use mute more than block now. Mm-hmm. So if I mute like a whole day, it starts to go away, but, Sam Harris, who's that new atheist guy.
Yeah.
I can't stand him, and I can't stand, Richard Dawkins. Those people are like the most vicious people. The people who follow him. The new atheists, the most vicious people in the world. So if I heckle Sam Harris, it'll happen for 2 or 3 days afterwards. And sometimes I will avoid doing things just because I don't want to go through the aggravation of the muting. Mm-hmm. And then sometimes I get scared.
You do think it's scary, but if you mute it, then you don't know the hate that's out there.
Right, but I am scared about getting beaten up or, like this has been the ongoing issue since I was 6 years old.
It hasn't.
I was 4'11" through high school.
Yeah. I was always friends with Italian guys like Anthony, so it's the same thing. It hasn't changed at all.
Well, Corolla, like I'm afraid Corolla would punch me in the face. People go, are you afraid to confront these people you talk about? Yes! I don't want to see them on an elevator.
Yeah.
Or a closed space.
But have you ever done Anthony's show? Have you ever?
No, Anthony's show, I never did. I did two guys who seemed like Elvis, who was on that channel. Does that make sense?
Two guys, Elvis. Does anybody remember?
They were like kind of in your face shock jocks, and they had a show.
JV and Elvis.
That's what it was.
JV
And,
and
I
Elvis,
got through that. That was fun.
So I think you would also enjoy, doing Opie's show or Anthony's show as well.
Yeah, I think the problem with the Anthony show is I think he crossed the Anthony show. I'm here. It's like, let me see. He's offered me to come on. What should I do? No. But the thing I'm saying is to me, when you get into that white supremacy stuff, and it's like, I gotta check, please.
I know, but look, in my neighborhood, he wouldn't even be considered white. So that's well, I know him very well. I would, but I would go on that show with you, and I think you'd end up having a ball, and you guys would. I think it would be interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
But to me, like from what I know, what I've heard is like when Patrice was alive, he could be, it was like Anthony had these tendencies, but then with Patrice, it was like, okay, maybe because I think he probably is racist. I mean, I don't think it's a character he's playing.
I would think that.
I think Trump's racist.
Yeah. I mean, I think that everybody in this room at least knows somebody from their family that they think is further along on I'm going to now call it the racial spectrum. I'm going to treat it the same way as autism. Like, we don't know exactly where on the racial spectrum they are. So, I mean, there's plenty, like, if I said I can't know right-wing people or whatever, I would probably just have to say to my family, goodbye forever.
Right.
Never coming back for another Thanksgiving.
That's really true, except for me, not with Anthony, but with Trump. I kind of draw the line at Trump. Like,
Trump would be the guy.
If there's anybody there's nobody I know personally, like nobody in my family voting for him. But if there's somebody voting for him, I just can't accept. I'm not saying I won't talk to them.
Yeah.
But I really don't want the subject to come up, and I am harshly judging them. And, it's like, I just feel like that, he's not Archie Bunker. It's not like there's nothing lovable about,
right.
He just like, to me, he's like the world's he is a Hitler, Trump. He really is. He would be a Hitler if he could get in office.
And then there's
not your father's Hitler.
Well, I guess Hitler was pretty much liked by his own people, right? I mean, they're like, oh, God, yeah.
You got to get to know him.
Everybody likes the guy with quick solutions. They're like, hey.
Yeah.
Like, if someone, a plumber, says, I can fix this in 15 minutes, I'm like, get over here. Right. I know nothing about his background. The trust is immediately, come on in.
Yeah, and
do it.
They also didn't know he was Hitler before he was Hitler. That's the thing. I've been comparing Trump to Hitler since the first time he declared. People are like, it's unfair. It's not unfair, what's the word? Association or comparison. It's not unfair comparison because I think this was what Hitler was before he was Hitler. They didn't know it was like, the guy with the mustache. He's crazy. No, first of all, he probably looked like Charlie Chaplin to a lot of Germans. And, it wasn't that crazy to them.
So you think if Trump gets elected, this could turn for real dark in 2-3 years?
I think he would try to make it dark immediately. I think he would ban all Muslims. I think he would do, I think he's has a pathological illness of some kind. But that doesn't mean that, I can't go on Anthony's show. Well, I don't know, the whole thing, when you're saying it just makes me uncomfortable. I did a Letterman spot, and this is the thing, like, where I feel like the worst thing, you could say anything about me, but I don't think you can call me a hack. No. I don't know, like, that's my big thing. Say what you will. I am no hack. So when he tore apart my last Letterman set, and he was like, oh, how hacky this is, that seemed pathetic to me. Go after me because I'm short or
maybe he was
annoying.
Maybe he was, like when people say stuff about each other, it's a thing they know is going to, get to you.
Well, that didn't get to me because it just seemed silly to me. Like he's like, he went line by line over but that was a couple of years ago. Now it's all water under the bridge, right, folks? Yeah, I don't know though. It's a very interesting thing about what drawing the line means and how you deal with that.
Yeah.
All I was upset about when that happened was, don't tell me it's not, first of all, that people mix up free speech with a job. That's not what free speech does not mean you get to keep your job. It's like you can't work in a bank and then at night you're saying kill the Jews. And And then if they fire you at the bank, you say, no, I have my freedom of speech. I don't know if that's a good example.
No, I get, it's also it's tough because now who decides who gets to say what? Corporations. So you can say whatever you want, but you can't work a job that you know.
Right. I always take it like if I ran ABC and someone came in and pitched me the Nazi skinhead hour, I'm not obligated to pick up that show.
Right.
You know, if that show offends me, it's okay for me to say I don't want that show because it offends me. You don't have the right to have a network show.
I get that
with your racism.
But see,
it's a problem, I think is what you're saying.
No, it is a problem. And the thing is let's suppose on any show, the people who complain to a network are not the fans of the show. They're not the people who watch the show. Like suddenly if Jimmy Kimmel was on every night and then just out of nowhere he said something crazy and his fans were offended, that'd be one thing. But if Jimmy Fallon's fans start to complain to ABC, let's get rid of this guy. And that's kind of what happens. There's groups of people whose job is to stop people from saying the stuff that they like. So a lot of Trump backers or right-wing people could, whenever you go on the show, they could complain and then they better not have him back on.
Well, that's Trump's whole thing. He's like, he'll sue you. You know, if you say something about him, like he's not a free speech advocate.
Yeah. So, I mean, free speech was like just about the government, but now there's this whole weird gray area.
Well, that's why I think you're absolutely right. And I would never be somebody who would argue that. See, my whole thing was like when a lot of those things were happening where comics were may or may not have been saying, like, you know, when Tracy Morgan said those things, on stage. Right. Like I love Tracy Morgan, but I had never seen his stand up, but apparently back in the day, he would just say ridiculous things and mean things. And, if my son was gay, whatever he said that one time, I don't think you have the right to say that and then say nobody has the right to object to it.
Right.
Right?
We agree.
So yeah, you could object to it, but I wouldn't legislate. I would have never even, I would have never said fire Anthony. That wasn't my point, or anybody. I probably would not fire I would not be on those boycotts. I'm trying to think of, would there be something conceivably that could happen where I would join a boycott of something? I think maybe.
Yeah.
But in general, I think it is a problem when you use the power of, I don't like it, so I'm going to ban it.
Yeah, it doesn't take that many complaints. You know what I mean? Yep. Like, it literally 200 complaints, if it's done at the right person, they're just like, hey, let's get rid of this shit. We can't go on like this.
Well, the perfect example is that woman who tweeted something insensitive. There's a guy who writes books about this, public shaming. He's I forgot his name, but she tweeted something kind of insensitive, and then she landed in Africa, and she was a PR person.
Oh, yeah, I remember that story, yeah.
I wish I don't like that she got publicly shamed. That's a thing too.
Sure.
And I was like alienated almost every single one of my friends. I was so enraged by the whole Woody Allen thing because it was like all these people, they think an article in Vanity Fair is a legal document. And so that everybody assumed that they knew what happened with Woody Allen when they, exactly. To me, it's like, I get very upset by mob mentality. And so mob mentality can be very dangerous.
Yeah, and that's actually where the free speech issue is now. And like, if you go back to, brought up Tracy Morgan, he had Tina Fey on his side immediately around the show. She had enough power. She went to NBC. She's like, look, Tracy in 2 years is going to be in a car accident that causes brain damage. But he's already suffering from it now. You know what I mean? That was always Tracy's act. Like, he would just say something and then not even remember half an hour before.
Right. Well, but I guess my thing was like Louis C.K. at that point said, you can say anything you want on the stage. And all I'm saying is, you don't have the right to say that's a magic eraser area.
Right.
And, Kramer, Rebecca Richards, I don't know what to say about that. People looked at him differently, and in a way, I don't see how you couldn't look at him differently.
He never walked on stage again, as far as I know, right? He never did
I don't think he has. And
I
wouldn't say I wouldn't want to see him in something. Because I think you have to forgive people, and you have to, and I think something was going on with him to go to that place, but so I don't even know what to say about it. I wouldn't ban not watch Seinfeld or anything like that.
And that's the thing. That's the opposite of public shaming, is trying to teach people, look, here's, what you're doing. Here's where it leads. And do you feel that way? Just slowing it down, but not bringing them on the show so the audience can yell at them. We're in this, I did this thing, one time at the Friars Club, and it was about when Bill Hicks's documentary.
Stop name dropping.
Yeah. And it was really well received.
No, it was the Friars Club. That's right.
People were loving it. But but they showed Hicks the first night, that something had happened. It's when they went after that, those nuts that were living in Texas at the time, the Waco incident, right?
Koresh?
And and he went on stage and he was furious, just, laying this shit out. And then he said, maybe he had lost it at that time. And I'm like, no, that was the first day he had found out about it. Like, eventually he might have comedy about that. But the first day he went on, he was fucking furious. And I think that's the part that's kind of disappeared. In other words, suppose we had only heard about Kramer screaming like that in a club, not seeing it. You know what I mean?
Right.
We would have reacted to it totally differently.
This whole idea where something happens and you weren't there at the original event,
right?
But then these sides get drawn up of like, well, she had the right to heckle and he didn't have the right to say. It's all at some point unreal, and it is unfair.
Yeah,
I agree. I think it's a problem.
I think that it's easier for all of us to go, that guy's an asshole immediately. I mean, that's just as judgmental as we're complaining that the other person.
Right. Yes. And the thing is, like, when Seinfeld came out with that whole thing, I think he was bringing up a point that is an interesting point. But the truth is, he was upset. He did this thing where he goes, people, they check their cell phone like a gay French king, and he does all these flourishes, right? And it was like for 4 seconds he didn't kill. And so he assumed that the crowd hated him. Maybe the crowd didn't like that bit that much. But the truth is, in 10 years, we're not going to be able to, it's not going to be cool to say, hey, nice to see you back in men's clothes.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like certain things, it's like, people say, why can't I use the word retarded? Because the word retarded was originally used as a real way of describing someone. But then when it came to be used of, nice going, retard, then you could see how people would be insulted. And to me, part of growth can be, oh, I didn't realize that. And you can evolve that way. So I think that some of the things that you're upset about are like traditional. Like, I don't like to do jokes about people's weight. I just think it's cheap. It's like, and it's hurtful, and what's the payoff on it? And I think that the jokes that are simply based on this person is, like what Trump made fun of the writer from the New York Times. I'm just making fun of the person's disability.
Right.
I think it's good that those don't become jokes anymore.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, part of the mix here is people see, well, we can't make fun of anything. Like the if comics sitting around when nobody's watching, we can say the most vicious things in the world because we know where we're all coming from.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose that part of life.
Yeah. Well, that's always weird about the word itself. In my town, there was an old Nike site, which is like this, place that they would shoot missiles in the 1950s. They stopped using it, so they put a special needs school there, right? So when we teased each other, we called each other Nikes, right?
Right.
We got by high school, you weren't allowed to use the word Nike.
Yes.
No, because it was the intention. Of course, there's nothing. Now there's a fucking shoe called it and everyone loves it. But at the time, the teachers like say it again. But see, I think that's what when it's always about intent, what we're doing. And yet we take it back to the word. But Trump has used the PC thing. People love him for saying he's anti-PC.
Right, because he's a racist. So he's like basically saying, yeah. What he's saying is he's using the word PC for that whatever horrible thing he says should be covered up by the fact that he's not being PC. Right. But I'll give her examples. There's nobody funnier in the world than Rickles, right?
Right.
So in a certain sense, like when Rickles said to Letterman, he goes, he made some Japanese joke, and Letterman's like, whoa, easy. He goes, what's the problem? I go out to LA and I go to Mr. Chow. He references a Chinese reference. So it's like, I think And Rickles was it. My dad passed away, but Rickles is the exact same age as my dad. And, my dad wasn't like Rickles, but I think that Rickles, I think he might have a little bit of, whatever, not even prejudice, whatever you want to call it. But his heart is so amazing.
Right.
He's like Denzel. He says to Denzel Washington, "Oh, we'll go over there and sweep up." And Denzel Washington is like doubled over.
Right,
you know what I mean? Because what is his intent?
Right.
There's nobody
Exactly.
funnier than him. So when on Hello Dummy, he goes down the road, the Italian guy and the Polish guy and the thing. It's hilarious.
Right.
And it's the same thing, like I'll talk about someone like Nick DiPaolo. It's like, I don't care what your politics are, not as long as, but if you're funny, I really don't care.
Yes.
Because like, to me, if you're laughing, you're already bypassing whether it's right or wrong.
And Nick DiPaolo is one of the funniest, quickest people ever. And yet there is a thing of people, and I think it came from, even from being on Louis, where Louis actually took that character when Nick did Louis' show and moved him over a little bit and made him seem more serious about it. But I think Nick works in that way of, isn't this a funny thing to say? Can you imagine that thoughts like this?
Yeah, and I think the idea of having a sanitized environment where, people will say, "Oh, I can't like Nick DiPaolo," or "I can't." That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
I don't think. Do you think that's what's happening, or is that what you're?
No,
concerned about
I think
happening?
when I talked to Nick before, he was like, and I go, "Well, some people are like afraid." He goes, "That's from Louis' show. It's not."
Right. That
true. Was the
that's
thing.
True.
Because there are certain people who are like, "Oh, I don't know if I'd get along with Nick." And like you said, this guy, he's got a heart of gold. He's really, really funny, but that's the area that he works. Now, also, like you said, there are people who politically disagree. There should be, political disagreements. I don't know if we go as far as we are now, but.
Right. And I'm not sure what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying, as far as, you're saying you couldn't be you understand conservatism. You understand why some people, and
I didn't call Romney a Nazi,
right.
And I got very angry at Romney. I mean, I have very strong political views, but to me, this is all over the line, I guess.
Yeah. But isn't that interesting? It almost doesn't seem like Romney gets a lot of respect, or the Bushes get a lot of respect, or John McCain, where they're like, "Hey, we're not playing this fucking game."
Well, look what McCain, that took the microphone from that woman, remember?
Yeah.
I think he's a Muslim. Remember
he
that
called
woman,
him a Muslim. He took the microphone back.
No, ma'am. He's a good American.
But those guys, they're not part of the Trump thing. And like you said, there's disagreements politically.
Yeah. I think the GOP is going to have to die, and a real conservative movement is going to have to start. You can't base, because my whole life, my whole thing is, don't, lie to me. Okay. So don't tell me you're really worried about voter fraud. Because I'll tell everybody in this room right now, nobody is stealing an election by going down to a poll and being an imposter. How could you possibly win an election? You'd have to make sure that everybody, the real person, you drugged them or you distracted them. And then you go down to the poll. There's no reason for the countries that have voter ID have it because they're supplied with voter ID. But a 90-year-old black woman doesn't have a photo ID. So don't argue with me. You want to stop people you don't think are going to vote for you from voting. And that's how I think the GOP has been winning elections since the LBJ. LBJ predicted it. And I think you can't win. I think that has to go away. You have to have a true conservative reason to do something, not just for wedge issues and stuff.
Do you trust the Clintons? You feel on board there?
Here's the thing. I don't think anybody, I'm like an Obama. I'm going to cry when he leaves office. I have, people had photos of JFK. I have altars to him. I love Obama. I love him so much. I hated the campaign Hillary ran in 2008 against him. I think she's run a much better campaign. I'm not, I just think, how can anybody know? Well, which one do you want to believe? That they killed Vince Foster? Mm-hmm. Is that the one you want to choose to believe? It's been 40 years of this stuff where they made up stuff about them. So I don't know. I think she's a good person. I don't think she's a bad person. Do I think that she's, I think they could be, both Clintons they have a certain philosophy that they seem to sometimes, like politicians, can prevaricate, but I think her heart's in the right place. I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, but I like her.
I think it's interesting that you said that you're going to cry with Obama leaves, because I think that's just, after that last speech is the first time that people think this is going to be an end of a certain era. But I think, and I've said this even years ago, he is going to be, for better or worse, the most powerful ex-president in history, because he's going to be able to bring back that kind of speeches that, you know, that first caught fire. He's going to be able to criticize from the outside. And I think he's going to be able to turn around and pull people together voting that haven't before. I think he's going to shock the hell out of people how powerful he's going to be outside.
And I think when history looks back on it, you know, the things that he did, because he very clearly said it was like Social Security. Everybody was against it when it started, but now everybody who could imagine doing without it. The stuff he did with the health care, I think, will historically go down as being an amazing thing. But, you know.
Well, and I think also that people are going to step back and go, really, that was the first black dude? Because when I grew up, I would read Jackie Robinson books constantly. Like,
and he's the Jackie Robinson.
He is the Jackie Robinson, and you never go back and read a book where Jackie Robinson struck out or got thrown out at second. Like, people are going to forget any of the shit that didn't work, and they're going to go.
He was never thrown out at second.
Yeah,
don't lie about that.
I've got
hero.
I've got no proof of it from anything I read as a kid. So I think he's going to have a lot of that kind of stuff going for him. And then, you know, whether Hillary is the glass ceiling or not is also kind of interesting. It's been this long, and women have never pulled together. And I don't know whether they're going to for Hillary.
I think she's going to. I predict she's going to. I want everybody to remain, who's with me, to remain scared until November, whatever the day is. I think she's going to win in a landslide.
Really?
Well, 55 to 45.
Okay, that's a landslide. That's a landslide.
Because I'll tell you why. But I think in terms of the real, like the guy who was the ghostwriter for Trump, if you're voting for Trump, you really are voting for someone who literally doesn't have an idea in his head. He doesn't. And he doesn't, didn't know what Brexit was. So then you're trusting the guy, even if you agree with him and think Obama's Kenyan. Do you really want a guy who you're trusting whoever he goes to in the moment of crisis? I think it's dangerous.
Well, I also will say this, though, that you got to look at it. Trump is a guy, and you've seen this in comedy, that is driven by winning, right? So just think of comedians that you've known that have done really well because they've used certain things, and it's important to them to win. And I don't know if I've ever seen anyone in public life that likes to win as much as Trump does and brag about it.
But some of the comics that who are driven by ambition, some of them are smarter than him. He's not smart at all. He's a conniver. Right. You know, my dad was a plumbing and heating contractor, and one time he hated Trump. Trump was a client of his. He would service my dad would service these buildings, and he hated Trump. Trump never paid. Never paid. You just had to force him to pay. And one time we got my dad the Art of the Deal board game as a joke, and he says, "What'd you get me this for?" And we're like, Dad doesn't have a good sense of humor. And then a week later, we're like, why did we get him that? the guy's a fucking. So I think what's going to happen is, that's the part that's like, he's not, the reason why he's going to lose is he's not smart. He's not smart like Hitler was early on. He's not. He's an idiot. He's still talking about how he should have won Iowa and stuff like that, yeah. You know? So he's going to lose.
I think it's kind of interesting that you compared Trump to Hitler, then your dad ended up working for Trump. It's almost like, could you imagine hearing from we did construction work for Hitler.
Let me tell you something, right? Yeah.
And he fucking stiffed us, that prick.
Yeah.
I don't even want to get into what he did with the Jews. I'm telling you, this son of a bitch doesn't pay up. It really does seem like for everybody here, 20 or 30 years from now, you're going to be telling the people, no, I did. I lived through that. I was there. I remember when that shit went down. But it's almost like now, do you ever notice like we thought at the time 9/11 was going to be the weirdest time ever, and now it just almost seems like it's not. You know, it's like
you think he has a chance of winning?
Yes, I do. I think he, and it's because no, I'm telling you, right now Nate Silver said the other day, and he predicted every state correct last time. He goes, if it was held today, Trump would win. I've been around the country and see Trump signs at places that I didn't expect to see them.
Well, I happen to feel there's two sides to Nate Silver. Nate Silver is the greatest statistician or whatever you want to call that in the history of the world. It was someone who's able to look at, you want him to win poker, you want him to do that. But he's been very wrong when he predicted Obama wouldn't be reelected a year before. I don't think he's so great at predicting before the things start happening. I also think he's trying to scare people.
You honestly believe that?
Absolutely, because he knows it'd be horrible. But not till that long ago, he was saying that Hillary had 80% chance.
Yeah, there was the 80% chance, and it's dropped way down.
Even after this convention?
Well, I don't think the new convention numbers are...
Come on, Ron, please.
I was just going to win the room. How many people that are American, or how many people just think Trump is going to win this election? Being on...
Out! You know what's so weird about me? It's like I don't know how I'm going to get past this particular thing of people voting for Trump. Yeah. I don't have a current plan as to how to still have coffee with someone who's going to say, oh, there's my African American.
Yeah. But at the same time, everybody does kind of want to see the third act. You know what I mean?
No, nobody.
Everyone is just like, dude, would you ever have left Titanic before it hit the iceberg?
That's true.
Like, I'm going to stay and see what happens. I mean, do you know how many Christians that we've just been obsessed for the end times forever? And this might be your chance just to see people running down the street on fire, just like, ah!
Well, that's the... Yeah, but you're looking at it like as if that you can look at that and then you get off the ship somehow.
Right. Yeah, no.
That was crazy. You see the woman in flames? Yeah. Now let's get into our little life preserver boat.
No, I'm looking at it seriously like a recovering alcoholic and addict, remembering when I used to go, oh, I think my heart's going to stop. No, not yet. You know what I mean? Like, I think Trump is the drug. You know what I mean? I really do.
Oh, here's the other thing that I think why I think he's going to lose. I even liked Reagan and I couldn't stand his policies. Mm-hmm. People who like Trump and I think they're going to top out at whatever it is, 40% or 38%, they'll never stop loving him. Everybody else hates him. Like, they hate him. There's nothing attractive. Like, women hate him. Everyone hates him.
And that's Clinton's same kind of numbers too. I mean, the people that don't like Clinton,
they're not afraid of her ending the world.
No,
though.
She is literally the weirdest thing is Clinton is the conservative person in this race.
Right.
Like, she's like, well, nothing big is going to happen, but I also don't think that she's just going to start, nuking everybody.
No, she's a reasonable human being. She's, she helped children get the health insurance and everything. Yeah. Right. But the thing about it is, I think I don't even buy those I don't buy any, it's like, people base their Islamophobia on, that they ask Muslims, do they like depictions of Muhammad or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's like 70% of Americans thought Saddam Hussein was behind 9/11. Mm-hmm. These polls mean nothing. If someone was talking about me the way they talked about, well, they do talk about me that way, but, and that's why I don't have huge numbers now, but if they talk about Hillary Clinton for 40 years and the media says she's, you shouldn't trust her, of course you're going to answer on a poll.
Right.
Whether you're going to trust her or not. But that's not going to affect the election. Everything I say is such a hope more than something I know.
You're still the hope poster after all these years.
Yeah. I believe it's like, it's like people say, like, I believe in God. Like, I don't know who God is. All I know is I dropped acid and I had out of body experiences. And when I'm on stage, sometimes I can feel like it's transcendent. So I don't know what it is, but I think something's going on. I think ultimately, everything is for the good in the universe, but I'm not completely sure of it. I have doubt of everything.
You know what I think is interesting, and I've never heard anyone say this before, and I know people know it when you said when you're on stage, it's transcendent, because there is, and it can happen across the whole room. A lot of times I think it's easier to figure out with music than it is with comedy, but I absolutely think that it exists with comedy where you are channeling more maybe than you're thinking of stuff.
I think it is, what you're saying is all spirituality. To me, is all spirituality is. It's like, because I was scared of getting beaten up, I took martial arts, and martial arts they have something that's called no mind. Mm-hmm. And the example they give is the Zen teacher who teaches says, "I'm going to hit you with a sword when you come in." And so the guy, the student comes in, looks to the left, he gets hit from the right. He looks to the right, he gets hit from the left. He looks up, he gets hit. When he's not looking in any direction, he's able to defend themselves. And that to me is the secret of any art or anything. And you can't always have it, but it's that moment where you don't even know where you are, because you're not thinking about anything else. You're totally in the moment. And that's what I call God, and that's what I call spirituality. And that's why, if you like art or you like music, people, they went to Woodstock. Don't you know why you were all like, everyone is, this has been going on forever.
Yes.
This way of getting out. And even in the Catholic Church, the incense and the windows and the thing, it's a way to get you out of your own mind. And it sounds pretentious if I walked around saying, I really connected to God last night on stage.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But I've met and interviewed some of the greatest songwriters of all time. I've never heard one of them to say, I wrote that song. I feel responsible for writing that song. They have and they all use different words, but it's all about kind of catching that song when it comes in. And I don't give a shit whether it's Paul McCartney. He'll be like, in 4 minutes, I wrote it. He doesn't know how.
Exactly. It doesn't know how.
But
Einstein was like that. Because people say, Einstein meant it when he said he didn't come from his rational mind. It doesn't mean that if you're not a physicist, you can come up with E equals MC squared. But once his thought, thinking experiments were like, he was saying, I get into this other space where I allow things to come in.
Yeah.
That's part of it too. Is allowing it to come in.
Exactly.
If you're looking around going, there's no God, there's no God. Look at that dog died and I don't see him walking around anymore. So there's no life after death. You can't have anything come in. And I have had on LSD, this is a true story. My friend and I had the same hallucination that we had ripped these doors off their hinges and they'd fallen into a parking lot, and then we ran behind a curtain, and then 2 minutes later we walked back and then nothing had happened. So if you have a shared hallucination, I know many people are thinking that you both were insane doesn't count.
No, but I do think that's why people do drugs, so they can get closer to that spot.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why Ken Kesey hated cocaine, because he felt like, and he was right. When I first did cocaine, I loved it for 12 minutes. And then any other time, and luckily I didn't have money to get, and I have a weak constitution. Like Belushi, they go, he could do all the stuff and go on. I was a person who would very easily get sick, thank God, and so I couldn't get further into it. But that's what Kesey felt like. LSD, those were trying to expand your mind. These other things, when cocaine came in, it was like an anesthetic.
So that's what you chase. That creativity thing on stage is your drug, right? That's what you chase to try to find that spot.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is the Zen thing, the Buddhist thing that I really buy is non-attachment. Not so much that you don't love things, but the more, it's like, in my 20s, I wanted to be famous. I really did. I really can say now, in my 50s, I don't sit around going, I have to have my own show. It's like, if you make having that moment on stage the most important thing to you, then it's going to be elusive to you. So it's almost like you have to be ready for it. And also because of 30 years of doing stand-up, which is, to me, I feel so blessed about it. Stand-up is the one art form where if you stick with it and you don't quit, you're going to get better at it. So a lot of it is I don't even have to think about whether I'm in the moment. I think I'm just kind of in that zone, a lot, not always.
Right. But that's weird. That's your place of Zen that you found yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was a musician too before, and I never had the same highs from music as I get from comedy, because I didn't have the technique to get to the next level with it.
Well, you're still working the technique, my friend. Thanks so much for coming
in
here today.
Thank you very much.
It was fun. Andy Kindler, everybody, let him hear it. Good, that was great.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you so much.